And these things are like 100 kilos. And then when it's grabbed you and decides to swim off, you're not coming up, mate. You're not coming up.
Coming to you, coming right to you. Easy, easy, easy. Work him easy. Work.
That was it?
Yeah, hold
That
him.
was a fish?
Get a hold of him, Cyril.
My name is Cyril Chauquet, and I travel the world chasing monster fish. But there's one monster that I really want to catch. A giant of more than 200 pounds and almost 9 feet long, the Wells catfish. I came to track this beast in France and Spain, where it's an invasive species and has earned itself a pretty bad reputation.
When he grabs you, he can take your whole arm in.
These cats are huge scavengers and predators. It's 100 pounds of dog that got attacked by a fish that's... And some say they'll devour almost anything that gets in their way. The smart thing to do would be to catch one on a rod and reel.
What's going on at the boat?
But I want to push the challenge even further. I want to grab one of these monsters with my hands. It's a dangerous fishing technique called noodling. I learned from a real pro in Oklahoma.
We are the bait. Literally.
But catching a 200-pound giant just with my bare hands, no one really knows if it's even possible.
Fish is destroying my hands, but I got it biting me hard, man. It's biting. Paris might seem like a pretty bizarre place to fish, but I've heard that in the Seine River, right downtown Paris, there's monster-sized Wells catfish, fish that can be over 8 feet long and close to 300 pounds. And that's exactly why I'm here in Paris, to try to catch one of those, the biggest one possible.
Yep, that's right. I'm in downtown Paris, in search of the biggest freshwater fish in Europe, the Wells catfish. Originally, Wells catfish didn't come from France, but from nearby eastern countries. It's an invasive species that was introduced into the Seine River in the 1970s. My first goal is to catch one on a rod in Paris. But since I caught catfish by hand in Oklahoma, I definitely want to try to get one of these monsters with just my bare hands.
Oh, excuse me.
But for that, I'm gonna need my buddy Skipper. He's a pro at bare hand fishing.
Woo!
Well, he's gonna run up, bite you on the foot, latch on, shake maybe.
We're gonna hook up in Spain for some hand-to-hand combat with a giant catfish. My first problem, though, is getting to the Seine River. Parisian traffic is pure chaos.
I tell you, this is worse than crossing a river infested with piranhas in the Amazon. It's really hard to imagine that it could be monster fish living in this river. And yet, it's true, it's not a myth. There's giant fish down there.
The more I look around me, the more I realize I'm surrounded by fish. And most of them look really strange and scary. The angels don't seem too comfortable either. In fact, it's not only the angels that worry about these monster predators. In the 90s, Brigitte Bardot wanted to eradicate all Wells catfish from the lakes around Paris. She said that catfish were eating the ducks, swans, turtles, and even little dogs. While doing some research, I came across an incredible Spanish news story.
Como los siluros cazan literalmente a las palomas que se aventuran a refrescarse o a beber agua. Estos peces pueden...
The Wells catfish silently stalk their prey. The pigeons have no idea of the danger they're about to face. And then suddenly, the pigeon's gone.
Je croyais même pas. Je croyais même pas.
A friend of mine in the south of France told me another crazy Wells catfish story.
Il promenait son chien, il balançait des bâtons.
Then he tells me that all of a sudden, the dog gets attacked by big whales that pulls it under the water.
That's hard to believe. The story that he's telling me, it's 100 pounds of dog that got attacked by a fish. That's unreal. It just blows my mind.
Pour moi, c'était tes conneries, voilà. Sauf que c'est arrivé à mon pote, voilà.
The good news, the dog survived the attack with no injuries. Now I really want to catch a monster Wells catfish.
Salut Olivier.
Salut Cyril.
Salut, comment vas-tu?
Ça va nickel et toi?
Super.
This morning I'm meeting with Oliver, a local fisherman who always has a few tricks up his sleeve. And this time, it's got something to do with pet food.
I thought he meant, you know, like grabbing some cat food for a catfish, but no, it's dog food. C'est lesquelles les meilleures? Celles pour Chihuahua?
Ouais, Chihuahua, je sais pas, en tout cas, ce qu'il faut, c'est celles qui sentent le plus fort, quoi.
That is great. It doesn't matter which kind, you know, as long as they stink. The more they stink, the better. 36 euros? That's $50. There's no way I'm buying $50 worth of bait. Or actually, not even bait, it's to chum the water.
All right, I'll just take a small pack.
In theory, the smell of the dog food should attract the catfish. Let's just hope it works.
Donc là-bas, c'est un spot, ça?
Alors ouais, t'as un spot là-bas, là, du côté des arbres. Mais
Oliver has to go, but he points me to one of his favorite spots.
Salut!
I love discovering new fishing spots. But I must admit, this one is particularly beautiful. I know there are monsters in this river, but my time is limited. In France, we're only allowed to fish up to 30 minutes after dark.
I really hope this is gonna catch their attention. Dog food, I mean. I tell you, we're getting into prime catfish fishing time because dusk, getting towards night, and actually nighttime is when the catfish really wake up. They start going on the hunt. Because those fish, they're both scavengers and active predators. And when they scavenge, they don't really use their eyes to find food. They use their baubles to probe the bottom for any decaying matter. So that it would be dead animals, dead fish, dead birds, dead whatever. When they go after a prey, they're using their baubles to feel any movement in the water, any vibration in the water, and pounce on it. Fish on, fish on, fish on, fish on, fish on. Come on, come on. Yeah, fish. Fish on. Stop. Yes. He's going under the boat there. Ah. No, he's going under the boat. That's not good.
Oh yeah, it's a big fish. I just saw it steal.
Oh no. Oh man, that was a big fish. He must have gotten wrapped around a piece of debris on the bottom because I could feel the line rubbing against something and the fish was pulling the other direction. At first he was going towards the boat, but I pulled it out of the boat, went underneath here and broke me off. That was a big fish.
I hate to lose fish, especially big ones. But hey, that's fishing. In any case, if I want to have a better chance of getting this monster, I'm gonna need a little help from my friends.
Salut Fred!
Hey!
Comment vas-tu?
Ça va,
Hey,
ça
ça
va.
fait tellement plaisir de te voir.
Fred is a buddy I haven't seen for years. Today he runs a school that teaches kids to fish. It's a great initiative. It keeps them off the streets and gives them some self-esteem. Let's see if this younger generation can teach me some new tricks.
Cyril, faut que je te dise un truc.
Ouais.
C'est fini la casquette incurvée comme tu l'as dans ton style.
Pretty much telling me that I'm a total has-been right now. You know, like basically the way I should be wearing this hat is like this and it should be flat in the back. You know, like the visor should be... Is this cool, no? C'est bon?
Ouais, c'est bien comme ça. Et baisse le pantalon aussi.
Ouais. J'ai gagné 10 ans, là, c'est bon?
C'est bon, c'est
Ouais.
bon. Là, tu passes inaperçu, là, c'est bon.
C'est bien là. Dans Paris, c'est parfait.
Now that I'm cool, it's time to go catch a monster. Street style.
Eh ben c'est pas des poissons que vous avez pêché ici, mais c'est des cadavres. On n'a pas réussi.
We make a few casts, but no luck. Plus, there's so much debris on the bottom that my line keeps getting snagged.
I was sure I had a fish on for a while. That's a chain, bicycle chain.
All this debris on the bottom is starting to really intrigue me. In an old city like Paris, there must be thousands of weird objects at the bottom of the river. And those best placed to find them are the police divers of the river patrol. I've also been told they've seen monster whales catfish during their dives. And they might even show me where they hang out.
Alors regardez, on trouve toutes sortes d'objets insolites en scène. Wow. Le bateau.
Une bombe à tonneau.
Voilà, celle-là, elle date de la guerre de 1870. Et pour l'anecdote...
Sandrine Bergeau is commander-in-chief of the river patrol. a special police unit of divers created in the 80s to monitor everything that touches the water in Paris. That means they have hundreds of miles of shoreline and waterways to patrol. But the role of this patrol is not just enforcing the law. They also save more than 200 people from drowning each year. And they bring up some pretty mind-blowing stuff from the bottom of the river. Interesting. That is cool. Napoleon. All this is very cool. But what I really want to know is where are the catfish?
Alors là, j'ai quelque chose qui va vous intéresser, le fameux silure.
Finally, a whale's catfish. It's not a monster, but hopefully it's a sign of things to come.
Now that's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I want to catch. Even a fish this size, I'd be really happy. A whale's cat.
The police take me for a ride to see Paris from another angle and to show me some spots where they've seen huge catfish.
Man, I feel really privileged being on this boat, taking a tour of the city that's on a police boat. How cool is that?
What's the biggest catfish you've seen in the river?
Le plus gros spécimen pêché, c'est 2,83 m.
2,83 m dans la Seine? That's more than 7 feet long. That's a monster catfish, and apparently there's a lot of them there. Le pont de l'Allemand. I don't know if I should believe those guys. I think the cops are just worse than fishermen in terms of stories. They just make them.
If whales catfish reach enormous sizes, it's because they're top dog in the food chain. That doesn't mean that they destroy everything, but they'll for sure feed on almost anything they can get their mouths on.
L'événement particulier, en fin de compte, c'est une voiture qu'on a retrouvée un petit peu par hasard lors d'un entraînement de plongée.
What he's telling me is that they got called in on a mission, a rescue mission of a car that had been sitting on the bottom of the Seine for a long time. So the divers went in, you know, they're looking, so it's murky water, they can barely see where they're going. They get in there and they see this body, and all of a sudden, the inside of the car starts moving. The diver is freaking out. What's happening, you know? Is it the body that's coming alive?
Et en fin de compte, on s'est rendu compte qu'il y avait un poisson, donc un silure, bloqué dans la voiture avec le corps.
So apparently he got in through the car when it was small. I don't know how exactly, and got bigger and bigger and bigger in the car and got trapped in the car. The suspicion is, how did the fish get bigger? Well, most probably it would have fed on the body, the dead body, which freaks me out a little bit. Hallucinant cette histoire quand même.
Now that's a creepy story. To take my mind off it, I called my friends for a fishing session. Hopefully one of us will finally land a monster whales. We return to a spot across from Notre Dame. It's late afternoon and the catfish should be getting more active.
Et Olivier, elle est vraiment sale la Seine, non?
Ouais, elle est super sale en fait.
Puis elle est haute, non?
Elle est très haute. En fait, ce qui s'est passé, c'est que la semaine dernière, il y a eu des orages très violents en France.
He's telling me that last week, you know, there was some major flooding in France, all over France, and especially around Paris. And that's why the river is blown now. You know, it's all dirty, muddy water. Plus the water level is really high. So basically, it's going to be a mission almost impossible. The idea is to cast the bait upstream a little bit. You cast upstream, and you see the current is going down that way. So I'll let the bait go all the way down to the bottom, and as soon as I feel the bottom, I start retrieving a little bit. So I basically bounce it off the bottom. And as it's going down, I move it up, goes back down, move it up, goes back down, move it up, goes back down.
I'm in Paris, fishing the Seine River for a giant whale's catfish. Fish on, fish on. And I've got something big on my line.
En tout cas, c'est lourd. Hein.
It's not a fish. I don't know what it is yet, but it's big. It's really big. I just hope it's not a dead body. Oh, yes! Woohoo! Woo! Yes! Fish on! Honestly, I think it's one of the best catches of my life so far. Unreal. A bike ride downtown Paris in front of Notre Dame. Bike on!
Fishing in Paris has been real nice, and getting to fish in some amazing spots has been great. But apart from landing bite parts and losing really big fish, I haven't caught much. It's time to look for some better fishing conditions.
Let me tell you, fishing in Paris, that was hard. For sure, I didn't get the right conditions, but at the same time, you know, that was tough. You know, like, I got skunked really bad. But now I'm headed to Mequinenza in Spain. That's the mecca for big Wells catfish. Plus, I want to catch one with my hands.
Let's just hope that my buddy Skipper can still make it to Spain, because I don't think I can handle a Wells catfish on my own. We could barely hold a catfish in Oklahoma.
He almost broke my wrist, man.
And those only weighed about 40 pounds.
How much more power does that 50 or 70 pounder have?
Well, my friend, they're actually 5 times bigger in Spain.
Man, it's so nice to be in Spain. The heat, the sun. I just hope the catfish will be more cooperative than the ones in France.
I'm up to Mequinenza, a small village in Aragon, in the north of Spain, just a little west of the city of Barcelona. Mequinenza is a small village of 2,500 people. It's the mecca for fishermen who come from all over Europe to try and catch monster fish. The hydroelectric dam built in 1966 created warm, slow-moving waters, ideal conditions for Wells catfish. Once introduced into these waters, they not only multiplied quickly, but got to enormous sizes in the blink of an eye. I really want to get underwater with these fish to see how they behave in their environment, but especially to see how they react when I approach them. If I'm gonna grab a Wells catfish by hand, I have to get really close to its mouth. So I'm meeting up with Marcus, an expert diver, to help me better understand these fish.
I tell you, my friend Skipper, he's coming from Oklahoma. He's a professional noodler. You know what noodling is all about?
Yeah,
it's catching fish.
I heard about it.
And what do you think about it?
Crazy, absolutely crazy. I never saw it before, so it would be nice to see it, how you do it.
How big can it be?
Up to 200 pounds.
200 pounds?
Yeah.
Really? So maybe I can even grab him with my hands.
We check it out.
Hopefully we'll see some monsters.
I've heard that most Wells catfish attacks are triggered when an intruder gets too close to the nest. But they're not spawning right now, so we should be pretty safe. It's amazing how clear the water is. If there are any catfish here, we'll see them for sure. There's a fish. It's a nice carp, but no catfish yet. I think I just saw Wells hiding in some branches. Here it is. It's a nice fish, but it's not the monster I'm looking for yet. I find another one. They're not scared at all. They come right towards us, even though these ones are not very big. It's like they're defending their territory, or sizing us up for an easy meal. But wait, Marcus just got rattled by a huge 200-pound fish that came up behind us. This fish was not intimidated by us. They're so big, they're definitely the top predator around here. We just found another one. Honestly, these fish are huge. I'm not sure if it's such a good idea to try to catch one of these giants by hand.
Do you think it's even possible to catch one of those?
I think you'll have to be a bit lucky and a bit careful because when they grab hold of you, it's going to be a battle for sure.
Yeah.
At the local diner, I meet up with Andy, a guide and expat fisherman who's caught over 3,000 Wells catfish.
And these things are like 100 kilos. I'll see them breaking 85-kilo line, snapping people's rods. They're really angry, strong fish. And when he grabs you, he could take your whole arm in if he wanted to. They're sandpaper-like teeth. Your immediate reaction is to try and get your arm out. Of course, as you pull, it just strips all the skin off you.
Really? They can rip your entire skin off.
To catch one by hand, it's going to be awesome. I've got to see it.
What did I get myself into?
And then when it's grabbed you and decides to swim off, you're not coming up, mate. You're not coming up.
That's why I called my buddy, you know, Skipper. He's from Oklahoma, man. That guy is a hardcore noodler. That's what he's done his entire life, is noodle catfish. Yeah. I'm not from there, you know, like I'm not a noodler. Maybe the fight of my life.
Yeah, possibly, yeah.
Man.
Andy's warning hit me like a ton of bricks. Noodling these beasts alone might actually be suicidal, so I need a real pro on my side. I check in with Skipper just to make sure he hasn't got cold feet, and he's still coming.
Yes, how you doing? It's Cyril.
Skipper is a 5-time world champion catfish noodler, and a great guy. We noodled catfish together in Oklahoma a few years back. If I'm gonna catch whales with my hands, I will definitely need his help.
Yeah, it looks good, man. I've seen fish. I don't know if they're catchable, but I've seen them, and they're big.
I'm always ready and willing to try and catch a big old catfish.
You're packing your stuff, huh? All right, man, so I'll see you here in Spain. Yes, Skipper's in.
Well, this is it. Here we go. Headed to Spain, going across the big pond in search of the elusive whales, man-eating catfish.
Skipper is only arriving in a couple of days, so while I wait, I want to try and catch whales catfish on a rod and reel, just to see how strong they are.
All right, here's Claude. Salut, Claude.
Yeah. Salut.
My guide is Claude, a French expat known for formerly holding the record for a whale's catch of 246 pounds.
Grand pêcheur de silure.
Aussi grand que toi, tu vois.
On n'est pas très grand, nous deux.
On va tout faire pour, en tout cas.
Cool. Bon, bah, allez, go.
Go fishing? Allez.
Claude has been fishing Mequinenza for many years, and he knows a lot about the whales and their habitat. So to start, he thinks it would be a good idea to do some sight fishing along the banks of the reservoir, where you can actually see the fish. There's only one problem, though.
Can you seriously believe that, you know, I left the cold of France to actually find out that they had a major cold snap here, too? Right now, what we're doing is slowly cruising through the shallows, looking for monster whales catfish, because what Claude was telling me is that at this specific time of year, huge catfish come after the spawning carp. The carp spawning through the shallows there, you see them in the grass, and the big cats come after them, chasing them. But the idea is to keep cruising, and hopefully we'll come across a cat. We have to spot it first to be able to cast to it. Nice carp right there.
Non, non, c'en est un, regarde, il bouge, le monstre.
Oui.
Regarde ce monstre.
Man, it's huge.
Voilà. Oh. Ça, c'est 2,20 m.
It's too bad. We spotted this fish too late, and we didn't have time to cast.
Claude, I see one right there. Man, it's gonna be hard to cast under these branches there.
Ouch.
Ah, the bait was so close. Didn't touch it. Man, this fish is sleeping or what? It makes me want to jump in and try to catch one with my hand.
Mais c'est vrai que c'est très frustrant d'être à moins de 2,2 m comme ça et de ne pas pouvoir les attraper à la canne.
The only thing is that the catfish in Oklahoma, they were 50 pounds. Those here, they were over 200 pounds. I don't know if it's possible. Period.
The fish are not reacting in the clear water of the reservoir, so to better our chances of catching a monster, we head downstream where the water is murkier. Over here, I think the fish will be less wary and should be easier to catch.
There's monster fish in this main channel here, and the good thing is that from what Claude was telling me, the bottom is pretty clean. There's not a lot of obstacle. There's no debris like branches or trees that the fish could get hung up into. So basically that tells me that I can use this gear to catch a big fish, and this gear is lighter than the normal Wells catfish equipment. Normally you would use 100-pound test. This is 40-pound. But when the water is clear, when there's no obstacles, you can use lighter gear like this. And catching a monster fish on this type of equipment is a lot of fun. Fish up. I think it's a big fish. My God, what a hit that was. Look at the power of this fish. It's unreal.
Il a mordu tout au fond de la rivière, 9,50 m là.
9,50 m de fond.
Là, je le vois à l'écho.
Oh, he's going out of the boat. Here we go. Here's the fish. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's a good fish, man. It's fish.
Claude, don't do that, don't grab it.
Lâche-le.
Ah non, j'ai pas voulu mettre de gants, c'est bien fait pour moi.
Have you seen Claude's hand? I don't think we're gonna try to bring that fish up on the boat again. Plus, it's not really good for the fish anyway. So what we're gonna try is bring that fish to shore, because we're really close to shore, and release it right in the water, right in its element, so that we don't risk hurting the fish nor Claude's hand.
Fais attention, Cyril, bride-le. C'est plein d'obstacles au fond.
Yes! Yeah! Wells catfish! Finally!
And now imagine catching one of these by hand.
Look at the size of this animal. And yet, for Wells, it's not even a monster. This fish grow twice as big as this, even bigger. Look at the size of this mouth. And then way down at the back of the throat here, they have crushing pads. I don't know if you can see them, but they use that to crush their prey down their throat. This thing is an eating machine, let me tell you. And you see that lateral line that they have along the body? It's an organ that they use to feel the vibrations in the water. It's filled with thousands of sensors that can pick up any kind of vibration in the water. And once they locate their prey, they go towards it and boom, and attack it. Yeah, merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Finalement, on l'a eu. Ça fait un petit moment que je cours après.
Now that I've caught a Wells catfish on a rod, my ultimate goal is to catch one with my bare hands.
All right, I'm just about to pick up Skipper and Heather, his daughter Heather. Last time I was in Oklahoma, I actually stayed a little bit longer and went noodling with her. She's a true hardcore noodler, just as much as her dad.
Duck down the stream, sis.
Oh.
Here we are walking the streets of Mequinenza, Spain, making it happen, American style. Oh man. ¿Cómo está usted? ¿Habla inglés? Hey! There we go.
Hey, man.
Good to see you, my friend.
Yeah. How are you, man?
Good.
Yeah, Skipper's here. That's awesome.
I was just trying
How you doing, Heather? Good to see you. Really cool. You guys made it all right?
Yeah, we made a good trip.
Yeah, a little bit of a language barrier, huh?
Yeah, to say the least.
Pes.
Oh, fish.
Yeah. That's all you need to know, man. Catch pes. They'll get it.
There we go.
Hey, man, I gotta show you something. You gotta see this thing.
All right, let's check it out.
Holy smoke! That's what we want to catch.
That is a huge monster.
But that's a record for here. Yeah, I mean, if we caught that, it would
smoke.
Be,
golly! Good lands. Look at the size of that. I've got to get my hand in that fish's mouth.
Oh, yeah!
I mean, from here to here, like the fish back at home, but from here back, I don't know about that.
Let me tell you, I'm so glad they're here, because noodling a fish this size alone, it would be way too dangerous. I wouldn't have done it, but even the three of us, I think we'll get pounded.
Even with Skipper's help, grabbing a Wells is going to be a challenge. But with this group of experts, I think we can make it happen.
Oh! Golly! What a grip the man's got.
Skipper, Andy, that's the guy I was telling you about, the noodler from Oklahoma. And this is Heather, his daughter.
I think you're a little bit crazy to come here and try and catch a Wells, but it's your choice.
A fish is a fish, no matter where he's at.
Yeah. I don't think you've ever dealt with anything as strong as these fish.
I know two sure things about Skipper. He's not afraid of any fish, and he always has a plan.
Float your body right in beside it. I mean, a lot of times he'll never even move. Get him around the head, swim him to you, right into your stomach, bow over and turn him down, and step over and around him and put a hand in his mouth.
I think it's doable. I think it is.
We'll give it a shot.
I don't think Andy thinks we're serious.
Yeah, cheers. Some cats.
We get the team together and head out to the reservoir to try to catch a Wells catfish by hand. We want to start in the reservoir because we've seen fish here, and big ones too.
I'd like to make some noodling, and I said, I don't like to miss that, sir.
I don't like to miss that.
Remember those?
Yeah, I totally remember those. Nice for bringing them
Those are your
dirty.
good luck.
You never even washed them.
Those are your good luck socks. Those socks have never failed me. I'm going to let you wear a pair of mine.
That's cool. Now we're gonna catch a monster fish with that. Never washed socks.
Is that water cold?
That water's cool, man.
It is cold. It's a good thing I brought my fur coat with me.
Oh, you're not gonna be cold with that, man. I remember the fur there.
It's
deer
still
fur. Claude, elle fait combien? 20 degrés à peu près?
That's pretty cold. If you stay in that brings down your body, your core temperature pretty quick.
Yeah, you can't noodle for too long.
Being this cold, I don't know how skittish these fish are gonna be. We wanted to come up, put that smack daddy bite on us. We are the bait. Literally. We are the bait. We've talked about it enough. Let's get in.
All right. You first, man.
Oh. Woo. Ah. Woo.
It's cool, though.
That water is cold.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for calling me in. I'm excited to do this.
You're welcome, buddy. I knew you would like it.
I'm not sure if it's excitement or fear. I don't like to be afraid of anything. I think this fish scares me a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, that brush looks good, man.
We keep looking around the brush, in the same area where we saw the giant fish while scuba diving the other day. Here, we might come face to face with the monster whales.
Is it the first time you noodle water this clear?
Yeah, I've never been in water this clear before in my life.
No.
Back home, our water's brackish, dirty colored everywhere you go.
Here the whales seem to prefer to remain in sheltered locations like brush and branches. But I have a feeling that with water this clear, we're gonna have a hard time sneaking up on him.
Maybe if the fish is really deep, in the brush, maybe he won't see us coming, right?
Well, the brush can kind of help us trap him.
That's it. If the fish's head is really deep into the brush, there's a chance that this fish won't see us coming. And skippers caught fish this way, caught them by surprise. And he actually uses the bush as a fence, and the fish just gets stuck. So if it arrives from behind, that fish can't back up. He's stuck in that brush, grabs it.
Maybe it worked in Oklahoma, but over here, it's a different story.
That is the weirdest looking frog I ever seen. You know what he said?
Huh?
He just said, those guys are idiots. There's big catfish in there.
So are we going to start doing some noodling, or is it just synchronized swimming?
It's too clear. The water's too clear here, huh?
I think they're running from us.
Yeah.
They're seeing us and hearing us come.
You guys didn't have to pretend to be noodlers. You could have come to Spain for a holiday anyway.
The problem here is that the water is too clear, If we see a fish, they must see us first and take off.
Oh, we got to change clothes. Let's get somewhere, get dry, change clothes, and we'll make another go at it.
It was great to finally get out and noodle for whales catfish, but the clear and frigid water isn't helping our cause. So we're back in town to regroup.
Most of the big fish get caught right in front of Mequinenza, right here, right actually in this channel. C'est ça, hein, Claude?
Tout ça est amené par l'afflux, déjà par le Cinca, l'affluent du sec, et depuis ici, tous les sédiments sont encore en suspension et l'eau est vraiment très boueuse.
My gut instinct tells me we should try here. These smaller rivers that are feeding in, these fish should go upstream, and maybe we can get a better chance of getting on a fish in a smaller area.
That'd be good. Sort of like, it's gonna look more like back home, I think, around there for you, right?
Yeah, I crossed the bridge and it looked really, really good right up in here somewhere.
Oh, you already spotted the area, huh? That noodler's instinct kicked in.
On the way in, I crossed that bridge and I thought, that's the spot.
All right, man. I like this idea a lot. That sounds good. It's big fish. They seem to love that muddy water. Plus, here we're gonna be able to use the muddy water to our advantage. That means that the fish is not gonna see us that much getting close to it. So hopefully we're gonna be able to get close to it and grab it with our hands. Yes. Let's do this, guys.
Hey. Hola. Buenas. Ya. Buenas. ¿Sabes lo que quieren hacer esta gente? americanos quieren sacar siluros a mano.
A
mano.
Now we're gonna catch a noodle, kilo noodle, catfish.
No, siluros no.
Hombre, show him what you got, man. He thinks we're joking here.
Il propose un bras de fer avec lui.
Oh, yeah? Un bras de fer? C'est vrai? Oh, yeah, now we're talking.
Dile que tenga conocimiento, que no me rompa el brazo.
He says he's gonna break your arm.
Oh, he's a professional. He's a pro.
He's scared. This man is strong. That's what. Hey, we got to take that guy noodling.
It was pretty obvious that Skipper let the old man win. But when it comes to catfish, he doesn't mess around. So we pull up our socks and head to another part of the river. Time is running out before we have to head back home. This is a last shot.
The fish are in the water.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, they're in the water.
I'm just about to get submerged to where it hurts the most. You feel all the way down?
Yeah, I come under it.
There's got to be a catfish in there, man.
Oh, Cyril. Hey, I touched one right here. You did? Yeah, I touched one.
Oh, the carp maybe, no?
No, it's catfish. See the swirl he made right there?
Oh, yeah.
Big underbank. Go to right there. Maybe he didn't come out already. Go to there. I'll come under here.
All right, Heather, get right here. Get under this brush. Get your feet under right here. Let me come around the backside and work it just a little bit. Get up in here, Cyril. Get right beside her.
Yeah.
Let me come in here and work it back to you.
I'm slowly working that brush pile, with my legs. I'm just trying to make a wall, actually, and as I'm going down, I'm making a wall, trying to push the fish towards the skipper so he can grab it. If there's a fish underneath here.
So he'll go and hold onto your feet, and then you'll hold on to mine.
Just don't let go.
It makes a chain all the way back to the surface.
Right.
All right, let me...
Yeah, just don't let go.
If a big fish catches our legs now, I really don't know how we'll get back to the surface.
Did you hear that when we were under?
There was boom.
Yeah. We spooked one out somewhere.
There's something spooked. Yeah, I heard
there
it.
was something in there. I never touched him, but I got close to him because he thudded the bottom.
Something big moved there.
Yeah. We were so close that I could taste it. We must have spooked that big guy though, and he won't be coming back. So we moved further downstream. These waters are full of whales, and we're pretty close back there. Now we feel that catching one by hand is actually possible. As long as we move slowly, the murky water should hide us from the catfish.
I told you I like noodling.
Yeah, that's a perfect spot. You go to that corner. Go to that corner right there, and I'm going to come through here and work it back to you.
Okay.
Y'all set? Oh, yeah. Oh. Don't move. Let me come out easy. Big fish laying right there. Big fish. Yeah. He moved just gently, but he's not moving out of this brush pile. We need to figure out how we're gonna come in on him.
What do you think is it still in there?
Yeah, he's gonna stay right here under this heavy brush. He's not gonna leave, man. I'm telling you, if we get a shot at this fish, he's a giant. Let me move in behind him and send him right into you, okay? Let you come over to this side.
Where was he when you felt it?
He's facing this direction. Let me move in. Coming right to you. Easy. Work him easy. Murky.
That was it?
Yeah, hold on.
That was the fish?
Yeah, hold on. Get a hold of him, Cyril.
Get hold of his tail, sit! Watch out, my head! Get him, Heather, get him up! Grab it! Oh! Hang on to him. He's still fighting good.
He is.
Hold it. I've got to reach my
He's
stringer.
biting me hard, man. He's biting. Oh, he's putting the stringer through its mouth.
All right, I've got him.
Skipper, we did it, man! You boom!
Heather!
Look at the size of this catfish!
I cannot believe I'm this far away from you. And I'm touching the tail while you're touching the head.
Hey, not a tail, a whale.
Yeah.
A whale.
7 feet?
Yeah, good 7 foot, 7 foot or so, 7.5. Jack his
Look
mouth.
at the mouth!
Oh, yeah. Whoa, baby. Whoa.
It's like a snake.
He's so strong.
Unbelievable, the strength of that thing. I mean, I'm telling you, this fish is unreal. You could be holding the head here and getting slapped in the head by the tail. They can twist around like 180 degrees, like a snake.
Only hand hold you got's in the mouth. It's hard, you can't hang. Can't hold on to him.
It's all tail.
Yeah,
It's all.
He's feeling good.
He's feeling good.
So long, pussycat. Yeah, there he goes. There he goes. Yeah, there he goes.
All right. Yeah, man. Ooh, we did it. Yeah, Heather. Frozen Heather. Oh my gosh.
That's the coldest fishing trip I've ever been on, Cyril.
It was not supposed to be that cold, man. I'm telling you.
What's up, Vato?
We're gonna have some shrinkage going on right here, right now. This guy's strong, man.
My name is Cyril Chauquet.
Oh my God, look at this bull.
And I spent my life traveling the world chasing monster fish. This time, I've heard about a monster freshwater predatory fish caught in Quebec, Canada, in a remote forest area that contains hundreds of hidden lakes and rivers. This place is really wild, and it's patrolled by all kinds of predators, including dangerous black bears. A friend of mine sent me a newspaper article about a fisherman who caught a huge pike in Lake Ishwani. A pike this big is rare, so I'm heading to explore this area for myself. Because if there's one this size, there must be others. I've caught these explosive fish before,
Fish on.
but I've never caught a pike in this remote region. With more than 700 sharp teeth
Look at the teeth on this guy. Let me tell you, that's a small pike.
and a powerful torpedo-like body, the northern pike is also called the freshwater wolf. They can attack prey half their own size. And this cannibalistic fish even eat other pike. And these hunters have an even bigger and more voracious cousin, the muskelange, aka the freshwater shark. To come face to face with this predatory fish, I'm gonna have to go deep in the Canadian wild. And if I manage to find a monster, I have no doubt it's gonna be an epic battle.
Oh, yes! Yes! Yes!
I'm heading to a remote fishing camp located 6 hours northwest of Montreal, Quebec, Canada. This is the perfect place to catch a huge pike. In fact, at about 30 pounds and 4 feet in length, the giant pike I heard about was caught right here on Lake Ishwani. It's gonna be a challenge, but I'm hoping to get one just as big, and maybe even bigger. I've been deep in the wild Canadian forest before, and I can tell you, it's rough and so remote, barely anyone ever ventures out here. And that makes it ideal for monster pike.
Fish on, yes. Check out the size of this pike.
And the pike I want to catch this time is much bigger than that. It was a long drive, but I'm finally here. This place is wild and pretty far from civilization. It has to be a good spot to find huge fish.
Hey, salut.
Ça va bien?
Ça va et vous?
Bienvenue au pavillon Le Chèque.
Jessica, Farid, and Eric run the camp here. And Farid explains to me that the local pike specialist, Nicholas, will only arrive tomorrow. So in the meantime, he's got a plan for me, if I'm up for it. There's a distant lake where few people have ever been before, and there might be some massive fish in it. But I'm gonna need precise directions, because this forest is huge and filled with wild animals.
Cet après-midi, si tu veux, c'est de prendre le side-by-side.
Farid shows me how to access the remote lake. A road goes partway there, but then I'm gonna have to walk through the woods and find my own way, because almost no one ever travels there.
J'ai aucune idée, ça fait combien d'années qu'il n'a pas été pêché.
Il y a du brochet.
Il y a du brochet.
Du gros?
Il y a du gros brochet.
That's exactly the kind of pike I want to catch myself.
Je vais prendre 5 minutes de jaser avec mon guide de chasse à l'ours.
Ah ouais,
moi je montrerai comment, du coup, t'en croiser, comment...
Les probabilités d'en croiser, c'est pas sûr.
The risk of coming face to face with a bear is pretty slim. But Jack, a bear expert, is gonna teach me about these potentially dangerous animals, just in case.
Like if I was to walk in the woods, like would it be possible to get attacked by a bear, by a black bear?
It's possible. There are some very, very, very infrequent attacks. Usually it's in an area where there is a very good bear population
like
and a
here.
very small and a very small human population. In other words, you come out and there's a female that has cubs. She's never seen a human before. You're a threat. She may not attack you. She may just do a bluff charge just to move you away.
Okay, and what do you do in that case, for example?
Slowly back away from the bear. Don't turn and run, because then you're an object to be caught.
Bears will normally stay away from humans, but if they find you alone in the woods, they can definitely attack. Jack's warning was a bit frightening, but I spent a lot of time in the Canadian woods, and I'm sure I'll be okay. I need to focus on my goal and find that lake deep in the forest where there might be some huge pike. To get there, the guys told me I could have fun with their buggy. But I have to be careful not to have too much fun. These machines can go pretty fast, and these dirt roads have some tight corners.
Look, that's gotta be the lake.
Now, I have to leave the buggy and walk to get down to the lake.
Man, I ate a lot of dust. Let's put it this way. Ugh. That's it. It's the lake way. Sounds beautiful.
It's so much work to get here. I think there's a good chance I'm the first one to fish in this lake in a long time. And that can only mean one thing: big pike.
Oh yeah, baby. It's been a long time. Oh man, that looks pretty good. Because let me tell you, last time I inflated this guy, it didn't look so good at all. I was actually in New York City. And I was on a parking lot in Jersey City, just right across from the city, from Manhattan. And I really wanted to fish New York Harbor. It's pretty good for stripe or striped bass. There's a lot of them there. So I started inflating the thing on the parking lot, and all of a sudden, I see a big hole on the side, and it goes down like that. So let me tell you, my motive just swallowed a mosquito. My motivation went right down.
Looks like the mosquitoes are actually more of a problem than the bears. But at least out on the water, I'll be away from both of them.
All right. Oh yeah, dinghy boy. I've been missing this boat, let me tell you. This tiny boat. I've explored so many lakes and rivers that normally would be impossible to get access to if you don't have a tiny device, floating device like this. Caught a lot of fish from this little guy. And big fish too, but this time I hope I'm gonna catch this big pike. Huh, buddy?
And here we go. First cast.
Whoa, look at him. He's right here. Look at. Oh.
It's confirmed. They're pike here, and they're pretty big.
You see what I'm doing right now is I'm slowly trolling along the shoreline. Because the shoreline is pretty shallow, and then all of a sudden it drops down to where the water is cooler. You know, the bigger pike, they tend to like the cooler water. And that way, you know, I'm covering a lot of cooler water. I'm keeping my lure in the best.
I hit the bottom with the motor, and I really hope it's not completely broken. But I'll deal with it later, because right now, I want to cast again. They're pike around.
Fish on.
What a bite. This feels like a big pike, and I'm in for a fight. I try to follow the fish with the boat, but the motor's not working. Woohoo! I really don't want to lose this fish, but it's barely hooked by its fin, so I need to bring it back to the boat very slowly.
This fish is caught. Oh no! Damn it! Damn it! Oh man! That was a good fish. That was a big pike. Honestly, that was a big fish. And what happened is that this fish must have missed my bait. You know, when it turned on it, he missed it from in the mouth. I must have jerked on the bait at the exact moment when he was attacking it, and he got caught on the fin. So the fish, the wind blowing this way, the fish going this way, and putting a lot of strength. I was kind of slacking up a little bit on the drag, so not to put a lot of pressure on the fish, but still it got away. And now I got another problem. You know, look, you hear? There's power. I mean, there's juice, but there's no power. Look, I can stop that. Stop the prop with my hand. No power whatsoever. And guess what? I cut my oar.
Now, the wind is pushing me even farther from where I parked the buggy. It's not looking good. At least, I'm able to get to shore without having to swim. But I'm about 3 miles away from my buggy. It looks like luck is not on my side today. I lost a huge pike, I'm stranded, and I don't really know where I am. I have no choice. I'm gonna have to hike through the woods to get back. And I remember what the bear expert told me.
There are some very, very, very infrequent attacks. Usually it's in an area where there is a very good bear population
like
and
here.
very small and a very small human population.
Well, there's definitely not many humans around, and hopefully there aren't many bears either. I crossed a couple of interconnected lakes in my boat, and it's really hard getting back on foot.
It's not even the lake I was fishing on. That's another lake.
Well, I was looking for a remote and wild place, far from civilization, and I definitely got it. The shoreline is so rugged. I think the fastest way for me to get back to my buggy is through the woods. I want to get there as quickly as possible, especially because I have a weird feeling that I'm being watched. There's a bear. Either the bear doesn't know I'm here, or it doesn't care. Either way, I'm not sticking around. So I take the bear expert's advice and back away slowly. After 2 hours in the forest, I finally find my buggy, but my boat is still somewhere on the lake. Luckily for me, a friend of Ferry just dropped by the camp, in his float plane.
Ah ouais, Cyril, on va retrouver ton petit bateau.
Ouais, tu penses?
Oh oui.
Bah, tu le connais, toi, ton territoire.
Ouais.
Hey, je suis désolé, les gars, je me sens vraiment comme un con avec cette histoire. Tu viens d'avoir ton brevet?
Non, bah, on n'a pas besoin de brevet encore. Non.
I feel so bad about this whole thing, you know, losing my boat and having to use the plane to find it, but at least they had planned to use the plane to go scout something in the territory. I don't know what exactly.
Getting a ride in this float plane will give me a great view of all the lakes around here, and maybe I'll find a good fishing spot. But more importantly, I hope we find my dinghy, because I've been all around the world with it, and I really don't want to lose that little boat. We found my boat, so the pilot circles around to land and pick it up. This flight showed me just how vast the wilderness really is. Huge pike could be hiding anywhere.
Bravo les gars, merci beaucoup.
Mission accomplie.
Ouais, vraiment cool.
I found my dinghy. How cool is that? No more fishing today, but first thing tomorrow morning, I'll be back out on the chase. Today's the day. Nicholas, a fireman and local pike specialist, has just arrived. He knows this area like the back of his hand, and he also knows where to find huge pike.
Salut. Salut. Comment ça va? Pleine forme toi? Ouais. C'est toi alors le fameux guide? Effectivement. Le pompier guide? Exactement. Excellent. Pompier guide.
Nicholas doesn't mess around. He takes me directly to one of his best spots. But after fishing for hours, nothing. Not even a small bite.
Man, let me tell you, this is the worst possible conditions to be fishing for pike. It's sunny, not a lot of wind, and it's hot. And you need the exact opposite. Overcast, lots of wind, as much wind as possible, even when it's a storm, basically, is what we want. That's not what we have today, though.
T'es pas déjà découragé, Cyril?
Non, mais je pense qu'on perd notre temps à cette heure-là. Je pense qu'ils dorment.
On va t'en trouver un, gros brochet, inquiète-toi pas.
Well, you know what? It's the worst time of day. Not catching anything. Not a single pike. So I'm gonna go see if I can find them. Oh, man. We're in Canada. No doubt about it.
The water is very cold, but the visibility is actually pretty good. Whenever I can, I like to dive in and take a look at the fish I'm trying to catch. This can help me better understand where they're hiding, how they behave, and what kind of prey they hunt. Submerged trees like this one are usually a favorite hiding and ambush spot for big pike. There, I just found a big one, and it looks like it's on the hunt. I spot another one. It's way smaller, but it's super fast.
Well, yeah, for sure there's pike. You know, I saw one right on that tree, actually. It was swimming around the branches. Now, you know what? If we're not catching, it's because we suck, because they're here. Big 30-pound pike. Bang! That would be so cool, man.
Yep. Yes.
Good shot. Yep.
Nice. Woohoo. Finally, we kept casting, and it paid off.
You see? If you keep insisting, eventually you catch fish. Although really, you know, let me tell you, it's not the size of the pike I'd like. Woo! Hein?
Yeah.
La taille moyenne,
Exactly.
ça ici, hein?
Ouais, exactement.
I can't believe how much this pike is fighting. He doesn't want to get close to the boat.
That's a pretty good sized fish, you know? It's look, it's chunky. Look at the back on this fish. It's not a long fish, but it's thick. It's well fed, for sure. It's been eating like a pig, this guy. Look at the teeth on this guy. That's a small pike. I mean, it's an okay sized pike, but imagine on a 25, 30-pound pike. The teeth are twice, if not 2.5 times as big as that. So let me tell you, you don't want to get caught in that mouth. Plus, it's said they have an anticoagulant in the mouth. If that's true, whenever they bite the prey will bleed to death.
Mais tu vois, regarde, il y a des blessures sur le poisson. La preuve qu'on a les gros poissons dans le lac.
I thought this pike was attacked by a heron or an eagle, but Nicholas is sure it was attacked by a bigger pike. I know that pike are cannibals, but I've never actually seen it happen myself. If this fish was attacked by another pike, it's proof that there are monsters around here.
Yes, bon travail, Cyril. On est sur la
Travail
bonne
à
voie.
toi. On est sur la bonne voie. Hein?
Exactement, ouais.
Ah, c'est bon ça. Imagine the fight that I got from this little fish. I mean, little. It's a good-sized pike. Don't get me wrong. It's a beautiful fish. But imagine a 30-pound pike. That's another 20 pounds that you put on the same fish. So that gives you an idea of this of the fight.
We keep fishing for a monster until dusk, but it seems like the giant fish won't happen today. This morning, we're changing locations. Nicholas is bringing me to Lake Ishwani. This is the exact lake where the record 4-foot pike was caught.
All right, now let's change strategy. We're gonna try to locate the prey of the pike. And the prey of the pike in northern lakes like here, they tend to feed on suckers or whitefish. But in this particular case here in this lake, there's a lot of walleye. And if you can find a walleye, most likely the predators, in this case the pike, will be around. And hopefully the big pike. But first, it's a matter of finding the walleye. Fish on. Yep.
Yeah. Good job, man. Walleye. And imagine the pike, they feed on that. That gives you an idea how big the pike can be. You know, there's one thing that's really cool about the walleye is this. You know, you see the white glow in the eye? It's called eye shine. It's actually the result of a light gathering layer in the eye that allows them to hunt in the dark. That's why one of the best times to fish for walleye is at night, actually, or early in the morning or late in the evening when the light conditions are really, really low.
Now that we've found walleye, we're ready to catch a monster pike. And I have the feeling there's one nearby.
Fish on!
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Oh, bon beau Doris.
Oh non, c'est un pike! C'est un gros brochet, non?
Un gros brochet!
Ouais.
Yes! Oh! Come on!
See what we told you? Oh! Looking for walleye, we can find big pike. And that's exactly what's happening. This guy is feeding on walleye.
This pike is big, and yet it's barely half the size of the fish I'm looking for.
He doesn't fit in the net.
No!
Yes. Oh. Yes.
Yes! Yeah!
Excellent. Yeah. 13 livres.
Ouais.
It's still not the monster we're after, but it's we're definitely on the right path to it. 13 pounds of pike right there.
I'm sure that fish was here feeding on the walleye.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bravo.
Merci,
Hey,
beau travail d'équipe.
C'est à mon tour maintenant.
Excellent, vas-y.
Come on. There's got to be a bigger pike around here. Bigger northern pike. Monster. 28 pounds. Imagine, that's more than twice the size of the fish that we just got. He's here somewhere, swimming in peace.
But the day is almost over, and we need to get to a camp deep in the forest if we want to go fish an even more remote lake tomorrow.
Check this out. Looks like the Amazon, only in Canada. This is really cool. I love it here. On est là.
This morning, we wake up in a small camp in the middle of the forest. We spend the night here because we want to fish in a very remote lake that's even deeper in the wild. I'm really hopeful that we'll find a monster pike today. But first, we make a hearty breakfast of eggs and bacon, since we need all the energy we can get for a big day.
That's Nico's style of cooking. Crispy, right?
Yeah, that's crispy.
Here we go, on our way to the remote lake where we hope to find really wild fish, some which might never have seen any humans before. In fact, they're probably going to be really aggressive, and I'm sure they'll attack any lure we throw their way. Watch out, Rock! But first, we need to get there, and this shallow river is filled with rocks and logs. To get to the remote lake, we need to make it through this river. It's not very deep, and that's the problem. If we break the motor here, like I did the other day, we'll never make it to the spot and catch a monster pike. And it would definitely take us forever to get back to the camp.
T'as vu son pied?
It's a leech, and it's trying to feed on my blood. But I won't give it a chance. The motor trouble, the rocks, the leeches, and the really hot sun. It's definitely tough to get to that remote lake.
Whoa. To the right. Ouch. That was a serious rock right there.
When we finally reach the distant lake, the idea is to find some walleye, because they're prey for the big pike around here. So we get our jigs out and start bottom fishing for walleye. And as soon as we find some, we'll switch to pike lures.
Richard. Un poisson?
Ouais. It's a nice walleye. We found the walleye, so now it's time to start fishing for pike.
J'ai trouvé les brochets maintenant. Yeehaw. Man, we're looking for pike and we keep catching walleye. Can you believe it? On spoons, spinners, jigs, you name it. Walleye all over the place.
The waters are infested with hungry walleye, but no pike yet.
Fish on.
At least we're getting a little bit of action, and it definitely feels good to be catching something.
We can't get away from him. Look, to the size of the spoon I'm using. Look at what he attacked.
We've fished all day, and we did everything we could. But no matter what kind of lures we've tried, we're only catching walleye. Since we're so far from the camp, we have to leave without the monster pike. But I haven't lost my motivation to catch a huge one. And to do that, I'm gonna head to a different region.
So now I'm on my way even further north. I'm gonna fish another outfitters there. It's called freshwater, which is horseshoe in French. There's a lot of pike there, and that's what I've been told. So hopefully there'll be a monster pike for me.
So far, I've caught a few small pike, and only Nick caught a bigger one.
Oh non, c'est un pike! C'est un gros brochet, non? Un gros brochet!
And that one was only half the size of the fish I'm looking for.
13 livres.
But I've heard that the next lake that I'm going to is famous for its big pike. It's even deeper in the forest than Lake Ishwani. And I hope my luck is gonna turn around soon, because I'm not gonna stop until I find a monster. We don't waste any time, and Francois, the owner of the outfitter, takes me to one of his favorite spots for big pike. Francois tells me that there are a lot of small pike in this lake, but there are also huge ones. And the trick is to get to them before the small pike attack our lures. So I try a few different lures to find out which one works best. I finally found a lure that works. But it's not the monster pike I'm looking for. There's so many small pike around that every time we cast, we get a hit.
You're cute, but...
Francois and I even get a fish on at the same time. And even though they're not big, they fight hard. Imagine if I find a big one.
Should be going the other way, you know? Should be getting bigger, but it's actually the opposite.
We've been fishing for hours, and things aren't looking good. Until Francois has a crazy idea.
Cyril, j'ai un ami qui a un hélico.
OK.
Il me semble que ça serait une bonne idée que t'embarques avec puis aller voir le territoire.
Ah, mais il peut pas se poser ici?
Ah, il est débrouillard. On va se trouver un petit coin. Ça prend pas grand pour un hélico. On va trouver une façon. Si tu veux embarquer, on va trouver une façon.
Ah ouais?
Oh oui.
Bon, bah cool. Ah ouais, non, j'adore ça, moi.
OK.
Excellent, merci.
A trip in a helicopter might be a good idea. This place is so huge, we'll be able to cover a lot of ground super fast. And from up there, I'm hopefully going to be able to find the best spot for big pike. Francois gives his friend our GPS coordinates, and it doesn't take him long to find us.
Et il va se poser où? Ouais, mais prépare. Mais va au bord, il va se poser là-bas, non? Oh, ça va rien ici. Non, tu rigoles. Sérieux? Dans la chaloupe.
Francois actually wants me to get in a helicopter from the boat. The co-pilot has a hard time getting out, and now it's my turn to get in. This is a bit crazy. I can't believe I just climbed into a helicopter like in some action movie. It went well because the pilot is a professional, but don't try this at home. It's really dangerous. This is it. This lake looks perfect for monster fish. It's super remote, there are huge grass beds along the shores, and it looks like there's a drop-off where it gets really deep. The perfect environment for a huge pike. But first, I have to get safely back on the boat. I'm not exactly graceful, but I made it. Now, the helicopter needs to come back for the co-pilot. The pilot is so good. I'm amazed how smoothly the transfer goes.
Yes! A James Bond arrival! Let's go fishing!
Oh, c'est proche de nous faire rire. Je pensais que ça y était.
J'ai failli finir à l'eau.
Oh ouais, c'est bon.
We don't waste any time, and we head straight for the lake I just found. I hope this plan works, because it's my last day in this region.
On veut plus gros, on va trouver. On veut toujours plus gros, hein? Ah, on va trouver.
We finally arrive on the lake I spotted from the helicopter. And hopefully, we'll find a huge pike I'm looking for.
Fish on.
Better fish, finally. Yes. Fish.
It's a good-sized fish, but it's far from the giant I came here for.
This fish picked that up right off the bottom. I was barely moving it on the bottom, and the fish came 4 times. I felt boom, boom, that boom, boom. Come on here, buddy.
We've tried it all the techniques and all the lures, and I'm running out of ideas. It's not hard to get an average-sized pike, but a monster one, that's another story. This is my last night here, and I think I'm gonna have to find a plan B if I want to catch a monster fish on this trip.
Well, I didn't catch the big pike, but, you know, look what I got as a trade-off. Yeah, it's beautiful. Got a lot of fish, you know, not the monster one, but that's pretty cool. It's beautiful here.
I left early this morning because on my way back, I'm going to pass by a lot of lakes and rivers, and there's a few spots that I saw on my way here that I'm dying to try. I don't want to give up, and there's still hope that I'll come face to face with a monster.
I fished every single fishing hole I found. I mean, maybe not quite, because I'd be there forever, but at least 10 spots, you know, like rivers, creeks, lakes, anything that I find on the side of the road, I make a few casts. Because I still believe in catching a monster fish, man. I can't go back home without catching a big fish. I have a friend of mine, Mike Phillips. This guy specializes in muscalange fishing, and this fish, man, they're huge. They're the cousin of the pike, same family, but they get much bigger. 70 pounds for the biggest, close to 5 feet long. You know, that's for the world record size. But let me tell you, if I got even half that, I would be really happy right now.
I'm starting to have a good feeling about this. I arrived at Mike's place, and his boat is ready to go.
Man, you look good.
Fine. Oh, thanks a lot.
You've been working out or catching a lot of musky, right?
I'm trying to stay young.
There's some monsters out there?
Oh, yes, definitely. Real big ones. Come check this out.
Oh.
There she is, man.
God, that's unbelievable.
Yeah, that's what they look like, man.
Check this out. That's exactly what I was talking about. The muscalange. A big pike would get big, but this is something else. This is a step above for sure. That's what makes it the ultimate freshwater predator fish in Canada. And actually, it's one of the fiercest predator fish in North America for sure, and in the world. You know, in a way, it's on the list of the ultimate predator fish of the world. Definitely. This thing is so big. Look at the mouth on it. Look at the teeth. Anything that gets in there, there's no escaping. You're done. You're cooked.
I could even fit my head in there.
Let's go get him, man.
Let's get him. All right.
I'm heading out on the St. Lawrence River near Montreal, Canada, with my friend Mike, chasing a massive freshwater predator.
Holy, look at this thing. Oh. Yeah, I think that right now I'm throwing the heaviest lure, or if it's not the heaviest lure on Earth, it's certainly not far from it. This thing is incredible. That's a pound, right? It's a pound, right?
It's a pound, yeah.
The musky is the bigger cousin of the pike, and it's often called a freshwater shark. It's a real predator and is incredibly voracious. I'm hopeful that we're gonna find a big one, because Mike knows this area very well, and he's so good at finding musky, his nickname is Musky Mike.
Oh, got one, got one.
Oh, yep. All right, man.
Oh, I lost him. Ah, darn.
Man, there's musky here, and they're active
They're
right
here.
now.
Yeah, we got a good chance.
We just arrived at Mike's spot, and already he had a bite. I have a feeling things are starting to get really serious.
Oh, something there.
Oh, see him? He went that way.
So they're here, huh?
Yeah.
Mike got chased by a musky. He was coming fast for it. We were pretty sure he was going to take his bait, then turn around. Just lost his interest, I guess. That's why the last moment, we gave it a last sweep, with the lure, because the fish might be just underneath the boat and might hit the bait at the very last moment. You might not see it, and bang. All right, Mike, let's catch a musky, man. Oh, yeah, here we go. Here we go. Fish on. Oh, no. Got away. Oh, my God. Had it on. Right here. Look at the fin. Was it new?
Yeah.
Look at the fin. Almost.
Yeah.
Almost bit it off.
Let's get them while they're hot.
And there's a few fish here. We got a few follows, big fish following all the way to the boat, following the bait. And 2 fish on the line, actually. But we lost them. But at least it's a good sign, there's fish, and some of the fish are active, so hope the next one sticks.
It often takes a lot of casts to catch this freshwater shark. It's definitely not an easy fish. We need to keep casting our 1-pound lures non-stop. It's super hard on our arms, shoulders, and backs.
We're getting close to 1,000 casts, right?
I think I'm 997 now.
I'm 998 right there. After all, that's why it's called the fish of 1,000 casts,
10,000 casts.
The 10,000 casts.
10,000 casts.
No, the 1,000 casts. Is it not?
I thought it was 10.
No, I think it's only 1,000. So you're trying to give me a hope there, right?
Some days it's 10.
Yeah. I'm telling you, my shoulder is killing me right now, and my neck, it's just sore. It cracks all over. You gotta keep at it, it's all about perseverance. If you give up after 20 casts, you're not gonna catch anything. Those fish are monster fish, they're fish of a lifetime. Right, Mike?
Yes, sir.
Eventually we'll nail one, right?
Yes, sir.
One will make a mistake.
Absolutely. There we go. Got one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, nice. Yeah, I see it. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Mike's got a nice musky on the line.
Nice fish right there.
Woohoo! I really don't want us to lose it, so I quickly grab the net.
Yeah. In the net. Musky, yeah, man.
We got one. Finally, there, look.
We got the skunk out of the boat.
Yeah.
Check this out. For a musky, that's a juvenile. For a pike, that would be a pretty good size. That wouldn't be a monster, but it would be a pretty good size. It's close to 40 inches long. Look at the fangs on that thing. And that's just a small guy, so imagine on a big musky. On a 50-inch plus musky. I almost got nailed right there.
You ready to go back?
Yeah, I think so, huh?
It's the first time on the whole trip that I'm feeling really close to my goal of catching a monster. If I keep believing and casting, I know I'm gonna get a bite.
All right, buddy.
Another one, man.
Good job, man.
Thanks. It's
All
your
right.
turn next time.
Let's catch a monster now.
Let's hook up.
Let me tell you, this fish, they've seen a lot of these lures swim on top of their head. They're smart, that's the reason why they got so big. They've seen all kinds of shapes, patterns, colors. We're talking fish over 4 feet, close to 5 feet long, and weighing up to 70 pounds for the biggest. You know what they say, right? Big bait, big fish. So I'm gonna keep plugging away with that guy here, that big bulldog.
Luckily for me, Mike really knows the area, and we're definitely in one of the best spots around here. There's some monster fish beneath us, and now we just hope they're gonna bite.
Yes, fish. Okay, here we go. Fish on. Here we go, Cyril.
This is it. A musky just attacked my lure.
All right. I'm gonna go easy on him.
This time, I'm not losing it. I need to land it, but it's not gonna be easy. It's fighting hard, and it's definitely the biggest fish I've had on my line this trip.
Oh no, it's a good fish. It's a good fish. Oh yeah, he's a good baby. Oh yeah. Oh, that's a fatty. That's a fatty. That's a fatty.
The fight isn't over. The fish is hitting hard with big head shakes.
Oh yeah.
That's usually how they get off the hook.
Okay, slip him in there, man. All right. Oh yes, yes, yes. Yeah, man. Oh yes. I love you, buddy. Woo. Yeah. Oh yeah. That's what I'm talking about, right there. Woo.
Oh, we can do better, man.
47.
It's not a fatty. It's a fat fish.
Yeah,
it's not that long, but it's
close
fat.
to 30, solid 30 pounds for sure.
You think 30 pounds?
Yes, sir. That's 30 pounds. Easy.
Big fish. Look at the teeth on that. Thank you, man.
Almost as long as me. And I'm not kissing her.
Give it a kiss, man.
Right.
Come on.
All right, all right. There you go.
Beauty. Its head is bigger. It's bigger than mine. Unbelievable.
She's prettier, too.
Thanks, buddy.
I want to catch a bigger one now.
I couldn't get a big northern pike. They're there, They're there in the woods somewhere in the lakes of northern Outaouais, but let me tell you, I'm pretty happy I have that in my hands right now. Thanks, thanks a lot, Mike.
Honor, man.
Thanks, buddy.
Beauty, man. We worked hard for her.
Oh, yeah. Good job, buddy.
Hey,
Thank you all.
congratulations,
Thank you
man.
very much, buddy.
God.
Thank you.
I finally caught a musky, but I know there are more, so I'm not calling it quits just yet.
Musky.
There's gotta be even bigger fish nearby, and I have a really good feeling that I can do better. Mike spotted a grass bed right next to some deep water. It's the perfect spot for monster musky prowling on the hunt for prey.
Fish on. Here we go.
Yahoo!
Oh, yeah. It's a good fish.
This musky is even bigger than the last one. I can't lose it. It's the fish I've been looking for. Suddenly, the fish swims down deep, and I fight to keep it from getting into the grass bed where I might lose it.
Oh, yeah, that hooked him on the mouth. Get on the side of you, and I'll scoop on the bed first. All right, yeah. Oh, careful.
Oh, man.
Oh.
Wow, he's a beauty.
It's a beautiful fish.
I'll grab the tail. Want to lay him down right there? We'll see how big he is. It's pretty long. 48 and a half.
48 and a half,
Yes,
huh?
sir. Look at that.
That's 50 inches almost.
That's pretty close.
4 feet, guys.
Yes, sir.
That's what I'm talking about right there.
That's not bad right there, man.
I began this adventure in western Quebec, Canada, because I heard there are monster pike swimming in the remote lakes and rivers of that region. And although I didn't catch a huge one, I know I'll be back there one day to finish what I started. What a trip!
Yes!
I gotta say, It was sometimes frustrating, but I had a lot of fun. And it was really great to get to fish with some passionate fishermen.
Got one. Oh, yes! Yes! Yes!
That's what fishing is all about. I don't believe in giving up. And after a lot of searching, and almost breaking my arm casting 1,000 times, I was finally able to catch a monster.
There you go.
I'm gonna be fishing very soon, looks like. Just if I can get out of this thing.
And I'm not kissing her.
Give it a kiss, man. Come on.
All right, show, right? There you go.
Beauty.
Minus 40 degrees, winds over 60 miles an hour. That's the great north of Piranhas. Yeah.
My name is Cyril Chauquet, and I spend my life traveling the world chasing monster fish. I love pushing my limits, and that's why I want to try surviving conditions that I've never seen before. Canada's Great White North. Everything is complicated here. It's cold, the ice is very thick, but also dangerously unstable in certain places. The distances between fishing spots are very long, exhausting, and risky. It's also the territory of some of the world's most dangerous predators and wild animals that can sometimes be a threat to humans. Ice fishing is an ancient technique that's been used for survival by the native people of the North for generations. I've fished on ice before, but never in such extreme conditions as in the Great White North. Oh yeah, that's a big one. I know that some monster fish can be caught in these icy conditions. And this time, I'm here on a mission to catch one of the Arctic's strongest fighters.
Oh, fish.
A fish known here as the laker. I'm arriving in Shefferville, a small town located in the far north of Canada, more than 1,000 miles north of New York City, on the Quebec-Labrador border. Shefferville is in the heart of the territory of the Innu First Nation, the native people of the region. I fished here before in the summer and got devoured by bugs. But I loved it, and I caught some beautiful lake trout. Around here, they're called lakers. But this time, I'm back on a mission to catch a real monster lake trout on the ice. It's cold. I'm meeting up with a group of Innu fishermen, but they're already at their camp, and they didn't leave me much info on how to get there.
Apparently, the guys told me, you know, we left you a pickup truck with a skidoo in it. That must be this one there, because otherwise, you know, like pickups, it's all the drive here. You know, there's just pickups everywhere. And the key should be in the gas. Oh my gosh, my hands. It's cold. What am I doing here? Honestly, I could have gone anywhere in the Caribbean and Mexico. Crystal blue water, turquoise waters, you know, big fish, everything. No, I just had to come here and freeze my you know what. But it's beautiful though, and it's gonna be cool. Yes, it's gonna be cool, really cool.
No kidding. Today's temperature in Shefferville, minus 40.
Well, welcome to the Arctic.
By the way, dog sleds are barely used here anymore. Nowadays, people use snowmobiles. I have to stop at a local restaurant to get the exact coordinates. In addition to the language spoken by the Innu, people here also speak French.
Quelqu'un qui m'a donné un bout de papier là, pour toi, là, pour ça, je sais pas trop. Ils ont dit d'aller le rejoindre à ces coordonnées-là. Aucun problème.
They're sending me 70 miles into the woods to meet someone I don't even know who that is exactly. But, the only thing I have is GPS coordinates and a snowmobile.
I gotta get going because I have 70 miles to travel and no idea what condition the trail is in. It should take me about 5 hours to get there, and I need to make it before dark. But at least I have GPS coordinates and some experience with snowmobiles. But it's been a while.
That's gonna be epic.
And here we go, Canada's Great White North. Well, let's try to stay on the trails.
All right, it's all good. Straight ahead, another 50 miles. Here we go again.
I've still got a good ways to go, but I'm taking a beating from this ride, and I'm really starting to get tired. At this point, there's nothing I can do except go forward. I have to get there before nightfall. My snowmobile is flipped on its side, and I can't get it straight again. I'm really stuck. And just to make things worse, there's 5 feet of powder, and every time I hit the gas, I just go deeper and deeper.
Oh no. I'm 5 miles from the camp. I just did 65 miles, and the total was 70 miles. I just jammed myself right here. Now I know why I got stuck. Did you see how thick it is?
The only thing I can do now is wait for the guys to come and get me. But I have to stay warm. In the Amazon, soldiers build fires to keep animals away.
Animais, eles não se aproximam do fogo.
Here, it's so you don't freeze to death. Plus, this should help my friends find me. I just hope that wolves are scared of fire, because they don't sound very far.
Yes.
Let me tell you, I've never been so happy to hear the sound of a motor.
Wow. Oh. Hey, venez pas là, vous allez vous prendre.
Content de vous voir, les gars. I'm telling you, I'm really happy to see these guys, because I was pretty sure I was going to spend the night here.
Là, au moins, t'as-tu des armes? C'est pas avec ça que tu vas défendre des loups, là. Il va s'approcher à l'entour du feu.
It freaked me out because they're telling me, I always thought that wolves wouldn't come close to you too far, but actually they tell me otherwise. They tell me that they will come.
Et en tout cas, je suis content de vous voir, les gars.
Ouais,
merci beaucoup, c'est vraiment cool. Comment c'est ton truc?
Chani.
T'avais pas fait ça à moitié, hein?
Ok, on va être bon, Cyril, là, ouais.
It's clearly not the first time that these guys pull out a snowmobile. They know exactly what to do. I got really lucky. Tonight, I get to sleep in a warm bed before going fishing tomorrow. Rule number 1 when traveling alone on a snowmobile: never leave the trail. I think I'll let the guys take the lead to the camp. It's actually hot this morning. Minus 30.
It's so beautiful. So peaceful and quiet. Can't hear a thing at all. Except for the nasty cold wind blowing in my ears.
Cyril.
Hi.
Quoi? Ça va être bon pour toi, là. Je t'ai pris.
This morning, the guys decided I should have my own gun while I'm here.
They want me to have a gun with me because they say it's good for 2 reasons. If you get stuck in the woods like I did yesterday, you can have that for protection. Because you could be attacked by wolves, or even actually surprisingly, they were saying a moose could charge you. And if you get stuck for a long period of time, then you can start hunting for survival purposes.
I've fished in remote places a lot, but this is the first time that I actually need a gun. I might as well get some practice.
Je crois que je l'ai eu.
All right, it's time to go check out the ice for some lake trout. Andre does all his fishing using a traditional technique. He puts beta lines through holes in the ice, and he'll come back later to see what he's caught. First Nations people are the only ones allowed to use natural bait in this part of Quebec. And traditionally, they keep the fish for the community.
Check out the size of this laker that he's pulling out of this hole.
Yes.
And imagine, they get much bigger than that. You see, the technique that they're using is pretty smart. You know, they attach the line to the tree. At the end of the line is the baited hook. And when the fish takes the bait, it's gonna start pulling on that line. And they make that special knot so that first they can tell that there's a fish, because if the knot is come undone, that means that there's a fish that's pulled on the line. But what it does is that when the fish takes the bait, it's gonna start pulling some line. The knot is gonna come apart, giving the fish some slack, so it goes, it takes off, and then all of a sudden, bang, he's gonna reach the end of the line. Bang! Oh, ouais. Ça marche, la technique. Oh, look at the size of that lake trout. That's a beautiful fish. Just barely jigging that piece of bait in the hole. He pulled a little one. The bait stayed overnight, and he dropped that same bait again in the same hole and just barely jigged it. Boom! Look, that big trout. That's gotta be 15 pounds for sure. Man, that's frustrating to have to fish with this. Plastic bait. Vraiment, ça, si je te claque une 30 livres, là.
This little rod is actually made for ice fishing, because if I was using a regular rod, I'd be at least 6 feet away from the hole and not be able to feel the bite so well. Surprisingly, these rods are very strong and can handle a lot.
Oh! Encore! Oh no! This guy's killing me! I can't believe it! We're gonna try a different spot, and this time I'm starting to fish first.
Because if they put any bait in the water, I think I don't stand a chance at all.
Ce que je devrais faire, c'est faire peut-être plusieurs trous, puis changer, jigger dans un, tu jigues dans l'autre, c'est ça, comme tu fais? Ouais.
Well, guys, if you've never seen this, it's a nice drill, or a nice auger, that would be the right term for it. And what it is, it's basically sort of like a chainsaw motor on a giant corkscrew. And that's gonna get me through the ice. Il y a de l'essence au moins dans votre machine, là?
Let's go.
All right, here we go. Let me tell you, ice fishing, it's definitely a sport. Try drilling 3 holes like I just did. You'll see what I'm talking about. You don't want to leave your hands exposed to the wind too long. Even if the wind is in my back, it's still nasty. All right, let's catch a monster laker on that jig.
But the guys don't seem convinced by my artificial lures.
Yes. Oh, je l'ai loupé. Laisse-les là. Faut pas la bouger en fait. Oh, yes!
Ouais.
Oh, elle est revenue.
C'est ton absence, t'avais dit. Il est pas assez gros.
No wonder. These guys use giant hooks that are normally used for sharks.
Let me tell you, the Inuits, they don't fool around with their fishing. They're after monsters.
Comme ça, Jules, comme ça.
Oh, c'est elle que j'avais au bout de la ligne. Tu me l'as piqué. Sometimes fishing is about patience, but in this case, let me tell you, it's about willpower, because it's cold.
If this was a competition, they'd be destroying me right now. I don't even have a catch to my name yet. But I can't give up. Even with my artificial lures, I know I'll land one eventually.
Fish on, fish on. I got one. Oh. See, that's what I was telling you. Look how cool it is to fight a fish on such a tiny rod. You feel the fight. Oh. He doesn't like the sight of that hole. Okay, here it is. It's coming. Okay, here it is. Come on, fish. Show me your face. Yes. Woohoo! Yes. Ma première. My first lake trout. Beautiful. Man, that was quite a fight. Ça te dérange pas, t'es sûr si je le remets à l'eau? Nope.
I put this fish back as the guys told me they've caught enough for the community.
One down.
Woohoo! Yes! It was my first trout on the ice, but it's far from the monster I'm looking for. It's not gonna happen today though. It's getting dark and we have to head back to camp. Andre caught half a dozen Lakers today. And guess what we're eating tonight? Grouse, or ptarmigan to be exact.
Man, that's gonna be good. That's wild ptarmigan right there, and I've never tried it before. And caribou filet mignon. That's gonna be awesome.
Pas d'énergie pour retourner à soir, là.
À soir où?
À Superville.
The guys have been here for a few days and are starting to get tired. They want to head back to Shefferville tonight. But at least we have a great meal to recharge our batteries before our long and very cold ride back.
Caribou's so good. Hey, you want to see how cold it is here? Like, I'm not joking. I opened the door earlier today, and now look. Now you know what I'm talking about. That's not smoke. There's no fire outside. It's too cold. It's just like you open a freezer. Thank you very much, guys. Honestly.
It's too bad that my friends want to head back tonight. I was really starting to get the hang of this ice fishing thing. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to figure out a plan B. After a long snowmobile ride, I'm back in Shefferville. I may not have caught that giant lake trout I was hoping for, but I have a good idea where to find it. On the ancestral land of my old friends, Christian and Albert. I fished with them during the summer, and the action was crazy. And the flies were even crazier. I got in touch with Christian, and I'll be heading out to their camp by snowmobile tomorrow. So today, I've got a little time to kill.
Ouais, on y va maintenant? Ouais. Excellent ça. All right, the kids want to go riding some powder. And they even want to tie a rope to the skidoo and do some snowboarding in the back, of which I've never done, but that'll be cool.
The snowboarding was really fun, but it's a giant lake trout with my name on it, 185 miles away from here, on Christian and Albert's land. That means 10 hours of riding to catch a fish. The great news is that Alexander, a friend from around here, has offered to get me there. And tonight, he's invited me for a traditional Inuit supper.
Bonjour Alexandre, comment vas-tu? Ça fait plaisir de te voir.
Aside from Alexander, I'm also greeted by the chief of the village and other members of the community. Caribou meat is on the menu, and so is the head. There's no waste whatsoever in the traditional ways. Before eating, the village elder, Ms. Andre, wants to have a word. She explains that she's proud to share this traditional supper with us all.
It's crazy how much their diet consists mainly of meat. They were nomads, right? So they would need the protein to travel long distances and hunt. And I don't know if you know that one, but vegetarians is an old Inuit word that stands for bad hunter. Merci. Merci beaucoup. Comment on dit merci déjà en Inuit? Tenishkumeten. Tenishkumeten.
T'as compris. True to the Inuit ways, after a good meal, it's time for some music and dancing. I've got a very big day tomorrow, but I'm also a fisherman. And Chani, one of the guys I was fishing with at the beginning of my trip, has invited me to do a night run for Lakers nearby.
Yep. It's a Laker. All right. Nice fish, man. Nice Laker. You're gonna eat it, right? Because the snow is not good for the trout.
I'm pretty sure there's another one down there.
Come on, man. Come on, give me a chance. Let me jig a little bit.
You're getting all the fish excited.
Yeah, that seems to be how it works around here, right? I tease them and you catch them. Fish on! Oh man, that's a nice fish too.
I hope I shot a 40-pounder or you'll break your line.
Yeah. All right. Yes. Nice fish. Yeah, man. Nice laker. Not a monster, but it's the right species.
It's definitely a nice fish, but far from the monster trout I want.
All right, yeah.
Yes. Beautiful catch.
And here we go for a very long 185-mile snowmobile ride. If we're lucky, it'll take us 9 or 10 hours to get to the camp. The ride is brutal, and there's absolutely nothing on the way there. Not even a trail. We only have a GPS and a satellite phone, just in case things go bad. Alexander is a great guide and really knows his way around here. But when you're in the middle of a huge lake, sudden blizzards will sometimes hit you out of nowhere. There's nothing you can do but stop and wait for it to pass by.
Minus 40 degrees, winds over 60 miles an hour.
After what seemed like forever, the blizzards eventually died down and we can keep going. I'm completely exhausted from all the non-stop riding, but for Alexander, it's just another walk in the park. Honestly, I'm surprised that we actually made it to the camp.
Hey, Albert! Quick. Merci beaucoup.
Christian invites us into his tent for some tea so we can warm up. I'm totally exhausted from the trip, and I really need a good night's rest.
Merci beaucoup pour l'accueil encore une fois.
Tomorrow, we're going out to find some monster lakers. This is how every day starts in the north. 6 layers of clothing are needed to create the insulation necessary to be able to spend 10 hours on the ice. This adds about 40 pounds to my body weight.
Looks like I'm about to climb the Everest. No, I'm going fishing.
Christian knows a really good spot for lake trout just at the foot of some rapids, but we have to be careful here. The thickness of the ice varies because of the underlying currents.
Yeah, let me tell you, this is one of the most extreme fishing conditions, if not the most extreme fishing conditions I've ever faced. I think if you get stuck here, your life expectancy, not very long.
Aside from being extreme, ice fishing is also very tricky. It's truly the definition of looking for a needle in a haystack.
I'm fishing in a 10-inch hole when the lake is about 10 miles long. So the fish could be anywhere.
We drill another hole, hoping to hit the right spot. But the thickness of the ice is just ridiculous.
We can't even go through it with that drill. It's more than 45 inches thick. 100 yards from here, we drilled another hole there, and it was this thick. That's it. You know, only this much ice. And here, we can't even go through it. Toi, tu voulais même pas y aller, là, vers le rapide, hein?
Non, carrément pas.
This kind of ice is extremely dangerous and has taken several Innu lives.
Tu connais des gens qui sont tombés sous la glace?
Oui, des gens de Farmel qui sont disparus sous la glace.
See, what it's telling me is that they lost a few people from the nation actually under the ice over the years. Scary.
My friends have to set up their net under the ice, so they send me upriver to a spot where there should be some huge lakers. I'm a little stressed now that I'm alone. If the ice breaks and I go underwater, I'm done.
Oh, it's nasty on the hands.
After the stories I've been hearing, I'm kind of nervous to drill holes on this river. But there's supposed to be some big lake trout around here.
See, that's the snow. But here, I'm in some slush. I'm in some wet snow. And the ice is right there. So when I drill, the ice is actually underneath the slushy part, the wet part here. So when I drill right through it, that's why the machine almost went under, because it went into the slush. It's pretty tricky, man. I don't even see the hole there. I just see slush. I don't even see where it is, but it's drilled through.
Actually, when spring arrives, the snow becomes so heavy that it starts pushing down on the ice. The water is pushed up through the cracks and over the ice from the shores. Then the water mixes into the snow to create slush on top of the ice.
Hey, anybody down there? Come on, wake up. Oh yes, speckled trout. Brook trout. Ah. Yes, beautiful speckled trout. It's not what I was looking for, but it's a really nice speckled trout. It's so cold. I have to get this fish back as quickly as possible. Sorry. All right, back to the water, beauty.
Christian and Albert told me that Lakers and speckled trout don't really get along that well around here. So I think I'm gonna go drill some holes a little further downstream to see if I can find some Lakers.
Fish on, fish on. I think that's a Laker and a nice fish. Come on, fish, get your head in that hole. All right, nice Laker. I just wish it was 20 pounds heavier, but still, it's a beautiful lake trout.
I caught 2 fish, but no big one yet. I'd keep on drilling holes and jigging for that monster trout, but I have to get back to camp and check out what the guys caught in their net. Alexander and Christian are having a serious conversation. They thought they were gonna catch a lot of fish with a net, but only got a couple of small ones. And I released everything, thinking that they would already have enough for dinner.
Ok, non, je vous garantis que les prochains poissons, Monsieur Mackenzie, je les remets pas à l'eau. Je les ramène ici. I guess catch and release here, it's a big no-no. They do subsistence fishing, and you know, so they have to have a lot of fish. Plus, they bring it back to the community for people that don't have access to this land and can't fish. So.
We have no choice. We gotta get some food. So Alexander decides we should go hunting for grouse with Bernard, another guy staying at the camp.
Juste là, elles ont descendu des branches, mais elles sont là dans les branches, juste au bord de la rivière.
Ok, super.
On the way, I went around the wrong side of a broken tree trunk, and now I'm stuck again. One thing I've learned so far is when your snowmobile is stuck in powder snow, you have to bring down the front end so you can get some traction in the back. I understand the theory, but clearly I'm not quite there in practice yet.
Quelle idée t'as sorti de la piste? Il voulait faire son dur, et puis là, il est pris, là.
I feel really bad because I'm just slowing everyone down.
Okay.
Merci, mon ami.
Alexandre, les miennes, elles sont un peu moins traditionnelles, disons. Hein?
C'est là où mettre tes raquettes, Cyril.
Toi, tu les as mis en littéralement 5 secondes chacune.
C'est ça.
I'm seriously having problems with my little modern snowshoes.
What kind of snowshoes are these? He went right over it and I went right through it. Oh my God. Useless.
While I'm rolling around in the snow, Alexander is not wasting any time on the hunt.
Man, the old man can shoot. He got 3 birds with 2 shells. Man, I feel a little bad for this bird, you know? Had I kept the fish, it would still be running around in the snow.
Now that we have enough for a meal, it's back to camp. Life here is very simple. You eat what you hunt or catch. Nothing's wasted.
Life can't get better than this. Good food, good friends, good fishing, good times. Merci beaucoup, les amis.
Oui, tu viendras n'importe quel temps. Hein?
Ouais, bah, l'été, je pense. L'été, je pense que la prochaine.
Today, I'm gonna catch my big laker. But before heading out, we have to do the daily chores. If not, we'll have nothing. Nothing to drink, nothing to burn, and at minus 30, nobody lasts very long. My chores for the morning are pretty straightforward. Chop some wood, get some water.
Usually on fishing trips, I try to stay away from the heat. But on this one, I gotta make my own. Because let me tell you, it's cold here.
In the summertime, finding drinking water around here is very easy. It's everywhere. But in the winter, it's a whole different story.
I should have drilled a new hole. Because opening this one is a pain. That's a workout. The kind of thing you take for granted at home, you know, when you turn on the tap and you get some water here. Not quite the case. You could do it with snow, but it has no volume. So you gotta go back to the holes, drill a hole, or use the hole that is used by the camp. Unreal. Everything freezes around here. Damn. What am I doing here? Honestly. Beautiful.
It's hot today.
Weather's nice. Blue skies.
Those are not pine trees.
They're palm trees.
Albert and Christian also fish the traditional Inu way. And just like André, they use natural bait.
Il faut faire bien attention quand on fait des appâts. On dit que la grise est fière.
La grise est fière, hein? Look at the size of that bait. That is huge. We're in freshwater here. We're in Canada. We're not catching sharks. We're trying to catch a lake trout, a monster one though. Because those fish, they have huge mouths, very big mouths. So what's gonna happen is that the lake trout is gonna turn around the whitefish thinking, that looks good, I wanna take that hole, you know? And it's exactly what's gonna happen. The lake trout is gonna turn around that whitefish thinking, I really wanna eat that. And usually, they take the fish, they swallow the fish head first. So it's gonna swallow the fish head first, the whitefish, and when it's gonna start feeling some tension, the line, the rope actually, it's gonna wanna try to get rid of that bait that's in their throat. But the problem, that's gonna get stuck by the hook here. And let me tell you, whatever takes that bait, is gonna be big.
Christian and I head out to one of his favorite spots. While he sets up his traditional lines, I keep on jigging with a spoon. Big fish.
Ah ouais, t'as pogné?
Ouais, viens voir.
Yeah, it's definitely a nice fish.
Wow. Hey, c'est une belle truite, ça.
Oui.
Oh. It's either a big lake trout or a really big pike. I don't like that. You know, it's rubbing against the ice on the edges of the hole. Oh. It's just like exactly the same thing as jigging in salt water, in the ocean. You know, butterfly jigging, you fish vertically, and when you get a hit,
Yeah, that's gotta be a big fish. I've been on this fight for at least 6 or 7 minutes. Easy.
Une chance qu'ils n'ont pas cette technique-là, les Inuits, ils seraient gelés de...
I've been on this fight for so long that what he said, that's why my ancestors wouldn't use that, you know, like this technique, because otherwise they would be frozen on the ice right there. And I don't think it would be here to tell me that. Ok, elle arrive, je la vois. Ouais, elle est là. The fish doesn't want to stick its head in the hole. All right, I've got it. Yes. Yes, beautiful lake trout. Look at the beautiful colors on that fish. The yellow hue on the fish's flanks, beautiful. Tu la veux?
Ah, certainement.
On la ramène pour Alexandre, non?
Oui, pour Alexandre, oui.
A beautiful lake trout, but I'm sure I can catch a bigger one. As for now, it's time for lunch. The guys are preparing the fish for a traditional shore lunch. Meanwhile, they send me out to get some wood. Let's just say that this part is a little less traditional. I found a perfect tree that is already dead, dry, and still standing. But to make sure I don't lose an arm falling through the snow with a chainsaw, I have to pack down the snow around the trunk to be more stable.
You gotta be motivated here to put down a tree. The advantage of cutting your own wood is that it heats you up twice. First when you cut it, second when you burn it.
As much as I like to release my fish, it's pretty hard to pass on a nice lake trout fillet. Plus, it really helps to fight the cold.
Not bad. So tasty. Feels so good to eat something hot, especially the freshly caught fish. We just caught it right there. About 5 minutes ago. No, maybe 10.
I'm not giving up on my giant trout yet. But today's the return to Shefferville. We don't have enough gas left to make it back though. But that's not a problem. There's a bush pilot flying out towards East Labrador, and he's dropping off a barrel of gas for us. In this kind of environment, the only way to survive is by helping each other out. And that's what people do up here.
First time I see a plane landing on snow. It was really cool, really amazing. C'est quoi, c'est un fût de bière?
Ah, c'est bon. Je vais regarder les autres d'abord.
Even though I didn't catch the monster laker I wanted, I have to head back to Shefferville. But at least, I'll get one last chance to land a huge lake trout there. Last night, Christian told me that I was wanting it too much. According to Innu belief, it has to be the animal that wants to offer itself to us, not the other way around. He also told me that I should visit a shaman to purify myself and get a closer connection with nature. I'm hardly in the door, and the shaman is prepping me for a sweat lodge ritual.
That's going to be quite an experience. It's the first time I try this. This is Jean-Marie is a shaman, so he's invited me to his sweat lodge, and it's meant to purify me.
On va chercher un nouveau Cyril.
Heated stones are brought into the tent so that the shaman can splash water over them and create a lot of steam. What an amazing experience. It's impossible for me to explain just what happened in there, but it was intense. Even though I'm kind of lost in my thoughts right now, there's one thing I haven't forgotten about, that monster lake trout. Since I'm back in Shefferville, I get in touch with Andre and Chani, the same guys I started this adventure with. They invited me to head out to one of their favorite fishing spots not too far away. And here we go again. Drilling a few holes to maximize our chances of catching a big lake trout. And then, I keep jigging.
It's pretty cool, actually, fishing in a hole like this. It's really mysterious. You have no idea what's going on down there. You can't see anything. Everything goes on here, in your mind. You can imagine that the fish going around the spoon and looking at it. Fish on! I dropped it again. I just lost a pretty big fish. That was quite a hit.
I can't believe I just lost that fish. It might have been my last shot at a big laker.
Fish on! Allez, les gars! Nice fish! That's quite a fight I'm getting right here. I think we got a big trout here. Yeah, the line is only 10 pounds, so I can't really put a lot of pressure on that fish. Otherwise, I might break it off, and that's a big fish. What I don't like is that the line is rubbing against the ice at the bottom of the hole, and it's pretty sharp, so that might cut me right off there. Hey, c'est marrant, hein? J'avais froid aux mains, mais là, je sens plus rien.
I think that fish is right there. Yes, its head is right by the hole.
I think it's a monster trout, really. It's fighting like crazy. Come on, get your head in that hole, fish. Oh, yeah.
That's a nice one.
Oh, yes. Oh. Yes. 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 Now I'm happy. That's a nice lake trout right there. Nice fish. Avec une canne à pêche d'enfant.
Vous êtes sûr que ça vous dérange pas si je la remets?
Non, vas-y. Oh, my hands, man. Yes. Ça marche finalement la cuillère. Merci beaucoup.
I came here to catch a monster lake trout on the ice. And I ended up living a true northern and cultural experience with my new friends.
Merci beaucoup.
Even though the cold was brutal,
What am I doing here?
the scenery, the snowmobiles, the fishing, and the amazing people made me forget about the sub-zero temperatures. And I got to live one of my best adventures yet.
Woohoo! Yes!
Sure, I got stuck with my snowmobile a couple of times, but in the end, all was good. I even got to snowboard behind a snowmobile. Ice fishing in the Great White North is not easy. You have to be ready to take the pain on a trip like this. And every fish caught is well deserved. This kind of fishing is great, and I loved it. But let me tell you, it's no vacation.
Beautiful.
It's hot today.
Weather's nice. Blue skies.
Those are not pine trees.
They're palm trees. I think I'm gonna go to bed. Come on, show me a little respect here. Came all the way here, drilled a hole, showed you some light. The light of the sun. This is the light of the sun. You should be coming here and checking it out. I'm a walking popsicle.
My name is Cyril Chauquet, and I spend my life traveling the world, chasing monster fish.
Now I should let it go before a bull shark takes my leg off. Very strong animal, as you can see.
Look at the size of this piranha.
And that's exactly what I'm doing here in Cuba. I came on a double mission to catch one of the most feared predator fish in the ocean. Lightning quick.
Something, man.
Oh! And with a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth, the barracuda is definitely one of the deadliest killing machines in the water, and can cause some serious injuries. I've seen monster barracudas before.
You guys want to see a big cuda?
But they're true giants here in Cuba too, and I want to catch the biggest one possible. The second part of my mission is to catch another predator fish known for reaching gigantic sizes and giving an incredible fight, the tarpon.
I'm on a mission to catch a monster barracuda. You know, this fish, they are known by most people. They're actually feared by most people for being one of the most aggressive predators out there. And in a way, you know, their reputation is justified because those things, they have nasty teeth on them, about this long. They can be almost as tall as me, really, like really, really big. And at the end of a run like this, let me tell you, it's the fight of your life. And also, while I'm here, I'd love to catch myself a monster tarpon. You know, those things also, they get really, really big. you know, close to 300 pounds. They're prehistoric animals. You know, the last fight I had with a tarpon, that was in Western Africa. It was quite a fight. But first, that over there looks like a really good spot to catch a big barracuda.
I'm near the Bay of Pigs, in western Cuba, on the shores of the Caribbean Sea. The famous writer Ernest Hemingway would fish off the shores of Cuba, chasing enormous blue marlins. But the fish I'm looking for can be found pretty close to the coast and can actually be caught right from the shore. In fact, Cuba is one of the best places in the world to find the two predator fish I'm looking for. Plus, tarpon and barracuda can often be found in similar environments, along the shore and in river estuaries.
See, when you're fishing off of rocks like here, you really got to be careful because it's really dangerous. You don't want to get too close to the water's edge, even though it's pretty tempting. You want to cast as far as possible. You want to have the best presentation for your lure as possible. Stay away from especially the wet rocks. You know, they give you a pretty clear indication of where the surf is going to break and where you might be washed by a wave or knocked out by a wave because you're going to get slammed back onto the jagged rocks. It's like blades. You don't want to fall on that. Let me tell you.
A few years ago, on a deserted island off the Pacific coast of Nicaragua, I was caught off guard and knocked over by a huge wave that dragged me along some sharp rocks.
Oh my God.
The rocks here are just as dangerous, if not more. I have to be really careful. If I got hit by a wave here, it'd be really bad. But to catch properly, I don't really have a choice. I have to get close to the water.
Honestly, where does this wind come from? It came out of nowhere. You know, it was a little windy, but nothing like now. Now it just picked up like crazy.
The wind is whipping around me, making it even harder to stand on these jagged rocks. I'm casting my lure parallel to the shoreline and close to the breaking swell, because barracuda and other predator fish will hunt the easy prey that are disoriented by the crashing waves.
Yep, fish on. It's a good fish. It's a good fish. Oh, it's going to the rocks.
I don't have a choice. If I want to be able to land this big fish, I have to get closer to the edge. But it's really tough. My footing here is really bad, and again, it's not the kind of place where you want to fall.
I don't think it's a barracuda, because a barracuda would be running straight up to on the surface. That's a snapper, I think, or cabera.
The problem is that the fish managed to get under a rock, and the line is rubbing against it. Now, it's going to be almost impossible to pull it out without breaking off.
It was not a barracuda, because a barracuda would have been running straight. You know, they're not a dog fighter. They don't go down, you know, they don't bully down. They try to look for open water. They swim straight, stay on top, stay on surface. This guy was going down, but I was either a big snapper or a big cabera, which is still a snapper, but it's another type of snapper, big cabera snapper. I think that's what he was.
Even if it was not a barracuda, I would have loved to catch this fish. I have another 5 days in Cuba, and I'll definitely get another shot at the barracuda. But I'm on a double mission, and today I'm going for big tarpon on the Hatiguanico River, which is really close to a famous historical site. So I gotta make a quick stop.
Those are old tanks from the famous invasion, the Bay of Pigs, that took place in '61. Exactly where it took place here in Playa Huron, and this whole area. The Bay of Pigs is right there, and that's where the battle took place. But it's also famous for big tarpon right around here, you know, in the Cienega de Zapata and Rio Hatiguanico. I've been there before, but apparently there's monster tarpon, so that's exactly where I'm headed.
I've fished this river before and caught a few tarpon, but they were just small ones. But when I recently spoke to my buddy Felipe, he told me he'd finally found a spot where the really big fish are.
Oh, Cyril.
¿Cómo estás?
¿Cómo cuentas, hermano? Muy bien.
Mucho tiempo, ¿eh? Y ahora entonces entra grande.
Ahora
¿no?
han entrado grandes, ¿sabes? Cuando la otra vez eran sábalos pequeños.
Sí.
Ahora son sábalos
Sí, de los
50,
que escucha.
60, 80 libras, sábalos mucho más grandes.
Entonces lo vamos a buscar.
Vamos, vamos.
My buddy Felipe hasn't changed a bit. Always super motivated when it comes to chasing big fish. The Hatiguanico River runs through one of the wildest areas of Cuba. And here we are, right in the heart of crocodile country. I'm gonna try to catch a tarpon with a bucktail jig, tied onto an 80-pound leader.
Sábalo allá, que están roleando.
This is it. This is the spot where they've been seeing and actually catching some pretty big tarpon. I always heard that this river was known for, it's actually always been known for smaller sized tarpon, baby tarpon we call them, but apparently there's monster ones as well. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, big snook, big snook. Oh. Huge snook. Man, I'm chasing tarpon, but let me tell you, when I catch a snook this size, I'm a happy camper right there. Look at that. Grande, grande.
I think it's a snook, yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But it's a nice fish.
Oh, yeah.
This is a nice one.
That's a big fish.
Cuidado, Cyril.
Okay.
Yes. Oh, you got it, man.
The size of this snook. Oh, man. Look at the size of this snook.
It's the record of the river.
Really? You think so?
The name is Scuba. 100% Scuba. That's a really big snook.
That's a huge snook. My friend Felipe, I love you, man. Right there, check this out. I was chasing a monster tarpon. Felipe says, you know, it's a good spot here for tarpon usually. Make a cast there, make one cast, and this massive thing, this massive snook comes out of underneath the mangrove trees and bang, hits my jig. It's a monster snook. It's a big snook. Let me tell you, it's my biggest snook, and it's actually Felipe's biggest snook on the river.
Oh,
here.
that's right. That's right. Normally 3-4 kilos, but this is 6-7 kilos.
6-7 kilos, huh?
Yeah.
Close to 15 pounds, I would say,
Yeah.
right?
14-15 pounds, yeah.
15 pounds, yeah, for sure.
I'm gonna let that fish breathe a little bit because I want to pull it out again and show you something about it.
You know, there's one thing that you really have to be careful about when you handle snook, and especially big ones like that, you know? This part here of the gill plate sticks out, and it's a blade. It really acts as a blade. It's so sharp, you would cut your finger. For sure, it would cut the line. If the line gets wrapped around that, it'll cut it. But trying to grab the fish, you could put your fingers in underneath the gill cover here, like you can do for certain fish, but those fish especially, it's really dangerous because of that blade here. And here underneath the fish, that fin here, it's a needle. If you get caught by that, it'll go straight through your hand. And obviously you get that spike on top, you know, like those 5 spikes actually that act as a dorsal fin. You don't want to be cut by that either. Look, I'm telling you, it's all needles. So those fish, you grab them by the mouth. They don't have teeth. That's a monster. All right, buddy, I'll let you go back in there, right? Back underneath your mangrove tree. Mi más grande robado de mi vida.
No, para mí también, robado así, ¿no? Gracias a ti también.
Qué bueno. Ahora un sábalo gigante.
Vamos.
I really lucked out with this beautiful snook. It's not the fish I'm looking for, but I'm so happy I caught it. Now, I just hope I'm gonna be as lucky with a tarpon. Last time I caught a tarpon, it was in West Africa.
Big tarpon.
The fish put up an incredible fight. I managed to get the big fish right to the boat, but we lost it. So I just hope to be a bit more lucky this time.
Cyril. Oh, you got one?
Yeah.
A snook. Snook, man.
That's a regular size of the snook in the river.
Yeah, that's what you catch most of the time, huh?
It's good for compared with the other we're going to catch.
Nice fish, man. And there's not a lot of tarpon activity today on the surface because those fish, they can breathe underwater just like any fish, but they can also come up to the surface and breathe normal, regular air. They have this ability to do that, and especially when there's really low oxygen levels in the water, they have to come up to the surface. But today, you know, like There's not much happening. And the good thing is when they come to the surface, to gulp air, that shows you where they are, you know, so you can lead the cast, you know, you can see where they come up to the surface, make a cast in front of them, and hopefully, you know, hook into a monster fish. So what we have to do is cast, blind cast we call that, and just cover some water. And hopefully, you know, we'll...
You got it? Oh! Yep. Is it tarpon?
Yep, tarpon, yeah. It's a baby one.
Okay.
All right, tarpon.
Okay. Okay. Right. Woohoo!
It's not what we want in terms of size, but it's a tarpon. At least it's the right species. Baby tarpon. There you go. Ready? Woo. All right. Baby tarpon. Oh, my God. It's unbelievable, the power of this fish. I grabbed this fish by the mouth, you know, and the mouth is pretty much the only place you can grab this fish. You know, I don't really like grabbing them by the gill plate, but the inside of the mouth, look, it's like a fowl, you know. It's they don't have teeth per se, but it's so rough. When the fish shook its head, it got me in the knuckles here. Look, it's not the fish's blood. It's mine. So imagine this fish in 150 pounds on the boat. You know.
We got a tarpon.
You know, you don't want to bring them on the boat, actually. That's why, you know, we release them boat side. If we get a big fish like that, you don't want to bring it on boat because they'll destroy everything, including us. Man, they're powerful.
That's it. It's already time to head back. We have to get going since it's a long way back to the docks. It's too bad I didn't catch a big tarpon today. But catching that big snook is a good sign that I might get the monster fish I want. Third day in Cuba, and still no barracuda, nor big tarpon. But huge crabs though, redland crabs. In fact, it's hundreds and hundreds of them, migrating in order to reproduce.
Millions of years ago, there were no roads. They could go back to their woods easily, and now they get crushed on the road. It's pretty sad. Yes, made it. Oh yes, still alive. I don't even... You hear the crushing sounds of the shells on their tires.
Poor crabs. It's a rough trip getting back to their burrows in the mangrove forest. I'm now headed to another area of Ciénaga de Zapata. I heard that it's really good for barracuda. This is a huge wetland area, and barracuda love taking advantage of these warm, shallow waters to ambush their prey.
I'm tying on a metal leader because this fish, let me tell you, this barracudas, as you know, they have nasty teeth, especially in the back here. They have sharp teeth. It's like razor blades. And if you don't have a metal leader at the end of your line, forget it. You know, they'll go right through your line and break you off, or cut you off, actually. ¿Y barracuda es grande?
Sí, grande.
¿De qué tamaño lo más grande que viste?
De un mes.
Pequeño eso.
Sí.
Quiero así, ¿no?
Sí.
¿Se busca? Sí.
A ver si quiere picar. Grandes las hay, pero son más malas para picar.
Son difíciles.
Sí.
Porque ya fueron picados, ¿no?
Sí. Tienen mucha experiencia. Suerte.
Gracias, amigo. Nos vemos.
Nos vemos a la noche.
Ciao.
What I really want to catch is a true monster fish. A huge barracuda like the one I saw in the South Pacific.
You guys want to see a big cuda?
A fish this big is pretty rare, but I know there are monsters here. But fish are not the only predators around. Crocodiles have also been seen in these marshes. I spent quite a while looking for a kayak and lost a lot of fishing time. In 3 hours, the sun will go down on these flats and my day will be over.
The barracuda, they love those channels. You see that channel, that deeper channel between two flats? That's a flat here, so it's pretty shallow areas. And between shallow areas, usually you have a channel. In barracuda, they're ambush predators. So what they do is they sit there waiting for the small bait fish, and bait fish in general, bonefish, to pass by and ambush them. Bang! And they hit them. So that's exactly what I'm gonna do right now. I'm gonna giving them an easy prey.
Barracuda love to chase prey that move fast. So to fish in these shallow waters, I'm using a topwater bait that mimics the erratic movement of an injured bait fish fleeing on the surface.
I'm gonna put this lure on, a popper silver color. Yeah, usually barracuda, they react to silver like crazy. They love that color because it mimics a prey, you know, a bait fish. When they show their flanks, it's silver flashes. And anything that silver flashes, bang, that's what they go for. That's why there's a lot of accidents with a barracuda, because if you're wearing a bracelet, for example, or a watch, a silver watch on the water, and you're swimming, you know, that silver watch, when you're swimming, when you're making movements, is gonna make some flashes in the water, and that's what barracuda react to. So they attack the bracelet thinking it's a prey, and it's actually your hand. But let me tell you, when it's a 30-pound barracuda that attacks your hand, it's gone.
I lost a bit of skin on my knuckles with the tarpon yesterday.
Baby tarpon.
And it was just a small fish. But here, I have to be really careful, because while handling a barracuda, I could lose way more than just a bit of skin. Although rare, barracuda attacks on humans do happen, and the resulting wounds can be pretty severe.
Here we go. Fish on. That's a good fish. That's not a big one yet. That is not quite what we want. Nice fish. Not quite, you know, for a barracuda. It's pretty much the same thing as for the tarpon, you know. That's a baby barracuda. Just no size to it, but that just shows you how aggressive these fish are. Look at the size of the lure compared to the size of the fish. It's 1/3 of the length of that barracuda. And look at the teeth on this guy. Nasty teeth.
This first barracuda is so small, it's like a joke. But the good news is, they can only get bigger from now on.
Fish on. That's a good fish. Right. It's getting a little more interesting. Still no monster, far from it, but that's a good fish.
Second barracuda. Just a little bit bigger this time. At this rate, I should find a monster at one by the end of this trip.
Here, come on, buddy. Well, I don't think I'll catch that monster barracuda today. It's too bad, because they are out here for sure. It's gotta be monsters here. You know, fish like this long, like 3-4 feet long. Teeth on them, like this. Although that's not the end of the trip, you know? I'm here for a few more days, so I might still get a shot at a monster barracuda. Although now I'd better rush back with that kayak. The sun is setting fast.
Fourth day in Cuba, and I'm still chasing a monster barracuda and a big tarpon.
Well, it was cool catching this barracuda and the baby tarpon, although, you know, they were not really big, you know, that's why they're called baby tarpon in a way. You know, I want size now. I want a big monster barracuda and a big tarpon. Yeah, honestly, it's doable, you know. I still have a few more days in Cuba. Should be doable, catching monster fish now.
This morning, I'm headed to the Zaza River, which is known for its strong population of big tarpon. There, I'll meet up with Louis, who I've fished with before. It's pretty exciting to be back fishing on the Zaza River, especially since Louis was telling me that he's been seeing really big tarpons in the last few weeks.
Hola, Luis. ¿Cómo está, amigo? Tranquilo? See, the way we're fishing right now is we're trolling along these mangrove trees, and the way those trees are made is that underneath the surface, you can't really see it from here, but there's a lot of roots, and fish love that. They hide in there, it provides shelter, there's a lot of food too. So when you troll parallel to the trees, fish, what they do is they see these lures, bang, they come out, ambush them, take them, and go right back to where they belong, right to where they live, underneath the trees. So if you're not fast enough, if the captain is not fast enough steering the boat away from the structure, away from these trees, they get tangled up, and most likely you lose the fish. ¿Es bueno para pesca aquí?
Sí, aquí es muy bueno. Aquí se ha aprendido tarpon de 170 libras.
170.
Y cubera de 70 libras.
70?
Sí.
Cubera?
Cubera, sí.
Fishing stories or fisherman stories. It's always the same thing, you know. He's telling me about a 170-pound tarpon that was caught here. Monster cubera snappers, 70-pound actually. And a 50-pound barracuda. That's huge fish. You have no idea. That's monsters. But obviously all that stuff happens when you're not here. Oh, good fish. Stop.
Incredible.
Fish on.
Just to contradict me, I just got a huge hit.
It's a good fish. It's not a tarpon because he would have jumped already, but I don't know what it is. It's really a really good fish. This fish, the fish wrapped himself around a log on the bottom or a mangrove tree. It's stuck. I don't want to lose it because I'm telling you, it's a big fish. Under a log or something. Ah, no, it's not gonna happen twice. Ah, damn it. No, aquí está.
It really felt like the fish broke me off. But in fact, it went around a branch or a log on the bottom, which created some slack in the line. But the good thing is, the fish is still on.
Cubera buena. That's the cubera snapper. Hey, that's unreal. For a minute there, I was sure I lost this fish. And yet, it's still here. And it's a big cubera snapper. Sí, coño, es bueno. Es bueno, amigo. Se dio la vuelta. Es por eso que piensa que había cortado la línea. Look at the size of this cubera snapper. Beautiful fish. Man, I was sure I was going to lose this fish because he got wrapped up on some mangrove trees on the bottom. Finally managed to get it out of the tree it was hung up into. Beautiful cubera snapper. See, now I have a fishing story for myself. Look at the fangs on that thing. Oye, qué clase de cubera. Bueno, muy bueno. Gracias, amigo.
It's unbelievable. I caught some beautiful fish like that huge snook and that nice cubera snapper. But no big tarpon, no barracuda yet. And I only have 2 days left in Cuba. Anyway, my buddy Luis has an idea. He knows a guy who knows another guy who apparently can take me to some really good spots.
¿Son dos pescadores?
Sí, pescadores nativos de Casilda.
Para agarrar algo grande, ¿no?
Sí, exactamente.
Está bien, amigo. Bueno, salud.
All right, I have a couple of names of guys to go fishing with. The plan is to go out for tarpon later today with a guy named Nino. And tomorrow, I'm supposed to hook up with another guy, Guillermo.
Es lindo ese carro, ¿eh? ¿Hace cuántos años que trabaja ese carro?
57.
57, ¿eh? Wow. All right, let's go for that monster barracuda I've been telling you about. I'm on my way to the Trinidad Marina to meet with one of the fishermen that the guy at the bar was telling me about yesterday. I talked to the guy this morning, and apparently, you know, he's good. You know, he's been fishing here for many years, and he was telling me that this monster barracuda, they're not easy to get, they're scarce, but there's monsters. So hopefully I'll get that monster fish, monster barracuda I've been telling you about since the beginning of the trip. Hola, amigos. Hola, ¿cómo está la cosa? Hola. ¿Cómo está? ¿Cómo está el sabalo?
Siempre se puede probar.
Se puede probar, a ver si está, ¿no? Looks like the tarpon is going to be a tough one here again, you know. From what he was telling me, it rained a lot last week, and what happens when it rains is that all the dirt gets washed down to the main rivers by the smaller streams, smaller rivers and stuff. And what happens is that the main rivers, they're all dirty. And here especially, apparently from what he was telling me, that when the water is dirty, the tarpon, they shut their mouth. They don't bite, they don't eat. We can still go and give it a shot, but for now I might give myself one more shot at tarpon and then barracuda. Apparently they've been spotting some really big tarpon rolling up to the surface. That's what I was telling you the other day. They've been spotting them, not catching so many, but looks like they're here.
Nino is taking me on the Agabama River to try and catch a tarpon. The The conditions are not ideal as it's rain and the water is kind of murky, but it could be one of my last chances to catch a tarpon on this trip.
Eso le gusta aquí, ¿eh? ¿Es bueno eso? A ver. It's not to justify the fact that I just got snagged, but honestly, you have to get snagged. Because the fish, they live in structures, they live under those mangrove trees and stuff, you know, so if you don't go in there, you know, you're not gonna catch. But if you go in there, you might get snagged. But in a way, if you get snagged, it's a good thing. Because that means that you're fishing in the right places.
I cast all along the mangrove trees, but no sign of any fish. So I decided to troll a little bit, to cover as much water as possible, and hopefully catch a tarpon. After all, the trolling landed me a big snapper on the last river I fished on.
Look at the size of this Cuba snapper. As you know, it's my favorite technique. All right? Love it. I just want to be woken up and...
I'm trying to stay positive and keep thinking I'm gonna catch a tarpon. But I gotta say, I'm kind of losing hope here.
Yep. Jack. Look. I think that's a jack. And the way it moves. You know, a tarpon I would know right away. If it was a tarpon, as soon as it's hooked, pretty much it goes airborne. It jumps out of the water. Just try to get the hooks off its mouth. Jack Crevalle. See the grunting sound? This grunting noise that they make? It's actually a distress or warning signal that they emit to the rest of the school because they live in schools. But I'll let you go, buddy. There's no distress here. You're going right back to your buddies. Bueno, no es el sábado, pero por lo menos un pez. Ahí voy ya.
It's getting late, and still no bite from a tarpon. Nino proposes a change of plan. He thinks conditions in the river are not ideal, and we should go offshore to meet up with Guillermo. He's already fishing a spot that's apparently really good for big barracuda.
Tiempo. Oh, ahí, mira, ponte a dar la vuelta, pero mira cómo está ahí la...
The day's coming to an end, so I make the most of it. I keep trolling while we look for Guillermo. Finally, we found Guillermo at sea. The problem is that it's getting late, and we're really far out. Plus, according to Cuban law, it's forbidden to navigate at night.
Bueno, niño. Muchísimas gracias, amigo.
I don't know how we'll make it back to the harbor before dark. But anyway, now we're all motivated to catch a barracuda. And a big one.
Chao, niño. Bueno, buena cosa. ¿Cómo te fue? Bien. Muy bien. Ya, grande, seguro. Mentiroso.
Guillermo never goes out at sea without his friend and first mate Alberto.
Here we go for that monster barracuda. I just tied on a 100-pound fluorocarbon leader.
We set up a few rods for trolling. The plan is to cover a lot of water and maximize our chances of catching a big barracuda. Speaking of barracuda, the last one Guillermo caught left him with a bad scar.
Oramos con 2 metros de altura.
2 metros, así.
2 metros de altura, un ancho de cabeza.
You know, they hooked into a barracuda while trolling. They fought it, brought it onto the boat. The thing was 22 pounds, so about this long. So the head on it was must have been about this thick. And those things, let me tell you, he was telling me that he was thrashing around. He got nailed, you know, like he knows fishing, obviously, so he got just time to actually remove his hand, but still, the barracuda got him on the finger and barely touched him, but already look at the cut. Para evitar la infección. Ahora a pescar.
A pescar ahora, eh.
The last barracuda that Guillermo caught almost took his finger off. And now, he's very nervous at the idea of bringing one on board.
Oye, Dani,
Yeah. Pronto. Fish on.
No necesito, está ahí. Es pequeño.
It's not the monster that I'm looking for, but at least it's bigger than the barracuda I caught on the flats. We barely have an hour left to fish, but with a bit of luck, I might catch a huge one.
¿Viste? Ahí, ahí donde está. Ahí donde está, ahí.
Look at the teeth on this monster fish. For a fish, it's a nice fish. But for a barracuda, let me tell you, it's still a baby barracuda.
Bueno, padre, felicidades por coger el pez. ¡Coño!
Gracias, amigo. Dale un besito.
¡Ay,
No, eso no es besito aquí.
¡Es un beso todo aquí en la boca! ¡Qué bueno!
I think he wants to keep it because that's our meal for tonight.
I would have loved to release this fish, but in this case, if we're stuck at sea, it's all we have to eat.
Guillermo was telling me that it's impossible. They can't travel by night, and it's already dark, so we're gonna have to spend the night on an island nearby. I guess there's cheese over there. That's pretty cool. At least we'll have some fish to eat.
Alberto and Guillermo just spotted an island to spend the night on. Approaching a remote and deserted island, it's like we're back in the time of the pirates. Guillermo and I decide to go explore this island to see if we can find something to eat, and more importantly, to see if we can actually sleep on it somewhere. An iguana? A rutilla, which is a large rodent? What other creatures are we gonna find on this mysterious island? This mangrove island is full of life. It's not very reassuring to know that we might sleep among it all. At the least, I need to make sure there are no crocodiles or scorpions here.
God, look at the size of this crab. Unbelievable. Look at the size of that thing, that claw. Unbelievable. I don't want any of these guys crawling up into my bed. Actually, this is not even a bed, you know. I barely have a blanket to sleep on the ground.
In many areas of the world, eating barracuda can give you a severe illness called ciguatera poisoning. But in this region of Cuba, the guys guarantee that the fish are safe to eat.
A la manera cubana.
These guys know how to deal with their stress. What started as a tense situation turned out to be a fun dinner.
Honestly, I had no idea that this fish would taste so good out of a can. The fish is so good, it's so tasty, they actually cooked it with rum. That's why it tastes so good. That's their recipe, Cuban recipe right there, man. I love it.
Waking up on a deserted island is pretty cool. But last night, when it came down to choosing between adventure or safety, we chose to sleep on the boat. Sleeping on the ground of a mangrove island where you're not sure what kind of creatures are around is not the smartest thing to do.
You really thought I was gonna sleep on the island? With the crabs and whatever other animals live on there? Iguanas and stuff? Nah, mind it, but come on. Much better off on the boat here. Guillermo! Talking about a prehistoric animal, we got one right there. The iguana. Man, these things have been around millions of years. I don't know how old exactly, but I'm pretty sure it's not far from the Tarpon.
It's my last day in Cuba, and I have yet to see a monster barracuda. It's really time my luck changes.
Brand new, just out of the box.
I just tied on an artificial lure that mimics the movement of a bait fish swimming just below the surface, where barracuda love to hunt.
All right, let's go find that big barracuda. Woohoo! Fish on, fish on. Oh, yes, it's a good fish, it's a good fish. Woohoo!
We've been trolling for a while, and finally, we have a bite. But it's not a barracuda.
Bargo.
Barco, snapper.
Barco. Bueno, barco. Yes! Man, that's a beautiful snapper. Those fish are so good eating. It's one of the best eating fish around here. So I think they'll want to eat this fish.
¿Cómo lo vas a hacer?
¿Lo devuelto?
No,
No! That's what I was telling you. Bueno.
Gracias.
Que de nada, hombre. ¿Te gusta el señuelo, eh?
Seguro.
Time is running out, but we're really far from the harbor and we have to turn back. The guys want that big barracuda as much as I do, but Cuban law prohibits navigation at night, so we just hope that we get lucky on the way back.
Oh, yes. Oh. Es buena esa.
Es buena, buena,
Es buena. Another fish on the line. And it's a barracuda. Un poco más grande, ¿no?
Yes. Similar.
Pon la ola, pon la ola.
Ahora, vamos, ahí.
Look how nasty these things look. Mean. Killer machine. Look at the fangs on that beast. All right, buddy. Going back.
It's still not a monster, but certainly 4 or 5 pounds bigger than the last one. The good news is, this barracuda are around, and they're on the hunt.
Qué bueno.
The sun is going down, and Guillermo lets me troll for a few more minutes on the way back to the harbor.
Ok, otro.
Otro, sí.
Oh, despacio, relate, despacio.
Fish, fish, fish. Fish on. That's a big fish. That's a big fish. That's the big barracuda we wanted. Right there. I think we got it. I hope.
I get a little bit of line back, but I can tell this fish is heavy and powerful. And the fight is not over yet.
Oh. Despacio, despacio. Calma, calma, ahí. Despacio, ahí. Trabala, trabala. Trabala ahí.
This fish is putting up a big fight, but he's getting tired and he's getting close to the boat.
Oye, grande, grande. Mira como grande. Oh, ven acá. That is one big barracuda right there. Es grande, ¿eh?
Oh.
No, tú toma la caña, lo tomo.
Dale, vamos, arriba, vamos.
Yes! Now we're talking. That's a big cuda. That's the monster I was talking about. Look at the teeth. Look at the fangs on that thing. They got hit by something, huh? Otro, huh?
Yes.
Otro que lo atacó, ¿no?
Atacó, Aquí.
Now imagine this thing going for your bracelet or your watch. When I was telling you that you'd lose a hand, now you know what I'm talking about, right?
These fish are lightning fast and they usually strike at full speed with that mouth full of teeth. So imagine, their prey don't stand a chance.
24.
Oh, es bueno, huh? 24 pounds. Look how nasty it is down there. This is a bite mark. This thing got attacked either by a barracuda, another barracuda, or a shark.
But it should be fine. It's not a deep wound. Bye-bye, my friend.
Unreal. The teeth marks on the lure. The tooth there, the fang, right through the plastic. And check this out. Look at the hook. Totally bent it open. That's a strong hook. Normally I change the hooks to even stronger hooks than that, but I didn't have time. ¿Ahora lo quieres?
Muchas gracias.
Te lo regalo,
Sí.
¿lo querías, no?
Claro que sí.
Está muerto, disculpa.
No importa.
No tengo otro.
No importa, pero que voy a sacar buen pez,
qué grande ese
Qué
barracuda.
grande barracuda.
Es bueno, ¿eh?
Te felicito.
Gracias, amigo. No hice nada, solo puse el señuelo en el agua.
No importa, y pusiste el amor del corazón.
El amor del corazón.
I came to Cuba to catch a big tarpon and a monster barracuda. Although I never found that big tarpon, I still had a lot of fun catching the baby one.
All right.
Plus, I was lucky enough to catch a monster snook.
Check this out.
A beautiful caber snapper, and in the end, a big barracuda.
That's the monster I was talking about. Look at the teeth. Look at the fangs on that thing.
This is what fishing is all about. You just never know what you're gonna catch.
100% sure.
I love this trip, and I'll definitely come back one day.
The way to hold these things, you know, you have to grab the claws first, obviously, otherwise you get nailed. Yes, made it. Oh yes, he's still alive. There's a big cat in there. I got bit again. I ran out of there on the first pass. I'm gonna go down again. No! He's going out. Go get him.
I'm Cyril Chauquet, and I spend my life traveling the world chasing big fish. And that passion has brought me here, to Oklahoma, USA, on a risky mission. Oklahoma's waters are home to the muddy monster fish I'm after. Yeah! A slippery and powerful animal that nests in dark holes in the murky rivers and lakes here. The catfish. I want to catch this spiky and slimy beast in their lairs in a very traditional way.
With my hands.
Oh! In the best case, I get bitten by an angry catfish.
Stay in there.
In the worst case, by something even more dangerous. My goal is to catch a 50-pound monster. This is without a doubt one of my most extreme adventures yet.
No! Is there a shark down there, man? You see this hand here? Well, for the next few days, this will be the bait. That's the only kind of bait I'll be using to catch a fish. The idea is that I will be feeling around on the bottom of rivers and lakes, trying to find a catfish hole. And if I do find a hole, that's good news. That means that I have now to put my hand in that hole, trying to provoke the fish into attacking my hand or my feet. I can then grab that fish by the mouth and pull it out of its hole. And that's how you catch catfish here in Oklahoma. It's called noodling. It's pretty dangerous because there could be other creatures living in those holes. They could be snapping turtle, beavers, or even worse, cottonmouth snake. And let me tell you, you don't want to get bit by any of those.
I'm in Oklahoma, where Native Americans were the first to practice the art of noodling thousands of years ago. There are still a few purists out there practicing this extreme way of fishing, and I'm leaving my comfort zone of rods and reels behind to give noodling my best shot. But first, I'm going to meet Bob Clark, one of the top snake specialists in the world, to learn more about the dangerous reptiles I might encounter while noodling.
Bob?
Hi, sir.
Hi, how you doing?
Great. How was your trip?
Pretty good. Good to meet you.
Come on in, I'll show you some snakes.
Oh my God. You got a lot of snakes here.
I do. I think I have more than anybody.
I want python, man. I'm gonna give you a call and order a couple pythons.
It's what I do.
I'm sure my girlfriend would love that. That's huge.
That's a reticulated python.
You won't find this guy in Oklahoma, no?
Not unless you're here.
And how much does he weigh, you think?
He's about 180 pounds.
Really, huh?
Yeah.
180 pounds?
Yeah, you can lift him up if you like.
I'd love to.
It's pretty long. Still
and heavy.
South of where you are.
Well, imagine when I was fishing in the Amazon and I grabbed that anaconda. You know, had it been an anaconda the size of this python, that would have been it. Oh, anaconda!
Pega fogueira, pega fogueira.
Check out this beautiful anaconda. Well, luckily the snakes I might come across, you know, while noodling are not as big, you know, here for sure, but they're pretty dangerous. They're just as dangerous as this guy, just in a different way. This guy is a constrictor. The ones that I might be facing are venomous, highly venomous, actually. What kind of snakes can I run into though while noodling?
I think around the water, it's likely to find some water snakes or maybe a cottonmouth.
The cottonmouth, yeah, that's the one I've heard of. It's bad. Do you have any of those here?
I don't keep any of the native species here, but I think if you want to go out in the field, I'm pretty sure we can find some.
Really? I want to see that. I want to see the expert in action.
The rivers of Oklahoma are filled with a lot of different snakes. Hopefully, an expert like Bob will help me understand the difference between a venomous snake and a less dangerous one.
And what do they look like, cottonmouth?
Stocky, not too long, dark color.
Dark color.
Okay, see? Can you see them there coming off?
Yeah.
See the weight? Okay.
Watch out, you can get bit, you can get bit.
I don't care.
Oh, it's a water snake. It's not.
Yeah, that's a water snake.
Okay. It's not a cut
I can tell. Ah,
you got bit there.
I didn't get me yet.
You got up his head.
Okay, watch the sharp end.
Oh! He got me.
Okay.
You grab him good.
Here, grab this part. You don't want to grab the sharp end.
Trying to grab it behind him.
This part? Yeah.
Look, this guy is so fast, you know, I was gonna do the snake master thing, but I completely missed my shot, you know? Gonna reach behind the neck, but he got me before I even got close with snack.
You smell that musk?
Yeah.
It's supposed to deter predators that stink.
Really?
Yeah. It'll stick with you a little bit.
Really? Mm-hmm. It's good before going on a date, right?
Oh, absolutely.
So that's what I can run into while noodling, right?
I think it's almost certain that you will see water snakes while you're noodling.
Cut them out?
A little less likely, but also possible.
Yeah, but that's way more dangerous though, right?
It is much more. So don't be doing this when you find a cottonmouth.
You stay away from it, right?
Let him go his own way.
All right, buddy. You're going back.
Luckily, this is a non-venomous water snake, and I'll just have to clean my wound to avoid infection. But a cottonmouth bite can cause tissue damage and hemorrhaging, and if left untreated, can be fatal. Before putting my hand in an aggressive catfish's mouth, I want to learn a little bit more about him. So my next stop is the Fisheries Center, where I'm meeting a catfish expert. Two main species of catfish can be noodled, the blue and the flathead. Noodlers usually target the flathead, since it is more common, and the biggest can get over 120 pounds. But if I noodle a 50-pounder, that would already be a true trophy.
Hey, Dan.
Hey, Cyril.
This is an awesome spot, man.
Oh, thank you.
Really?
Come see some catfish?
Oh, for sure. That's what I'm here for.
There they are.
My gosh, you were not kidding about catfish. You got a lot of catfish.
You got to be really careful when you're fishing for these guys, especially hand fishing, and you're sticking your hands in their mouths. They can be really tough to deal with, especially as the fish get bigger.
Check this out. It's in these mouths that I'll be putting my hands or my feet.
Avoid holes or sticking your hand in any kind of hole that has access to air, because those snapping turtles will sometimes get in cavities that have an air pocket up top, like the alligator snapper can just rip limbs off, and fingers especially. So.
These catfish definitely look like they're ready to rip something apart. It's feeding time.
Imagine soon it's gonna be my hands in there.
All right, you sure you're gonna go noodling now with these guys?
I like my hands. I really like them. All right, guys. I'm on my way to noodle on my own. I don't guarantee anything, though, because let me tell you, finding holes on your own, in muddy water, I don't think it's too easy,
I just can't wait any longer. Even though I know what kind of creatures might be lurking out there, it's time to try to noodle some catfish by myself.
Whoa, just hit something right there. I'm feeling a little reluctant right now to put my foot against that wall there, that ledge, and feel for any hole I could find. That's where the catfish would be hiding, in a hole.
Let me tell you, as I'm feeling along the river bottom, I can't stop thinking about the warnings I've heard from the local wildlife experts.
Avoid sticking your hand in any kind of hole that has access to air, because those snapping turtles can rip limbs off.
So don't be doing this when you find a cottonmouth.
Stay away from it, right?
During the breeding season, the catfish seek holes along the edges of riverbeds. These cavities are usually dug by beavers and muskrats and can be pretty big.
This is exactly the type of feature that I was looking for along the bank, A cliff like this, and then a hole, So basically, think about it, this is underwater, right? So I'm feeling with my foot here, and all of a sudden I find this hole here. When you're halfway there, you're not gonna get bit, so you really gotta go way in and feel all the way into the the hole there, because otherwise you're not gonna get that reaction strike from the catfish. That's the scary part, you know, because your brain tells you, don't go in there, don't go in there, don't put your foot there, don't put your hand there. How stupid is that? Try to get bit. Check this out. The snake skin. I don't know what that is exactly, but I would guess a rattlesnake. Oh, it's confirmed. They're here.
I'm not too comfortable in deep water, so I move my search to the shallows. Finally, I find a small hole, and it's not empty.
Hey, something just moved in there. That's a common snapping turtle, but let me tell you, you gotta stay really far from that mouth, because it can reach out pretty far and bite you. And these turtles, not only they have a powerful jaw, their beak is really sharp. This thing is like a dinosaur. So if you reach into a hole, let me tell you, you better grab it by the back like this, because otherwise, if you get the front end, you get bit, you lose a finger for sure.
Or a hand, because these guys can grow to over 70 pounds.
All right, buddy.
It's been hours, and I still haven't found a catfish hole.
I really think I'm wasting my time. Look at the size of a river, it's endless. There could be holes anywhere, everywhere, pretty much, but so far I haven't found any, because when I'm feeling the bottom and the banks of the river, I don't really go right in there, you know, I'm kind of scared, you know, to put my foot right in the holes, because it's so dangerous. There could be, you know the drill, right? There could be a turtle, there could be a beaver, there could be anything in there, a snake. Honestly, I think I'd be much better off with a guy from here, you know, a guy who's noodled before.
And if there's a man who knows everything there is to know about noodling catfish, it's Bill Wisnett. His family has been doing it for generations.
Hey, you must be Bill, right?
That's me.
How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Hey, what happened to your hand there? It can't be a fish that did that to you, is it?
No, sir.
No.
Bill tells me that he lost 2 of his fingers from a dog bite. But that makes me wonder what could happen if I get bitten by a snapping turtle or a beaver.
Wow. It's pretty serious stuff, that noodling thing, right? You can get hurt pretty bad.
Yeah, you can. You gotta sure watch what you're doing.
That's the only apprehension that I have when I put my hand or when I put my foot at the end of this hole. I don't care. If it's a fish, that's good. But if it's anything else, that's what scares me. You know, you never know if it's going to be a snapping turtle.
What it's going to be.
How many fish do you think you've noodled in your life?
Oh Lord, I don't know if they make numbers that high.
Is that something that people would do back in the day a lot, or?
A lot more back then than what they do now. Well, back then everybody, mostly it was to eat.
So do you still do any noodling yourself?
No, not anymore. My health just won't let me anymore.
Hey, really nice meeting you.
You too, sir.
A real pleasure. Thank you. Thanks, Bill.
Thank you. I hope you catch a big one.
Thank you, man.
Bill is now too old to show me the tricks of noodling, but he gave me the names of some of the best noodlers in the state. I didn't get much sleep last night. Today, I'm meeting the first noodler on Bill's list, and I'm starting to feel the pressure here. I realize I'm gonna have to put my hand in an underwater hole and get bitten by a catfish.
So I just wanted to get a little mental training for what it's gonna be like fishing with those guys, noodling with those guys. And that's what I did, you know, I found a hole and I put a little surprise in it. Not a good surprise. Imagine this is underwater. It's all murky water, so you can't see anything underwater. Feeling around using your feet or your hands, and you're like, oh, there's a hole here. Ah! Let me tell you, that stings, that hurts. But I'm pretty sure that a catfish, if I wanted to mimic an angry catfish, he would take a rat trap, not a mouse trap. All right, let's go noodling. I'll tell you, I'm really in the middle of nowhere, USA. Temple, Oklahoma. There's nothing going on here. It's kind of cute in a way, you know, it's the far west. I like it. Cool vibe to it. All right, train. There's gotta be my guys there. Skipper. Yeah, that's him. You're Skipper, right?
Yeah, I know. I told Joanne, I said, that's got to be him. He looks like he's lost in the big city of Temple, Oklahoma.
Man, it's huge.
This is like the heartland of America.
Joanne?
My daughter, Heather.
Heather, Cyril. Nice to meet you guys.
I've caught so many fish with a rod and reel in my life. You know, there's nothing. You know, like I want to get that direct contact with the fish with putting my hand in its mouth.
Right. Well, you know, there's a big difference between standing there on your boat and threading a worm on a hook. You're going to be the bait.
Yeah. That's what I wanted.
Hey, dude, see that train? It's going to be a train wreck of emotions, I promise you. You're going to tremble, you're going to laugh, and you may cry, and there's going to be some blood. It's definitely going to be
blood, really?
Train wreck of emotions. So it's real important that you do this and do it right, because we lose a noodler every year somewhere in the state.
Really?
Due to drowning, getting bit, or doing it the wrong way. We're going to start you out doing it the right way. You're going to get in with a pair of socks on. That way you still have a sense of touch. You won't be kicking around on a turtle or a beaver. That way if you feel one, immediately you're going to know what it is and be able to get out of there.
I put a mousetrap in a hole, you know, and I tried to put my hand in there, you know, try to get a feel for what it was going to be. Bang! You know, I got snapped on the... But that hurts, man. That hurts.
That would definitely hurt, but that's nothing. That is nothing.
Oh,
Think more like pit bull. Woo! He's going to run up, bite you on the foot, latch on, shake maybe.
All right, I'm out of here, guys.
Hey, no, you didn't come all this way to back out now.
I'm gonna do some rod and reel fishing.
That's what we call sissy fishing, man. No, hey, definitely come to a point or a junction in your life that self-preservation is going to kick in. You're going to have some scars before this thing's all done, but one thing about it, chicks dig them, man. Let's go do it, man.
Let's go. Man, I was telling you this morning that I felt the pressure last night. I'm feeling it even more. Seeing the scars that the guy has on his hand, you know, like the wounds, actually, they were pretty fresh, you know? And that's the best case scenario, is that you find a hole that has a catfish, but it could be a muskrat, just like a muskrat or a beaver, or it could be a snake or a turtle. I guess you know what I mean. I told you enough times, I think.
So you got your socks on? There's a beaver in the hole.
Right.
You've got to be able to tell. You don't want to be kicking around, agitating, he might bite you. With socks, you still have your sense of touch, so
you
make
can
sure.
feel the fur.
Yeah, we're going to lose the shoes and put on some socks.
I can feel the fur here, look.
Oh, it's going to be like that, right? All right.
Anything else we need to do here?
Lord bless us and keep us, and he prepared a fish to swallow up Jonah, and we're looking for a fish to swallow up Cyril.
Oh, nice, nice.
In Jesus' name.
All right.
Let's go get one. It's these Oklahoma mud baths that I take on a daily basis.
That's why you look so good, right?
That's why I look so good.
All right. Well, it's getting muddy.
Glide through it. Remember that good old Oklahoma mud bath I was talking about?
This is it.
This is it.
This is it right there. Oh, man. Almost feels nice.
Oh, yeah, it does. I'm telling you. You'll be a real man when we get out of here.
Noodlers usually work in pairs, so if we find a hole, Skipper's gonna stay by my side, just to be safe. And it looks like Skipper's found something.
You got one? Yes. Over the branch there, right?
To find out what lives in this hole, I'm gonna have to stick both my legs all the way inside it.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Now, how big a fish could be in that?
Holy smokes, that's deep.
Now, I haven't been in it yet. Feel to the left, feel to the right, feel up and down. Don't kick it, could be a turtle. You've got your first taste of a sure enough fish den.
Yeah.
All right, that's an empty one. Let's go find one.
All right, let's go find some real fish, man.
There was nothing in this first hole, but Skipper just found another one farther downriver. And I think it's up to me to find out what's in it.
This is a little bit different kind of a hole. It's a little tight. It's a one-leg hole.
It's a one-leg one?
One leg.
This hole is really deep, and the entry is pretty small. It's scary, because I still don't know what kind of animal might be living down there. And in order to find out, I'm gonna have to put my whole leg inside it and get bitten.
Nope, nothing's coming this way.
Stay in there.
Oh!
Stay in there. Stay in there.
That's a cat, you think? I got bit, man.
Did he bite you?
Yeah, I got bit.
Like that?
Yeah, bang, bang, bang.
Oh, that's probably a turtle. Catfish would have hung on.
Oh, no, so I'm pulling out there.
Stay in there till we know for sure.
No, put your foot in there if it's a turtle.
We gotta know for sure. That's why you took those shoes off. Push on in a little deeper.
No, if it's a turtle, man. I don't want to get bit by a turtle. The catfish, I don't care.
All I can think about is a snapping turtle ready to bite. But there's no backing out now.
Okay, oh, he's moving. You feel him? Oh, he's big fish.
He's a good fish.
It's not a turtle living down the hole. It's a catfish, but it's getting really angry.
Just go ahead and get out on the side of his head and bring him to you, right up to you jump.
Okay, he's here.
Where you got him? Where's he at?
Okay, I got his mouth. Okay, all right, I got him.
Both feet?
Oh, wow, he's biting hard. Oh.
Don't let him out.
Don't pull him out. Get a hold of him. You can't him out.
All right, pull me out. I got him. Yes, I got him. Yes.
Oh, man. There you go.
First cat.
We're looking for his daddy's what we're looking for, his grandpa. Can you believe that little guy would bite?
Yeah. Man, I can't believe it. Small. I thought you had it. Welcome to Oklahoma.
That's awesome. Oh, good Lord. I hope we find a bigger one than that.
Yeah. That's a blue cat,
That
right?
is a blue cat. Yeah, you're a man of massive size on the bank, but in the water, now you feel how strong he is?
He's pretty strong, man.
If that fish was any bigger, you would not be able to hold him. And did you feel him turn? He actually does like an alligator's death row.
Right.
And you'll have a hold of him, and then when he turns, that's when he'll break your hold.
Imagine, this fish, I can barely hold him, and it's not even 10 pounds. The biggest one he's caught is what,
111.
111 pounds. Already, you know, my hands are scratched here and there, almost nothing, but if it was a big fish, I would be pretty bruised up with that by now.
Longer teeth, bigger fish, bigger bite.
Bigger teeth.
We'll get there.
Yeah?
We'll get there.
That's just an introduction fish, right?
Yep, that's it. Good starter fish.
You had to kiss him bye-bye, right?
Yeah, buddy. Hey, man, you've been baptized. You're officially a noodler.
All right. That's pretty cool, man. Let's keep on noodling.
Yeah, let's find a big one.
I just caught my first catfish barehanded. But what I really want is a 50-pound monster flathead. Skipper knows that the bigger catfish are really powerful, and it's almost impossible to hold on to them. He wants to use a stringer, a rope that goes through the mouth of the catfish to keep them from escaping. But I still want to try to catch a big one with just my hands. After a long search, Skipper finds another hole, and there's something big moving inside it.
I didn't get it. I felt a bite. It's a pretty good bite. Let's get him. No!
Go get him.
I'm in 5 feet of water, blocking a deep hole inhabited by large catfish. To catch it, I'm gonna have to submerge and get inside its lair to provoke an attack on my feet. Then, I'll try to bring the fish to my hands and pull it out of its cavity. This water's murky, and anything could happen down there. This fish was pretty big, but even though it's not the monster I'm looking for, I wasn't able to hold on to it when I brought it up to the surface. I wonder what's gonna happen if I found a really big one.
How much more power does that 50 or 70 pounder have?
Oh my God, look at my hands.
The adrenaline rush. When he runs up, boom, boom. There's nothing like it. I mean, you just feel it all come up into your neck.
Yeah, I know, it's great.
Like a noodle.
Look at my thumb, it's totally destroyed.
The catfish's powerful jaws are armed with tons of small teeth, kind of like coarse sandpaper. And it can really mess you up if they get hold of you.
This is for real, let me tell you. Those fish, when they clamp on your thumb, you really feel it. Look, there's almost no skin left on my thumb here. It's blood, you know, like I can't even imagine if it's a huge fish that bites on my thumb. What happens next, you know, I lose my thumb or... Man, I'm tired of losing fish.
I mean, you did catch them.
Yeah, no, for sure, I don't want to...
But you can only hold them that long because they're so strong.
The big ones, you can't hold on to them, right?
Yeah, they're too strong. When you had to hold them by the mouth, slid it right through his bottom lip, pulled it, run it through the end of the slot right there.
If we have to do that, let's do it.
You bet.
The stringer's fine, but to be able to put it to use, I still have to get bitten by an aggressive catfish and pull it out of its hole. In other words, I'm still in for a beating.
Look at this landscape. Pretty eerie, huh? It's beautiful, but at the same time, it's like you think that the end of the world happened already. In a way, it's pretty sad, you know? 'Cause maybe that's what the world would look like one day. If we're not careful. Check this out. Another danger of noodling right there. That's an old trot line. So basically what it is a rope, and every 20 inches or so, you know, there's another piece of line with a hook attached to it, and normally there would be a bait on it. And you just set this line fishing on its own, basically. And they mainly target catfish. And this one got lost, you know? So imagine when you're feeling on the bottom, if you get snagged in one of the hooks, pretty intense. You don't want to get caught in one of those.
After 2 hours searching for a catfish hole, Skipper finds one with a much bigger fish inside it.
This hole goes in there really deep too. Hopefully he'll run up and bite you. We can do everything the same that we done, but we've got to keep him in the hole. If he ever gets his nose this much out of that hole, he's gone. He's going to blow you out of there.
Really?
Yeah.
He's that big?
He's 40 plus, 50 maybe.
50 pounds?
Yeah. Yeah, he's good fish.
So I'm definitely I'm keeping the gloves on that one. Well, what's the best strategy? Stick my foot in there?
We want to try.
Feet?
Yeah, we're going to try to catch him with your foot, if at all possible.
Now, my friends, let me tell you, there's a big fish apparently there. You say 40, 50 pounds?
I think so.
He's trying to make the fish move, you know, so that he's trying to get the fish to actually bite my foot by moving around there. Oh, shit. Yeah, big bite. You know what makes this catch really hard? That the hole is really deep. I have to get this fish to bite my foot. And if it does bite my foot, then I can try to stick my other foot in its mouth and hold it open, and then reach with my hand and hopefully get a good grab on the fish's jaw. Oh, he's there. Oh!
Yeah, I felt that.
Is there a shark down there, man? He's pretty strong.
He's super strong.
I'm gonna get a good breather here. I'm gonna go down, and he's gonna push on my shoulders to shove me in that hole, right?
Yeah, wiggle in there, wiggle in.
Yeah, wiggle in. Okay, let's go. Let's get this fish.
All right, try him. He's working him. Yeah. Oh, he's thumping. You got him on your feet? Yeah. Okay, keep him jacked. Oh, he's a good one. Keep him jacked. Tell me if he starts to come loose.
After an intense battle on the water, I'm holding onto a big catfish, but I won't be able to hold it for long.
Oh, we got him?
So Skipper quickly ties the fish with a stringer.
Okay.
Shall we pull him out now?
Yes, sir. I want you to pull him out. Get his hand in his mouth.
I'm just about to bring the fish out, but it goes into a death roll.
He's twisting up. He almost broke my wrist, man.
Yeah. Big old flathead. Oh, aren't they strong, though? Do you feel him when he cranked with you, when he rolled you
almost
over?
broke my wrist. I'm telling you, like, I had to go with him, otherwise it was breaking my wrist.
Right.
This thing was going...
Oh, man, these things are hosses now. He's just one solid muscle. Beautiful. That way you
Good job, buddy.
Hey, man. It's all you.
Awesome. Yeah.
Good fish. I'm glad I didn't have to come in there after.
I'm proud of you, you know. Hey, hold that dude up. Hey, that's a big fish.
That's what we're talking about right there. That's a good 40-pound fish.
Oh, 40, 45.
You're right. Big Oklahoma catfish. All right, buddy. Going back.
I'm pretty happy with this beautiful 40-pound flathead catfish, which is already a solid accomplishment for a first-time noodler like me. But I'm still looking for a bigger one. And next time,
I want to try to catch a monster catfish without a stringer.
He rolled good right there. He's
yeah. I felt that twist, man.
Well, you got to watch that stuff. It'll get infected really, really bad. So
really?
Yeah, when you get home, get a pan of salt water, just as hot as you can possibly stand it, and put about a handful of salt in it.
I think I need a little break from the noodling. My hands can't take it anymore.
My hands are forcing me to take a break from noodling, but I'm not gonna stop looking for a monster catfish. All right, let's go catch some big catfish on a rod and reel this time. Yeah, man. I'm back to my good old rod and reel, this time in Texas at Lake Texoma to fish with Cody Melanex. He has the state record for the biggest blue catfish, 121.5 pounds, which was also the world record for a while. Though I'm taking a break from noodling, I'm still hoping to catch a real monster in a more conventional way. Well, now we just have to wait for a bite. We have 8 rods in the water, 8 bait on the bottom, 8 rods working for us, so 8 chances of catching fish or catfish. Does it look like it's hot here in Texas?
There's some days I sit out here and it's just unbearable. I mean, it's everything you got just to stay out here, and then all of a sudden, you know, one of them rods just go crushing down. You may get one, yeah, monster fish. You may get one, you may get 2, you maybe get 3.
Just get me one, man. That's all I need. One big monster blue. That's what I want to see.
Patience is the game.
All right. At least it'll give my hands a little rest from all that noodling. After waiting for hours on Lake Texoma, we finally get a hit. He's there. Yeah, there's a fish after that bait. Yep.
Come on over here, he's circling around.
Look at the power of this fish. Imagine on your hand.
Hang on to him.
Big fish, big fish. Big fish.
Hang on, that looks like a good fish.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, man. Good fish, Cody. Good job, bud. Yeah. Big cat. Yeah. That's what, 50 pounds easy, no?
Yeah, it's a good fish. Like that. Oh, my gosh. Healthy fish up there.
Oh, yeah. Look at the size of this blue catfish. That's a beautiful animal. That's a monster, actually. That's exactly the size of fish I'd like to be able to noodle. You know, so basically fight it with my hands. No stringer, no line, no rope, nothing. Imagine diving down, getting bit by this fish, and bringing it up to the surface.
Fish like that's gonna bring blood.
Yeah, well, he's gonna mangle my hands for sure, right?
I feel for your hands, brother. They're gonna be mincemeat.
I guess so, but it would be cool, you know. I really want to catch one, yeah.
Well,
thank you again.
Power to you.
Thank you, man. That was a beautiful 45-pound blue catfish. Noodling a fish this size would be great, and I feel I can do even bigger. My hands are still hurting, but I think I'm ready to go back to noodling. And that was really cool catching that big blue catfish with Cody. So now I want to catch a fish this size with my bare hands. No stringer, nothing. Just going down into the fish's hole, grabbing onto this fish's mouth and pulling it up to the surface. That'll be pretty intense. This is my last day in Oklahoma. I'm going to meet Nate and Levi, 2 pro noodlers that might be able to help me catch the monster fish I'm looking for.
Hey, here's our guy right here.
Hey, Nate.
Hey, man. How
you doing? Ooh.
Nate Williams.
You're hurting there?
Yeah.
Levi? Cyril.
Yeah.
Cyril. Nice to meet you, guys. That's some serious noodler's hands there.
You ready to catch some big catfish?
I think so, man.
You can hop in with us. It's about 10 minutes.
All right, let's do that then. And that's gonna be good. These guys are pretty hardcore. You know, I've seen some scars before on hands, wrists, and stuff, but these guys, they have scars up to their elbows all the way here. Yep. Let's go. catch some catfish.
Nate and Levi are taking me to a secret spot far down the river, where they've seen really big fish before.
True American style fishing right there, you know, in the back of a pickup truck.
To get to the spot, we have to walk beside a busy highway and then climb down under it to find the river, where there's a canoe waiting for us.
Here we go again. Chasing catfish with my hands.
This is my last chance to catch a monster catfish without a stringer. This time, it's gonna be even harder because the river's current is pretty strong. We find a beaver dam right away. There might be some catfish living in here.
Beaver in there. Saw the tail splashing on the surface. It's typically the kind of environment where you could have beavers and snakes and stuff.
But no catfish here. We're just gonna have to keep looking.
All right, let's keep cruising.
Noodling is definitely extreme. Once again, I'm gonna have to feel inside every hole in order to find out if they're occupied by a wild animal. And the rivers of Oklahoma are full of surprises.
Be a big hole here, say?
Yeah, this is actually one of my favorite little stretches of river right here. I pull fish over here, over 50 pounds all the time.
Over 50 pounds?
It's a really, really good spot.
How does the hole feel? Big? No?
Yeah, it's an old beaver den.
Can't feel anything.
No, you gotta run this clay little shelf down here.
Yeah, with my feet in it.
Oh my, look, right there. Look.
Whoa.
You see that?
That's a snake.
That's a rattlesnake right there.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
That's a big boy too.
That's a big one. They don't ever get in the water, but sometimes they come close to get a drink or to try to ambush small predators.
How much time do you get if you get bit by a rattlesnake like that?
You can have it's anybody's guess, 15 minutes to 2 hours. At any point, you could become unconscious.
Really? So basically, we're cooked. If we get bit here, by the time we get back upstream?
Yeah, because it's a good 45 minutes back to the vehicles, and then it's a 45-minute drive to the hospital.
So we're done, man.
Hey, Levi, watch around here. There's a snake, man.
This river is definitely full of surprises, but I really want to find a big catfish. And it looks like Nate just found a hole with something moving inside.
Are you guys blocking the hole right now?
Yeah, his feet are in it.
So you basically put your hand through the mouth, out of the gill, right?
Yeah.
All right. So I just go down, follow your foot with my hand, and go down as you exit, right?
This is it. I'm diving down. I need to fight the current and reach inside a hole just beneath Levi. That was a good practice shot, but the catfish was pretty small. I need a monster one now.
He was down deep.
Yeah, he was. I heard him bite you, too.
Yeah.
I could hear it.
Man, he bit hard on my thumb.
We head up a little stream where there might be some big catfish lurking around.
Hey, that's a big fish, man. There's fish like that in here?
Yeah.
When the water level drops after heavy rains, fish can get trapped in the streams, sometimes for weeks.
There are really big fish in such shallow pools.
Yeah, and really big snakes.
Really, huh?
Yeah,
nice.
I was starting to think that there were no catfish in this creek, but now I just spotted one in a shallow pool. Instead of swimming away, it looks straight at me, and it doesn't back down.
They're hard to hang on to, man. Strong, man. You gotta get a hold of him. You almost broke my fingers. Caught with my hands, no stringer, but it's not quite the size we want. All right, buddy.
We head back to the river. I managed to catch 2 small catfish, but I still haven't found a huge one. And if I do, I really wonder if I'll be able to hold on to it. The day's almost over. I need to keep looking in every hole to find the fish I've been dreaming about. We arrive at a spot where Nate has caught huge catfish before.
Feel just right down this bank.
Yeah.
Should be coming up to a hole.
Around here?
Yeah. Right in here.
I got the hole.
And keep it blocked when you come up.
There's a cat.
Yeah,
sure. Something bit me.
Don't let him
Whoa,
out.
whoa. It's weird, man. Is that what? What's that?
Yeah, that's the snake. Hey, toss that.
Toss it, man.
Hang on to it. It might be twisted.
What kind of snake is that?
Easy. Hey.
Oh, you grabbed that, man.
You all right?
Are you okay? Did he nail you?
Yeah, twice.
Levi is lucky. It's the same type of non-venomous water snake that bit me earlier.
He got me. Wow, look, he got nailed pretty good right here on the hand and there on the finger. Wow. Told you that noodling can be pretty dangerous. We're just lucky it's not a cut and mouth, just a water snake. Because the poor Levi, let me tell you, it'd be in agony right now. We'd have to rush to the hospital to get him a shot.
The day's almost over, and I still haven't completed my mission. I really want to catch a monster flathead catfish with my bare hands. And there's still one more spot to check.
Last year here, I cut my elbow open and had to go to the hospital and get 6 staples. This farmers throw all this junk in here to stop erosion so they don't lose their land.
Really?
Yeah, but it's really, there's stuff all through here. Car bodies, tin horns, barn metal, sheet metal. It's all through here. You can hit your feet on it and get cut up pretty bad, so be careful.
It's good for fish though, right?
Good for fish. There's lots of places for them to hide. There's a fish in here.
There's a fish there?
Yeah.
All right. How is it set up here? Like it's...
We just found an unusual hole. It's a jagged, rusty pipe. Inside it is a huge catfish, and it can escape through 3 exits. Nate and Levi block both ends of the rusty pipe, and hopefully this will allow me to get the fish out through the jagged hole in the middle. This is it. This is the monster I've been looking for.
This fish is all the way in the back of this hole. And basically, we're trying to get it to come close to the entrance of the hole so that we can pin him down.
Like I got his tail pinned down.
Oh, the tail is there?
Yeah,
That thing is big. I'm gonna try to get my...
Right there. There you go. Now you got a good hold of him.
Yeah.
Now, you think we should string him or what?
I can try pulling him out. Let's have some fun.
It's up to you, man. Are you sure you want to grab him on your own?
Yeah.
He's gonna be all you can handle. You gotta be ready.
I think so.
Okay, you can do it.
Don't lose him.
Yeah, that's it.
Ease him out.
Ease him out.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. Get him. You got him? Good job. Oh, boy.
It's a big fish.
It's a monster.
Yes! That's a monster. That's the fish I was chasing. Real big fish. No stringer, just bare hands. Really cool. Man, he's kicking me pretty good. 50 pounds?
50 pounder, yeah.
Every bit of it, at least 50. 50 pounds. That's a monster fish. We almost always have to use a stringer. Being able to just grab one with your bare hands is pretty badass. Really? Really. Because they hurt, right? Yeah, they don't feel very good. I mean, you get ate up like that. That's what happened to you? Yeah. Well, you got me pretty good here. Oh, yeah.
We're Twinkies now, all of us. Welcome to the club. Had our fun, buddy.
See you, baby.
Good job, man.
Yeah. Awesome.
I came to Oklahoma to catch a flathead catfish with my bare hands, one of the biggest fish in the state. I wanted to find them in their own domain. Put my hands in their holes and in their mouths. No more rods or hooks or even bait. This time, the bait was me.
Awesome.
Thanks to my friends that share their knowledge and passion with me, I now have the greatest respect for this raw style of fishing that is noodling.
I love that one.
In the end, it was just like Skipper told me.
You're going to tremble, you're going to laugh, and you may cry, and there's going to be some blood.
But you're going to make a memory that's going to last a lifetime, I promise you that.
And now that I've been through it,
that's hardcore noodling right there.
I loved it so much that I'm definitely coming back.
You got your big girl panties on?
It's a frog, man.
No! Ah, don't pull it out. Oh. Stay in there. She's a big fish, and you really gotta watch him. Oh, they do that. Watch him now. Oh.
We gotta swim across, and there's a lot of current. Então vamos? Você primeiro? Oh, that's not a good sign. He doesn't want to go first.
My name is Cyril Chauquet, and I spend my life traveling the world chasing monster fish, especially the big predators. And that's exactly why I'm here in South America, in the Amazon rainforest. Even though it's one of the most dangerous places on Earth,
It's bad.
I love it here. Electric eels,
It's very dangerous. It can shock you.
caimans, piranhas,
Look at the size of this piranha.
and even anacondas are everywhere. But it's also where the most colossal and rare fish can be found. I want to go on an expedition for several days in indigenous territory, where I heard that they're real monster fish, capable of pulling fishermen and even their boats down. And it's so remote, I'll need to learn new techniques in order to survive in the jungle. I've already traveled to the Amazon several times.
Here we go.
But this time, my goal is to find one of the biggest and most powerful predator fish in the world.
He's not coming up.
A beast that grows to over 300 pounds.
Yes!
The shark-like paraíba.
Oh my gosh!
I've caught monster fish in wild areas around the world. From the jungle coast of Africa to the deep south of Texas.
Oh my gosh!
And the lost islands of the South Pacific. But this time, I'm chasing a fish so deep in the Amazon jungle that I need to refresh my survival skills before I begin.
Before I start my quest for the mighty Paraíba, I'm here to spend a day at the Jungle Warfare Training Center. I'll be learning specific survival techniques of the Amazon. These guys, they're known as SIGs, and they train armies from around the world on how to fight and stay alive in the jungle. I know it sounds a little extreme, but I'm spending more and more time in distant places, and having a couple new tricks in my bag won't do me any harm.
The SIGs are an elite division of the Brazilian army. They specialize in combat and survival in the Amazon. Armies around the world come to train here and learn their techniques. And my goal is exactly that, to learn new survival techniques for my trip in the jungle.
Let me introduce you to Simba. He's the mascot of the SIGs.
I don't like seeing animals chained up, but the SIGs insisted on taking precautions. All right, it's on for survival training. Obstacle 1, snakes.
This is cool. They're gonna show me some snake handling. There's a couple of ways to grab a snake. They were telling me that the safety range of the snake is usually about 1/3 of its length. So you don't want to get any closer than that, because otherwise they can coil up and get you. So 1/3 is the right distance. Diretamente, posso... Com a mão? Sim? Sim. Sim? Só puxar. This is the right way to hold a snake. See, this is pretty safe. With my finger here under its jaw and my thumb right in the middle of its skull there in the back. And here, the snake can't really do anything. Posso ser SIGs? Yes, I cut the snake SIGs way. No stick.
Obstacle 2, finding drinkable water. The water from the river is not drinkable if it's not boiled. So it's critical to find alternative sources of water.
This is a water vine. It's critical when you're in the jungle and you want to find water, especially in the curvy part here. It's gonna be full of water, so that's why I have to cut it here. Can keep the vine up there without losing the water that's in the bottom part of the curve. It's tasty water too.
Obstacle 3, sleeping in the forest.
Pode ter serpente, mas assim, à noite, a selva, a gente não se caminha à noite.
He was basically telling me that it's very important to set up camp before dark, because after it gets dark, the jungle comes alive. Snakes, spiders, all kinds of wild animals. Plus, you don't see anything at all. Fogo é muito importante.
Muito importante porque animais, eles não se aproximam do fogo.
Sim.
Eles têm medo do fogo. Obrigado.
Muito obrigado para você. Muito bom.
Sempre bem-vindo aqui, viu?
Muito obrigado.
At least now, I have a few more survival tricks up my sleeve. Knowing how remote I'm going, I'm pretty sure I'll need them. My destination? An almost unreachable native territory. And from what I've heard, there are massive piratas lurking out there. The Amazon is a huge wild place. It's almost the same size as the United States. A third of the world's animal species live here. But the reason I love the Amazon so much is because it contains more than 3,000 species of fish. Look at the teeth on that thing. And potentially many more to be discovered. Suddenly, we're engulfed by clouds. There's no visibility whatsoever. It's crazy how fast the weather can change in the Amazon. The weather keeps closing in, and we have to drop close to the ground to see where we're going.
Oh, it's very reassuring to know that you're flying over the Amazon, zero visibility, and they're flying with minimal instruments. You know, they have a radar, but it doesn't work.
Our plane is practically skimming the treetops. And finally, we see the river where we're supposed to land. Out here, there's no room for error. I have serious respect for these Amazon bush pilots. These guys are real pros.
Como vai?
Wellington,
Tanto tempo.
amigo.
Nice to see you. Como está, amigo?
I've fished many times with my good friend Wellington. Last time, he even pulled a hook out of my leg.
Piraiba grande.
See?
Wait on you, man.
I was worried on the way down because I could see the water was brown and kind of muddy and the water had gone up, but apparently he's telling me that the Piraiba, they're still on, they're still hitting. That's a good thing.
I have to admit, seeing how high the water is after all the rain, I'm a little concerned, but I still believe we have a shot at finding a monster Piraiba. Wellington takes me to his base camp. From there, we'll plan our expedition deep into the forest. It's pretty cool here. Wellington and his family have built a quiet little fishing camp in the middle of nowhere.
Welcome to my island.
But the huge Piraiba I'm after is somewhere out there in the jungle rivers, and I can't get too comfortable here. So Wellington introduces me to my guide for the next few days.
Isaiah is gonna be your guide. So he's the one that knows all the way around.
Yeah.
So he's gonna take you to some spot that you gotta work for it. So Isaiah, you can trust him. He's my man. He knows everywhere around.
My new friend Isaiah isn't very talkative, but hey, at least he looks like the real deal. And anyways, there'll be plenty of time to talk on this trip.
All right, here we go. On the hunt for the Piraiba. To be honest, I don't really know what I'm getting myself into. Wellington was saying that it should take 3 days to get to the spots. We'll see. I've been fishing rods to catch some fish, and he's got his bow and arrow. The guy looks pretty hardcore. He was already sharpening his arrowhead as I was talking to Wellington, so I'm pretty sure we won't starve.
After an hour on the boat, I spot a rocky point by a large pool. Big catfish love deep pools like this, and the Piraiba, growing to over 300 pounds, is the biggest catfish in South America. And this fish is super powerful too. So I can tell you, to get him out of deep holes like this one, you'd better build strong rigs.
The rig is pretty straightforward. A sliding sinker on the main line or running line that is attached to a swivel. And the reason why I'm using a non-flexible metal leader is because of the piranhas. Here it's infested with piranhas. And so this keeps the piranhas and the piranhas' teeth away from the main running line and to avoid cutting you off.
His eyes seems to be expecting a long wait. But then...
Fish on. Ah, spites like a piranha. It's a big piranha.
The black piranha is a voracious predator, known for having a fast and powerful bite.
The black piranha, the largest species of piranha in the world.
Oh my.
We brought some hot dogs to grill, but let's see how quick this piranha bites into them.
The bite strength of this fish is equivalent to 30 times its own weight. This fish is about maybe a pound and a half, couple of pounds. That means it's about 60 pounds of pressure in the jaw. So if that was my finger in there instead of the hot dog, pretty sure it could bite through the bone. One thing is sure is I wouldn't go skinny dipping in there.
Seeing what he did with the hot dog.
If there's one piranha around, most likely there'll be more, and they'll keep taking my bait. And since I'm not here to catch piranhas, we're off to another spot where Isaiah says they're monster piranhas.
See, that's what I love about bottom fishing, especially here in the Amazon. There's so many species, you never know what's gonna come out of that hole. See, big black piranha, that's the proof. For sure, for a piranha, the gear is oversized, but at any point, I can catch a piraiba. This gear is what I normally use in the ocean to catch big fish, shark, giant trevallies, you name it. Now, if I catch a piraiba, I'll be glad I had this, let me tell you.
And like everything else in the Amazon, even the weather is unpredictable.
It's starting already. Let me tell you, we're not out of the woods yet.
Suddenly, Isaiah puts our quest for the piraiba on hold when he spots a caiman. Out here, it's all about survival.
I told you this guy was intense. We just spotted a caiman, and you know what's coming next.
One of the caiman's favorite foods is fish, and even piranhas. But the caiman itself also happens to be one of the favorite meals of the indigenous people of this region.
Feel bad for him. He wanted to get his shot, you know, but I don't want to kill a caiman. We'll catch a lot of fish. We won't starve. Vamos pegar peixe. No problem.
We get moving again. Isaiah wants to show me a spot where he knows huge piraibas have been caught before.
Okay, that's good here. You can see that there's a bit of a rapid there. So here there should be a deep pool, and the catfish, they love that. Either they sit on the bottom of the deep pool, or in the case of the piraiba, they can hunt in the water column. It should be a good spot.
Now, we wait and see if there's a monster piraiba in this pool.
Here we go. Stay sharp.
Isaiah moves the boat towards the middle of the river so I can fight the fish away from the roots and branches along the shores.
Big fish, big fish. It's a big fish. Hey, ball. Whatever it is, it's got some power. Jundia.
It's not a piraiba, it's a jundia, a leopard catfish. And even though it's barely 15 pounds, it has so much power. So imagine the strength of a 200-pound piraiba.
Honestly, this fish, I can't believe it. The power that they pack, it's unreal. I think pound for pound is the strongest freshwater fish I've ever fought. It's just unbelievable. And he bent my rod as if it was nothing, as if it was made out of rubber. Unbelievable. This guy is so powerful. Man, you're strong. The Jundia leopard catfish.
Well, seeing the power that this small catfish had, I'm glad I brought my heavy rod. Because piraiba can be more than 20 times that big.
Muito bom.
At least Isaiah and I are starting to get along great. We're not far from the native village where we're spending the night, but in order to get there, we have to navigate some big rapids. These rapids are too big for our small boat, so we need to find a safer spot to cross them. The bottom is a minefield of big rocks, and we can't risk breaking the propeller. We have no choice. We have to get out and push the boat upstream against the current. It's really hard to walk safely in this current. It's much stronger than it looks, and it's full of holes between huge slippery rocks. Very easy to get hurt here. I slipped and lost my grip on the boat, and now I have to catch it before we lose it downstream. I just hurt my leg real bad, but we have to keep going and get through these rapids. We made it. Fortunately, we didn't tip the boat or lose any equipment. It's really intense here.
When I fell in that hole, the thing that went through my head is like, oh no, my leg, I can't lose it for the rest of the trip. I need it. I need to walk in the woods. Nah, but it's not too bad actually. It's a ligament.
We finally arrive in the village that Isaiah told me about, and we'll spend a night here. In the morning, we'll leave on foot, in survival mode, hiking to isolated fishing spots in the jungle. I love visiting remote villages like this one. The people here live so peacefully. And guess what? I must be getting closer to my goal. They're cooking a small paraiba, also known as a filhote.
Onde pega? No rio aqui?
Nesse rio.
Nesse rio?
Nesse rio pega até lá em cima que pega. Lá que pega mais grande demais.
Tem muito grande?
Muito grande.
Esse filhote, mas tem grande?
Grande.
Sim?
É cabeça assim.
Cabeça assim?
É. Muito grande.
Verdade.
Verdade mesmo.
Wow, that's a good sign. Look, that's a filhote's head there. That's a baby piraiba. That's a really good sign. That means I'm in the right area. See? Para pegar piraiba.
The chief knows that I want to catch a really big paraiba. So he tells me a story about how their gigantic size and incredible power can make them very dangerous.
Wow, that's a crazy story. He's telling me that one of the villagers was in a canoe fishing with a hand line, actually a rope, and he hooked on something that was so big he was pulling the canoe around and pulling him around. And at one point, it flipped the canoe. The canoe went literally down, and the guy got ejected from the canoe. He had to swim to shore. He had no idea what happened. A fish this big can only be a giant paraiba. That's the only species that could do that.
Before bedding down for the night, the chief invites us to eat with him. Tonight is our last meal in civilization, so I don't want to miss this chance to have a delicious jungle barbecue.
Too bad that the piranhas ate the hot dogs, otherwise I would have put a couple on there on the grill.
The big day has arrived.
See, when I was telling you that I hurt myself when I was pulling the boat through the rapids? Check this out. That's what you call a bruise.
My leg really hurts, but the fishing spots we're headed to are inaccessible by boat, so I have no choice. I gotta walk.
All right, here we go. This is finally happening. The true expedition is starting. After the paraiba.
I know some survival techniques, but I'm not sure I would attempt this trip without his ice and his machete and bow. This guy is a real survivor.
You see? He's not just blindly cutting everything he sees in the forest, he's actually marking the trail so we can eventually make it back.
But when we arrive at his ice's spot, it's a real disappointment. This spot is totally underwater and almost impossible to fish from shore.
The water level has gone up, so we lost access to a lot of fishing spots. A lot of the shoreline is completely flooded.
We're here though, so we're gonna make the best of it. Isaias uses a stick to fish for piranhas because we need to start thinking about dinner.
That's what you call setting the hook.
I think Isaias is better with a bow than a fishing rod. In the blink of an eye, he disappears into the forest. I guess he's gone hunting for our next meal.
Look at the piranhas. Tack, 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 tack. Fish on.
I think it's a piranha.
What is it?
Electric eel, electric eel. Man, I gotta get out of the water. This thing is really dangerous. It can shock you and knock you unconscious.
Isai, can you buraque aqui? Buraque.
Releasing this eel could be dangerous.
Whoa..
And Isaias clearly thinks it's not worth the risk.
Huh? Para comer?
Yeah.
I knew that eels are dangerous, but I barely told him. I barely said the name of the fish. He was running down here, boom, boom on the head, killed it right away because they're so scared of this animal.
Pega aí. Só agora.
Não, você pega. Você pega. Não, você. This game's good. See?
Yeah.
Yeah? No.
Põe. Experimenta aí.
Look at the size of this eel.
It's too bad we had to kill this animal, but at least it's gonna make a nice dinner tonight. Although, I wonder what it tastes like. It's getting dark, and we can't make it to the next spot, so we're forced to set up camp. On the menu tonight, electric eel.
You know, normally the advantage when you're surviving in the woods with a fishing rod is that you eat good fish. You know, you don't have to eat bugs or weird stuff, weird food. In this case, the only fish I managed to catch is an electric eel. It looks pretty disgusting, but it should be pretty good. I'm sure it's gonna be all right. Você gosta? Não é bom, hein? He doesn't like it either. Oh my God.
There's nothing better than waking up hungry after 4 hours of sleep, especially when you know that there's a long day of walking in the forest ahead of you.
Tudo bom? That's bad. I just slipped under that log there. I don't know how I could cut myself like this, but God, the only thing that worries me is an infection.
I'm not gonna let this cut slow us down, so I quickly disinfect the wound, and we keep going. We still haven't eaten this morning. Although that eel wasn't very tasty, it's kept us going until now. But it's time we catch something to eat. And Isaiah's found us a spot where we should be able to find some delicious peacock bass. But to get there, we have to cross the river.
He wants to go fish in the rocks there. Big boulders. He says it's a good spot for peacock bass. The thing is, we gotta swim across, and there's a lot of current. But it's pretty deep too. Então vamos? Você primeiro? Oh. It's not a good sign. He doesn't want to go first.
I'm always a bit apprehensive before getting in the water in the Amazon. I know what's swimming in there. And this time, I have a fresh cut on my foot. I'm hungry. My leg is sore from when I fell, and my foot is bloody. Let me tell you, I don't feel like staying in the water too long here. We made it, and we didn't get eaten alive. But we lost our metal pot that we used to boil water for drinking. That's gonna make finding drinkable water a challenge. But first, let's try to find some food. I tie on the jig to try to catch a peacock bass. Isaiah goes fishing also, but he doesn't bother with a rod and reel. And I barely have time to make a second cast when...
Pode ver? Tu parar? É. Hey, bom. He doesn't mess around. One arrow right through the head. That's it. That's pretty efficient.
Now that we have a peacock bass for lunch, and since we're already out here, I'm gonna try to catch a paraiba.
I'm gonna try a cast right there in the pool. Because you see the moving water? The action of that moving water digs a hole. Catfish, they like holes, and especially paraibas.
After a 10-minute wait, get a bite.
It's a piranha. It's a black piranha. It's a big one. Look at the size of this black piranha. What a beautiful animal.
The largest species of piranhas in the world, right here in my hands. It's nice to know that I just crossed the river right there to get to these rocks. And that's what's swimming in those waters. Look at the teeth on this fish. Same kind of teeth as a shark.
I think there are too many piranhas around here to catch anything else. Another spot, and still no paraiba. And now we have to find a place with dry wood to make a fire. So we're back in the forest again. We're crushed by the heat, but at least we find something that will give us some energy and help us on our hike.
A Brazilian nut right there. Comes from that huge tree here. That reminds me of another time I was in the Amazon, in Brazil actually, and ate some nuts in which there was a worm. We had to eat the worm. Oh, muito bom, macio. Actually, the taste was pretty good. You just had to forget the fact that it was a worm that you had in your mouth. Para você. Bon. A lot of work for a little nut. It was worth the effort though, because apparently these nuts have so much protein that 2 of these will keep you going for the entire day. Bon, muito bom.
After 2 hours of hiking through the forest, we come to a river crossing, and this one is easily 300 feet wide. As if the current isn't hard enough to deal with, the bottom of the river is filled with slippery rocks too, and there's holes everywhere. Plus, I still have a sore leg. I really have to be careful not to be swept away. Isais is always in hunt mode, and he spots our next meal.
Wow, unbelievable. Did you see that? He speared the fish, and not even using the bow, you know, he just saw the fish and speared it, you know, with the arrow. Unreal.
Look at this fish. That's a voracious predator, let me tell you. It actually makes the piranha look like a poodle. Look at the teeth on that thing. Look at that. The trairão. Giant trairão. I've caught them before. And they're ambush predators, so they sit and just wait for something to come by and bang! They latch onto it and kill it. So I'm glad that Isais saw it first, because I could have stepped right in that fish's hole and boom, my foot.
Let me tell you, at this point, we're really hungry. We have to find a spot to eat our fish. And what better place to make a fire than a beautiful beach in the Amazon? The peacock is delicious, but not big enough for the 2 of us. Luckily, the trairão that Isais caught, he's there to finish the job.
Esse foi bom, hein? É. Não é por aqui, hein?
Não.
É gostoso. This makes surviving really cool.
It's really hot, and when we crossed the first river, we lost a metal pot that we used to boil and disinfect water. So now, we need to find safe drinking water. But these water vines aren't very generous.
I'm so thirsty right now, looking for water vines, but they're all pretty dry, the ones that we find.
Suddenly, Isais sees his next prey, a spider monkey. His hunter instinct kicks in, and he takes off after it like a jaguar on a hunt.
Querido.
Macaco?
É macaco aqui.
Estava aqui?
É, não sei, agora.
And he took off so fast after a spider monkey. He missed his shot though. It's pretty good things. I was gonna eat monkey, and I don't feel like eating monkey. I don't want to see a dead monkey, to be honest.
Now, it's my turn to catch the next meal, which will allow me to do 2 things. Get some fresh bait to fish for paraiba, and save some monkeys from Isais.
peacock. Look at that. Beautiful peacock bass. Beautiful animal.
I really want to release this fish, but in the Amazon, you always need to have your next meal ready.
Você tem com fome, não?
Muito.
The forest is dense, and there's just no way we can get to the next fishing spot before dark, which means we'll be walking through the jungle at night.
So we have to travel at night, which is not recommended because the whole jungle wakes up at night usually. There's animals there that are moving around during the day, but at night it's even worse, you know, like and the main thing is the snakes.
We broke the SIG's #1 rule by not setting up camp before dark, but we had to make sure we found a secure spot.
All right, we're gonna set up camp here.
At least before setting up camp, I apply another SIG's rule.
Fogo é muito importante.
Muito importante porque animais, eles não se aproximam do fogo.
We make a fire to keep the animals away, especially panthers. And then we put up our hammocks.
Feels so good to be laying down. Normally we have a tarp that we would install on top of the hammocks, but I'm way too tired right now. I'm beat, honestly. Boa noite, amigo.
We hardly slept, and we're very thirsty.
Sim?
Veneno. Ó. Não.
É veneno?
É.
Sim?
Ó. Chega.
Isso não é bom, hein? Se bebe,
quando bebe aí,
morre.
é.
Sim?
Uhum.
Wow.
Oh.
This vine, although it's got water, it's poisonous. If you drink it, you might die from it.
I'm really tired, and I'm getting a little discouraged. The high water is keeping us from accessing the good pools. But before we turn around, Isais knows one last spot where I might be able to fish from the shore.
Let me tell you, it feels good to be out of the woods for a little bit. It's nice, especially on the beach. It's so dense in there. It feels claustrophobic completely, you know, like the forest is right there in your face.
I have a good feeling here. I can see the sky, the weather is beautiful, and I have another shot at the monster fish I'm after. I just hope that there's a paraiba around. And once again, the wait for a monster begins.
Fish on. I hope it's a paraiba. Whew. Big fish. I don't know what it is. Could be, could very well be.
This fish has given me an incredible fight. It could be the monster paraiba I've been looking for.
I was hoping for a paraiba, but no. It's a red-tailed catfish. That's a beautiful type of catfish. The red-tailed catfish, or pirarara in Portuguese, in Brazilian actually. And the entire head of the fish is bony. Look, this is bone, all the way to here. And this fish is completely armor-plated. About 1/3 of the fish is pure bone. And this fish, it has all the attributes of a bottom feeder. It has the barbels here that he uses to probe the bottom for food. A big, wide mouth to be able to swallow whatever it finds on the bottom. And tiny, tiny eyes, because they're not used to feeding with their eyes. They're used to feeding by feeling the bottom, so they don't really need their eyes. Look, this is a big catfish already, but what I'm going after, he's at least 4 times as big as this guy. Nice fish. All right, buddy, back to the water for you. See ya.
Isaias tells me that we should turn back. We've gone far enough, and it's really hard to fish from the shore. But I can't give up on the monster paraiba.
Honestly, fishing from the shore here, I didn't think it was going to be this tough, to be honest. This river is great, but you know, there's a lot of good spots that I can see from the shore here, but fishing them from the shore is impossible. I'd need a boat or at least a canoe or something, you know, to get access to them, but...
We're exhausted, but the hardest part is that we have to turn back.
We're just on our way back to the camp now, and to Wellington's camp, and I think we'll figure out a plan B from there. Because this is not working out, for sure.
We're on our way back to the boat, to head back to Wellington's camp, and figure out our next plan of attack.
It was great, you know, I caught some nice fish, but maybe not a lot, but didn't catch the paraiba.
I'm feeling tired and discouraged, but there's no chance I'm leaving here without catching the fish I came for.
Acampamento!
Acampamento!
Oh, man.
Hello, Cyril.
This is gonna be luxury. Hola, amigo.
Hey. Tell me, how was it?
It was quite a trip, man. I'm beat.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, it was great. It was
look...
great. We caught some really good fish, nice fish, but no paraiba. The water level is so high.
Yeah.
We can't get access to a lot of spots. Yeah.
Man, you know what? Just relax, have a beer, take a shower. I think you deserve.
Do I stink? I stink,
hey,
man. I even smell myself.
Yeah,
That's
you know, just relax.
I took a nap in a tent, pretty luxurious compared to what we had for the last 3 days. And of course in Brazil, even in the depths of the Amazon, we play soccer.
running water, and feels so good. You have no idea.
So tell me a little bit what happened up there.
Well, I think it's just that the water level was way high, you know, like way too high actually to fish from the shore. You know, I don't want to take the risk of getting bit by something there.
Sure.
A pessoa não leva o Cyril para pegar piraíba se eu pego naquele dia grandona.
Yeah, you know, she brought up an idea.
Yeah. She was talking about paraiba there.
Yeah, she said that why I don't take you to the place where we seen some big ones before.
You give it a shot?
Yeah, give it a shot.
All right, let's drink to that, man.
Here we go.
But
I'm glad you made it back safe, buddy.
yeah. Oh, that's a good thing.
It's my last day here, and Wellington has one more spot to show me. I trust him. He knows this area like the back of his hand. But after everything I've been through, I don't want to get too excited.
Wellington, pensa que vale a pena pescar aqui?
Vamos tentar. Let's give it a shot.
Can't believe it. Went so far to catch a monster fish. And didn't get it. Caught some nice fish, but that's not what I wanted.
And once again, the paraibas are just not biting. But then...
Oh. Here we go. Yep, fish on. Wellington, fish.
Is heavy?
Yeah. I don't know what it is. It's not moving much yet.
This fish is seriously heavy and powerful. It's dragging our boat across the river.
Man, he's not coming up.
Not gonna give up. He's not gonna give up. I'm telling you.
No.
Not easy.
No, it's there.
Oh, you see it?
Yep. It's a good fish.
Hey, honestly, even if it's a red tail, it's a pretty big red tail, and I'd be really happy right now. It's coming up now. It's coming up. Hey, it's a Paraiba. Yeah, it is.
I can't break him off or lose it. This is the fish I've been chasing.
I can't believe it. Honestly.
Look that monster, man. Oh, man.
Yes!
Size of that fish. Look the size of that fish.
Oh my God. Unbelievable. Hey, Wellington, hey, bom esse peixe. Hey, grande. We're gonna bring this fish to the shallow water there to release it. Not let it go in deep water because it's pretty tired, so we want to give it some time to breathe, re-oxygenate, get some strength back before we let it go. And you're gonna see the size of this fish when I get right next to it. 6 feet long and about 180 pounds. That's the Amazon right there. Look at the size of this thing. Unbelievable, the size of the animal. Beautiful Paraiba. That's a monster. One of the biggest fish in the world right here in my hands. My gosh. Look at that wide head. Big, wide head and slender body. Very muscular. It's funny when you think that I went running around, in the bush, like trekking around, trying to find the most remote waters to try to catch a thing, living with his ice. And then, finally I catch it right here. I come back with Wellington, and we catch this monster right by the camp. That's great, man. I'm glad I came back here. You saved the day, man. Oh, he's ready. Look at him swim. Deus, amigo. Yeah. Yes, Wellington.
Muito obrigado, amigo.
Muito obrigado. O melhor você.
O melhor você.
Obrigado, amigo.
This quest for the Paraiba was really something. I went on an expedition deep in the Amazon forest to catch a huge fish.
Unbelievable.
And along the way, I learned many new things about survival.
Yes, I caught the snake 6-way.
This is one of the most remote places on the planet. And I've got to say, it really wasn't easy. And just when I was about to quit, it was thanks to my friends Isais and Wellington that I finally managed to catch an amazing fish.
I'm pretty sure he doesn't like the taste of turtle, because otherwise he would eat it. Not a good sign. He doesn't want to go first.
Oh no, the line is wrapped around my foot.
Aguas, 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 cuidado!
My name is Cyril Chauquet, and I spend my life traveling the world, chasing monster fish. And that's exactly why I'm here on the west coast of Mexico. The water in this region of the Pacific Ocean is known for its great population of billfish.
Yeah!
Anglers from around the world come to Zihuatanejo, hoping to land a monster sailfish.
Pica, 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 pica algo.
But this comes with its own set of problems.
Cuidado, cuidado.
Having been clocked at 68 miles per hour, sailfish are known for the explosive speed and amazing jumps that sometimes put fishermen in dangerous situations, especially for the locals, who fish with nothing but a hand line. Injuries, cuts, and even lost fingers are all part of the risks of this technique, and the fishermen from around here have seen it all.
Esto que vemos aquí es como un cuchillo.
I want to fish like the true local fishermen do. And even if I know the dangers involved with handlining for sailfish, I'm gonna take my chances.
Cuidado, cuidado!
fascinated me. One fish, one man, joined together by a simple line, a hand line. I've caught big fish on hand lines before, and let me tell you, when you're fighting something like a big bull shark, it's extremely violent and almost unstoppable. But with the sailfish, it's like holding on to a torpedo. Vamos. There's even stories out there of fishermen getting tangled up and pulled out of their boats or even getting their fingers cut off. And I just hope that everything will be all right and I'll be able to leave here with all my body parts.
The west coast of Mexico is one of the best places in the world for billfish angling, especially around the town of Zihuatanejo. Located around 130 miles up the coast from Acapulco, Zihuatanejo has always been a sleepy fishing village, until recently. Since the 70s, the population went from 7 to 65,000 people because of tourism, and the fishing in the area is still really good. I'm here to land a sailfish on a hand line, and there's no better place to find someone to do this with than the local fish market. Most anglers come here to fish on big charter boats, but that's not what I want to do this time. I want to fish like the locals do, with a strict minimum, a small boat known here as a panga and a hand line. No rods, no reels, and no bells, just my hands holding a line, and at the end of it, a raging balefish, just like the old man in the sea. I definitely seem to be in the right spot. Some locals show up with the fish that I'm looking for.
Anda mucho? Poquito. Poquito. It's pretty good. At least there's some sailfish around.
But if I want to catch a sailfish on a hand line, I'm gonna have to start by finding someone who will bring me out to the fishing grounds. Easier said than done.
There's something weird here, you know, that I'm not getting. Normally, and I've done it a million times, you go see a fisherman, you ask him to take you out, and usually they're really happy to do so. They just take you out fishing, come back, and everybody's happy. But here, you know, I've asked a few guys, and they're like, oh, and they're all like, no. Every time I mention the hand line, especially, they're like, no, can't take you out. It's like they know that it's really risky, and they don't want to be responsible for an accident with a gringo on their boat.
But these guys don't know that I've fought quite a few fish on hand lines before. I've even caught sharks on a remote island of the South Pacific. There, the local fishermen insisted that I catch one to get accepted in their group. After a bit more searching on the beach, I find a man who tells me that the fishing in this town is controlled by a group of elders, and I need their blessing to be able to fish like the locals do. After offering a couple drinks, the elders accept to have a talk.
La pesca que hacían antes era como la pesca de artesanal, como la historia de Hemingway, del viejo y el mar.
Sí, el viejo y el mar.
Así es, de la canoa.
These guys have been handlining for years, and they know the risks.
Esto que vemos aquí es como un cuchillo. Esto te corta un dedo, una mano, te puedes perder hasta la mano entera con este tipo de...
After insisting on the dangers of handlining, one of the elders decides to share a story that scarred him for life.
Man, that is one crazy story what he's telling me here. He was out at sea on his own, trolling with a small boat, small motor, and a lot of line on the floor. That's his mistake, actually. There was way too much line on the floor from what he's telling me. And yeah, he was holding the line like this, because that's what you do when you're trolling. You hold the line to feel the bite. But the bite was so powerful that sailfish hit so hard that he had to let go of the line. So much line was left on the boat, like I told you, that the line got wrapped around his ankle as the fish pulled the other direction. So when the fish was pulling the other direction, the boat was still moving there because he couldn't get to the motor to stop the engine. So basically the boat was moving. He was wrapped up by the ankle, being pulled, almost being pulled overboard. He got really lucky that the line ended up breaking, but it still got scarred for life. Pretty intense what can happen when you're with a hand line.
After telling me about all the bad things that could happen, the elders finally accept to let me go handlining with a respected local fisherman called Martin.
Man, those guys freaked me out with their stories there. This actually might be more dangerous than I thought. All right, this is it. Sailfish on a hand line. Let me tell you, there's something weird about going fishing without fishing rods. Just a backpack and my hands.
Getting on the water with no fishing rods actually reminds me of the time that I went noodling for catfish in Oklahoma, and my hands took some serious punishment.
God, look at my hands. Martín, eres Martín, ¿no?
Sí.
Hola, ¿cómo está?
Los viejos me dijeron que quieres sacar un vela a mano.
Sí, a mano, vela. Eso es.
Once in the boat, I get this weird feeling of emptiness.
Oye, señor, ¿te molesta si voy a buscar mi caña?
Bueno, pero si nos vamos a pescar a mano, es un día de pesca a mano, ¿no?
Sí, pero...
I really want to handline a sailfish, but it's just too weird for me to go out without at least a rod and a few lures.
Ahora sí.
Ahora sí, listo.
Sí.
Ah, bueno.
It's a handline fishing day, but at least I have a fishing rod on the boat. I feel much better about it now.
On the way out of the bay, I noticed some action on the water.
Oye, mira, Jurel. Son Jurel, sí, cazando. ¿Vamos?
Vamos. ¿Quieres probar?
Sí, con línea a mano.
Castea una, a ver si sacas, a ver qué tan bueno eres para castear.
I gotta make at least a couple of casts to see if I can catch one.
Fish on.
Man, it feels good to catch a jack crevalle on a fishing rod just before I go for a fish on a handline.
This jack is just about 20 pounds, and yet he has a lot of fight.
You see the fight of this fish on a fishing rod? Imagine a sailfish on a handline.
Puedes sacar el pez.
Con línea a mano.
Línea a mano, a ver.
Después.
Weighing up to 220 pounds, more than 10 times this jack, pulling in a sailfish with my bare hands is not gonna be easy.
Not ready yet. Yes. Woohoo! ¿Es buena esta?
Sí. Buena caranga.
Man, I love jack crevalles. They fight so hard. Such a powerful fish. They're great. And this guy is the exact same family as the Atlantic version of the jack. But what I've noticed is that in the Atlantic, their fins are more yellow, whereas here in the Pacific, they're more grayish. And you hear that sound that they make? It's caused by their pharyngeal teeth that they have in the back of the throat. And they make that sound when they're in distress. Such as here, I guess, on the boat, but don't worry about it. I'm gonna put you back in the water, so no worries.
Once we're back on the way out, I quickly realized that we're actually following the shoreline instead of heading out to the open sea. And I know that we won't find any sailfish following the coast. These fish are pelagic. That means they live in the open sea.
Pero ¿por qué no vamos ahí? Al mar, ¿no?
No, vamos, te voy a llevar primero a sacar un jurel o un gallo a mano para que practiques.
Pero después al vela.
Después al vela.
¿Me furras?
Vamos a sacar un jurel.
I'm pretty sure I was set up by the elders here. He's telling me that he wants to test me inshore with some roosters or jacks before he can take me out, you know, catching a sailfish on a handline. And in a way, I understand though, because, you know, like sailfish, catching a sailfish on a handline is pretty intense, you know, so I understand why the elders would have told him to actually take me catching a rooster or a jack. But even those things though, a jack crevalle or a rooster fish on a handline, let me tell you, it's going to be quite a fight.
Well, I guess I'm gonna have to prove myself before I can go for a sailfish on a handline.
It's going to be pretty intense. Fighting a jack crevalle or a rooster fish on such a small line, you know, that's going to be quite something.
But at least, I think we found a good spot. There's a reef here, and there should be some predators around.
Wow, that's pretty impressive. These islands are white like this because of the guano. Millions of years of guano deposit on the islands made them entirely white.
Martin is very confident about this spot, so we start trolling around the island. And it doesn't take long before I get my first bite.
All right, here we go. Yeah. Aquí tengo. Aquí. Ah. Oh. Yes, fish. Ow.
But the fish I'm fighting here isn't very big or strong for that matter. I just hope it'll be enough to satisfy Martin.
A needlefish. Not sure that counts as a fish that'll get me out there for sailfish, but I'll give it a shot. Eso vale, ¿no? Una aguja.
Mira, lo que sacas es una aguja. Eso no vale.
Hey, es un pez.
Siente que te corta el dedo.
He says no, you need one that cuts your fingers off.
Well, I guess I have no other choice but to keep on fishing.
El wahoo debe ser loco, una pelea de...
El atún, el marlin.
El marlin. ¿Sacaste marlin con línea, man? Wow, can you imagine? He's caught a marlin on a hand line. Not a very big one, about 300 pounds, but still. That would be quite a fight. Let me tell you, if I can catch a sailfish on this, the next step up would be a marlin. It's exactly what Santiago, in The Old Man in the Sea, that's what he caught, a marlin. But first, I need to catch a fish. Any fish will do. Otherwise, these guys will never take me out for the big boys.
I'm a very persistent fisherman, but not so patient. So I decide to pull out my rod and do a couple of casts while leaving my hand line in the water. Who knows, I might even land another jack or even a roosterfish.
This handline thing is getting a little long, you know? Feels good to make a few casts. Woohoo!
Hey, Cyril, ven. Aquí. ¿Sí? ¿Tienes uno? Rápido, rápido. Hey, a la caña, hey.
With all the excitement, I missed the rod holder, and my rod fell out of the boat and sunk straight to the bottom. I don't like losing gear, plus this rod and reel have been around the world with me, and I consider them priceless. There's no way that I'm losing them.
No la ves, ¿no? No la puedo ver.
Súmete más. Otro clavado más.
Sí, oh, man. I can't see it. It's really deep here, and there's a lot of current underneath. ¿Y el pez se te fue?
Se fue, se desganchó.
Se desenganchó? Ah, we lost it all. We lost the fish. He broke him off. But I'm not losing this rod. There's no way I'm leaving this rod here. ¿Las caras? ¿No tienes? No?
No traigo. No tengo.
No.
At about 25 feet deep with no mask on, it's really hard to see. But all of a sudden, I see something shiny. It's gotta be my reel.
Hey, Cyril, ¿qué? ¿Ya tienes la caña?
Aquí, mira.
Oh, buena suerte.
Eso es buena caña, no la quería perder, amigo.
I lost the fish on a hand line, but at least I got my rod back. Martin's patience is starting to wear out, and if I don't land a fish soon, my chances to go handlining for sailfish will be gone. But finally, I get a bite.
Oh, pica algo.
Dale.
Sí.
Dale.
Yep. Fish on.
Dale.
Bang. Hooked up on a Dorado. That's a Dorado I have at the end of the line there.
The whipping sound is actually the line going through my hands and burning my fingers every time the fish tries to get away.
Really gotta watch out not to get tangled up in the line, the loose line on the boat there. If you think this fish is pulling, that's nothing compared to a sailfish. Yeah. Dorado on a hand line.
I don't care about the pain. It's a good-sized Dorado, and I'm gonna bring it in no matter what. This fish is what I need to prove to Martin that I'm ready for a sailfish on a hand line.
Let me tell you, when that fish starts pulling like that, you really fit it. That cracks him up.
Every time I feel the line ripping through my hands, I can't stop thinking about what it's gonna be like with a sailfish. After all, it's only the fastest fish in the ocean.
Just to get this fish on the boat, and I think I'll have my approval for sailfish on a hand line. Yeah. Ahora puedo ir al pez vela.
Claro, vamos por el pez vela ahora.
Bonita, ¿eh?
Bonita.
Beautiful mai, female mai.
Lo vamos a comer ese pez.
¿Lo quieres?
¿Me lo quiero comer? Sí.
¿Te la quieres comer ahora?
Claro.
He wants to eat it right now.
Vamos a comer right now. Dame 5.
Gracias, amigo.
I never even realized that my finger got caught on the line during the fight. But who cares? It was worth it. I'm pretty sure that the others will give me their approval to go out for a sailfish on a hand line tomorrow.
I would have loved to release this little Dorado, but Dorado in my it's almost impossible to release in front of people that love to eat this fish. It's one of the best tasting fish.
That's pretty cool. I think I got his full respect now. I'm even driving his boat while he's preparing something really nice there.
A good fresh ceviche isn't hard to make. Strips of fish, onions, a little salt, some peppers, a lot of lime juice so the citric acid cooks the meat. And here we go, a quick and tasty meal.
Buen día.
Oh, ¿qué pasa? Ah, la cortada.
Today, I head back to the elders and they tell me that I have their blessing to go handlining for sailfish. But I have to wait 2 days before an outing is possible. But in the end, this turns out to be a good thing because that little cut that I got while fighting the Dorado has infected. And the pain is starting to be really intense.
Nos podemos dar cuenta que tiene una infección.
She's got a little tackle box, Barbie style. Pink and all. That's cute.
Her tools might be cute, but let me tell you, they really hurt.
I think I would have liked it better had she cut me straight, you know, without the shot, the anesthesia.
I can't wait to go handlining for sailfish, but this 2-day wait is gonna make me go crazy. I think I'm gonna have to find a charter boat to bring me out so I can try to catch one on the fly rod and show you just how fast and strong these fish are.
Even though you've been in a car at 60+ miles an hour, let me tell you, it's really hard to imagine how fast a sailfish is. And actually, one of the best ways for me to show you how fast these fish are would have been to catch it on a fly rod, especially because I love catching sailfish on a fly rod. You would see that reel spin like crazy. Then you would really have an idea of how fast they are. But the problem, I lost my flies on the way here.
Number on your flight receipt.
Can't believe it. I forgot the flies, my fly box.
It feels like everything is trying to stop me from going fishing. But building a fly shouldn't be a problem.
Here at the local market, they should have everything I need.
So let's see if I'll be able to find what I need to make a homemade fly. I need something that will grab the attention of a sailfish, and chicken feathers should be a pretty good start.
Hola, hola. Plumas de pollo, ¿no tienen? Ah, got the eggs. The chicken shouldn't be too far. Hola, señora. Hola. ¿Cómo está? Bien. Pluma de pollo tiene? ¿Seguro? No, en la tienda no hay.
Creo que sí.
Sí, eso es. Perfecto. Yes, she's got feathers all over the floor, actually. Exactamente lo que necesito. Sí. Gracias. Muchísimas gracias. Me salvaste la vida. Ciao.
One more stop at a local bar, and I should have everything I need.
Generally, sailfish hunt prey close to the surface, and corks float. So you see where I'm going with this?
I think that now I should be able to build a fly that will work just fine for sailfish.
All right, it's nice to get some comfort for once. You know, I usually like the more traditional kind of boats. You know, the pangas, local style boats like over there. You know, the fisherman's village there. That's where I want to fish.
Don't get me wrong, I like sitting in a comfortable chair, but right now I really want to be with the local fishermen. I respect these guys. The conditions and equipment they fish with, and the fact that fishing is all they do, makes them true hardcore fishermen. Just like Santiago in The Old Man and the Sea. I've already caught a huge sailfish on a rod from a small boat, and I can tell you one thing, it's not easy. The boat is rocking non-stop, it's hard to stand up, and you can easily fall overboard. I can just imagine how it's gonna be with a hand line. So today, I'm gonna kick back, relax, and enjoy the comfort and safety of the charter boat.
At least it'll give me a chance to catch a lot of fish here on this boat, I hope, and show you the speed of the fish, show you how fast those fish are. You'll see the reel spinning like crazy. I'll give you an idea of what I'm gonna get into later on while handlining.
Today's conditions are perfect. The sky is beautiful and the wind is calm. But that doesn't mean it's gonna be easy. Hooking a sailfish on a fly is one of the hardest things to do in the world of fishing. Everything has to be perfect. The fish has to follow the teasers right to the back of the boat, and the fly has to land just in front of its bill. Sounds easy, but it's not. Come on. I really want to show you the speed and power of a sailfish. But before anything is gonna happen, I need to build a fly.
The feathers that I put here and through some slits in the back, they add some texture. So basically it's like the tail of the animal, the squid or the fish that I'm mimicking. It's not mimicking much, but I hope it'll catch a fish. The idea of the cork is not only for the fly to float, to stay on top, because the sailfish are really attracted to what stays on top of the surface, but it's also to act a little bit as a popper. So when I strip, you know, the line will be running through the cork And as I strip this fly, when I move it on top of the water, this front part is flat, so it'll act as a popper, so it'll make some distress sound, so sort of like poof, poof.
Just like a fly that I used in Guatemala.
Just hope it's a good year. Smells good.
The crew members are not convinced that my fly will work. But honestly, as long as the action on the surface is good, I think I should get a bite.
Just like the pros, except for that. They just put another set of teasers in the back of the boat right here. Big, big teasers. The idea is to bring the sailfish attention to the back of this boat. Because until they come and attack the teasers, I can't do anything. They gotta start attacking the bait so that the guys can bring me the sailfish here for me to be able to cast a fly and hopefully hook it. And then you'll see that reel start spinning like crazy.
Last time I caught a sailfish on a fly rod, things went great, but I had a real fly.
Sailfish on. Come on. I am so ready, you have no idea.
After 3 hours of trolling, there hasn't been the slightest sign of a sailfish.
Men, venla, ven. ¿Dónde está?
With a full moon 2 days ago, what was worrying me seems to be happening. Most predator fish feed during the moonlight and become less active during the day.
I just want a sailfish right here so I can... Oh, yeah.
Even with the intense heat and no action at all, things could be worse. Last time I was in Guatemala, we ended up stuck in the middle of the ocean.
Look, we're stuck in a long line.
Long lines are very long ropes to which many baited hooks are attached. We had to untangle the line from the propellers among the sharks. They were attracted by all the bait, and let me tell you, this was a bad situation.
Proba esto. Chile serrano. Pero muy fuerte eso, ¿no? Muy poquito. Muy poquito. Pruébalo.
Yeah, right. Un poquito.
Through my travels around the world, I've tasted some weird things, even worms that grow in nutshells.
Esse tem coco adentro.
Muito bom, mas o gosto.
Muito gostoso.
And now, the crew wants me to eat a pepper for good luck. At this point, why not?
Well, I really hate to have to do that, but we had to bring in the teasers, the hookless teasers, and put some hooks on some bait, you know, in the back of the boat because we're not getting anything right. Oh, sailfish! Mira.
I have to get my fly in the water as fast as I can, because I only have a couple of seconds before the sailfish loses interest in the teasers.
Oh, he's going for it. He's going for the fly. He's going. Ah! Come on. Eat that. Take it. Come on. Woohoo! Yeah! Woohoo! Woohoo! Beautiful. I start seeing colors, man. Vámonos. Ah! See what, canejo. Buena mosca. Muy buena mosca. They can't believe I caught this fish with my homemade fly, the corkscrew fly. Man, I thank that guy that had that bottle of wine last night. I think I'm gonna have one tonight. Woo! Yeah. Es fuerte ese.
Grande.
Now you understand how fast these fish are? Imagine with a hand line. Aquí, vera. Yeah. And I got him. You got him? Yeah. Woohoo! Pues vela a la mosca. A la mosca hecha aquí. Yeah. Yes. Sailfish caught on a homemade fly. The corkscrew fly. Let's put him back. Gave it a lot of its energy, so that's why right now it's a little tired. He looks good. He's good to go.
After a long day in the sun, I finally caught a sailfish on a fly rod, and I'm really happy that I was able to show you the power and speed of this fish. But I can't stop myself from thinking about the crazy stories of handlining sailfish.
Esto que vemos aquí es como un cuchillo.
Every time my reel would go crazy, I was imagining holding the line in my hands. And this makes me nervous because tomorrow, it's my turn with a hand line.
It was so cool to catch a sailfish on the corkscrew fly. I couldn't believe it, but it took it, you know. And in a way, you know, whatever floats in the back of that boat at that moment where the fish comes to the back, I was pretty sure it was gonna hit it, and it did. Yeah. There's something about sailfish that I love. They're beautiful, so efficient predators. They use that sail-like dorsal fin to act as a wall, you know, and they circle around the bait to push them into a ball, and that's what we call a bait ball. And then once they have a concentrated bait ball, they go one by one into the bait ball with their bill, and boom, boom, you know, and they stun the fish or they kill the bait fish, and then they only have to grab them and eat them.
Tonight, all of Mexico is celebrating the Lady Guadalupe. This is a national event that you don't want to miss. People from everywhere join up to parade and play music on the streets. They also lay out flowers and effigies of the Virgin Mary in front of the churches to receive her blessing. With what I'm gonna do tomorrow, maybe a prayer or two wouldn't be a bad idea.
There's something about street food I love. For some reason, it's the only place to me, in my opinion, that you get the real taste of the country's food. Muy rico.
After a little bit of street food, it's straight to bed for me, because tomorrow is the day that I catch a sailfish on a hand line.
All right, this is it. This is the day. Martin hooked me up with a couple of guys that are willing to take me out. So hopefully, today, I'm catching a sailfish on a hand line. Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Bien, ¿cómo está?
Tranquilo, amigo.
Todo bien, todo vamos muy bien.
Hola, ¿cómo estás? ¿Cómo te llamas? Arturo. Encantado, Cyril.
Arturo and Freddy are considered the best sailfish handliners around. With these guys, it's just a matter of time before I get to catch a billfish just like in the Old Man and the Sea. Even if we're just getting out of the bay, I can't wait to get a line in the water. And it doesn't take long before I get some action.
Oh, bonita.
Sí, ¿eh?
Sí, ¿qué viene?
Aquí está. La comida. All right, we got dinner. Oh, check this out. Look at that. That's exactly the situation that he was describing me. One of the elders from the village the other day.
La línea se había roto para donde está. Y yo desesperado. Y el motor acá. Y ni una cosa ni otra.
There was a lot of coils of line on the bottom of the boat here on the floor. That's exactly what just happened to me. Imagine if my bait was in the water right now. I get a hit, I get all tangled up, and I go overboard.
All right, time to head out towards the deep sea, the pelagic predators' hunting grounds.
All right, today I'm catching a sailfish on a hand line.
We're getting close to sailfish territory, so to get their attention, Arturo and Freddy put some hookless teasers in the water.
And now, the essential part. The line, the hand line. It's not much at all, let me tell you. It's just a lot of line on the spool and a hook. That's it, and obviously, that's the main tool. But this time I didn't forget my gloves. Let me tell you, if we get some action, it's gonna burn. I'm gonna feel the burn. These guys have felt it before. ¿Y tú te falta dedo? No, no mire, ¿no? No te falta nada. No, tranquilo. Dicen los ahí que es peligroso, pero no es tan peligroso, ¿sí? Pues a veces sí. Sí, ¿eh?
Arturo explains to me the different dangers between a small and a big line. One thing's for sure, if something goes wrong, things won't be pretty.
The thinner the line, the more likely you get to get cut. The fish is pulling a lot of pressure, so that line will go right through your finger. But eventually it'll break because it's less, resistant than a thicker line. A thicker line will not necessarily cut you, but if you get cut up, like tangle up around your finger or your hand, the problem is that it won't break. And what happened is that you lose a finger or worse, you could possibly lose a hand. I doubt it would happen, but you're pretty dangerous.
So you know what? I'm not gonna take any chances.
All right. I know I'm sporting a little Rambo style here, but if stuff starts to hit the fan, you're pretty happy you have that, I'm telling you.
The conditions are perfect, but the heat is brutal. And we've been trolling for hours. It really seems like we're gonna strike out. But suddenly, we spot what we're looking for.
Vela, sigue. Allá va, allá. Toma esta línea, esta tiene mucha cuerda, mucha línea, esta tiene mucha línea. Sí.
It's pretty rare to see a sailfish with a dorsal fin out of the water like that. This is my shot. I have to move fast. My gloves got caught up in the line. I throw again, as fast as I can. But it's too late. The sailfish is too far. I feel like an idiot. I just messed up the only chance we've had all day.
Ok, Cyril. Ni modo, lo siento mucho. No fue un día de mucha suerte, muy poca suerte.
Eso es la pesca,
Es la
amigo.
pesca,
Sí.
es la pesca. Es lo que la hace excitante. Bueno, pues así.
The guys are really cool, and they want to help me live this traditional fishing experience. So they come up with another plan.
Está alejada.
All right, well, at least there's a plan B, and plan B sounds pretty good, because what he was saying is that there's another beach that they know that we can spend the night at and leave from there to some better, more remote spots for sailfish, apparently, because here there's a lot of pressure. We're pretty close to town, and they were saying it's not the best fishing waters here for sailfish.
So we're going to sleep on a beach and leave from there tomorrow morning to get to a better spot and hopefully catch a monster sailfish.
Look at this spot. It's a beautiful beach.
Freddy prepares the skipjack that I caught earlier. Meanwhile, I dive in to help Arturo properly anchor the boat so the waves don't push it into the rocks during high tide at night. Now, we just need to set up camp, and then it's dinner time. Or I guess I should say snack time, since we only have one small fish for everyone.
Aquí está. Si paso el test contigo,
Está todo bien. Tequila va.
tequila ahora. All right, gotta take care of my Mexican friends here. Oof, that's gonna hurt. Freddy! Buena tequila.
Sí.
Ya.
A ver.
Bonita steak or skipjack steak. That's gonna be pretty good. You know, a lot of people consider this fish trash fish, but I tell you one thing, it's pretty tasty. It's the same family as tuna, so tastes pretty much the same. ¿Cuál es la luz que vemos ahí?
Aquella.
Sí. El mar.
Están sacando carnada.
Pescadores de
carnada.
Pescadores. Those guys that we're seeing out there, they're commercial fishermen. They're fishing for bait fish. Little fish like this that can be used for any kind of fishing, but are really, really good for sailfish. We're gonna go pay these guys a visit, especially because they're fishing with hand lines, so it can be a lot of fun catching a few fish with a hand line, getting some practice for hopefully catching a sailfish tomorrow.
Hola, amigos. ¿Cómo está la cosa?
Bueno, más o menos la pesca.
Más o menos.
The fisherman is a really nice guy, and he even offers me one of his lines so I can catch myself some bait.
Buena pesca eso. 4. ¿Cuántos quieres? ¿Cuántos quieres?
Muy buena.
Buena pesca.
Papezuela,
Ese, bueno, buena carnada.
I would stay here and fish all night, but it's time for us to get back to shore and get some sleep, because tomorrow is gonna be a big day. It's my last day in Mexico, and even if yesterday was a total fail in terms of fishing, today I'm more psyched than ever.
Hoy es el día.
Hoy es el día, claro. Hoy sí.
We head out towards the secret spot, and the guys are convinced that this will be the spot where I'll catch a sailfish. And we even have some great bait fish that I caught last night.
Buena vibra ahorita. Sí, buena vibración. ¿Lo sientes? ¿Siente que viene el vela?
Ahora sí nos vamos a...
Ahora sí. All right, today is the day. We're getting really far from the town of Zihuatanejo. And what that means is that, in theory, we're getting to some areas that have almost zero commercial fishing pressure whatsoever.
On my last trip to Guatemala, I witnessed firsthand just how damaging commercial fishing can be, especially when they use long lines.
That's pretty sad. It's mainly the product of bycatch, on long lines. It catches anything that's out there, really, because it's baited hooks. It's a bunch of baited hooks on the line, and whatever's around will take it. So mainly dorado, obviously, but shark and sailfish.
Arturo and Freddie are convinced that I'm gonna land a sailfish around here. I hope they're right, because today, my last chance. We've been trolling in the area with no teasers for about 20 minutes. When finally...
This is it, the old man in the sea.
Cuidado, cuidado.
You see, just before they jump out of the water, they take off on a run.
Cuidado.
Es muy peligroso.
Hey, ya tenemos uno. Told you it was better fishing around here. Yes. Yes, we're seeing it. Here we go. Silverfish on the headline.
Just when I think the fight is over, the fish goes for another run. My wrist gets caught by the line. I have to follow the sailfish so the line doesn't cut through my flesh. I managed to get the line off my wrist, but I get caught again.
Tengo a la niña pegada en el pie.
Viene. Con cuidado, con cuidado.
Listo, la tengo en el pie.
Aguas, cuidado.
That's it, I'm free. But I gotta keep tension on the line to control the sailfish so I don't get tangled again. Or worse, stabbed.
Cuidado.
Yes, silverfish on the handline. The old man in the sea style.
Now we're gonna unhook it so we can release it as fast as possible.
Un poco de miedo tuve, yo preocupado cuando saltó. Brincó y saltó cerca de ti, muy preocupado, un poco de miedo.
Sí.
Pero todo bien.
Now I'm reviving the fish before I let it go, and the idea to do this is to have the boat in gear going very slowly to get water to flow through its mouth and out its gills. And as soon as I feel that the fish is kicking and ready to go, I'll let it go. But I just hope that the same story that happened to Santiago, the old man in the Old Man in the Sea, is not gonna happen to me right now, because this marlin that he was bringing back to the village got devoured by sharks. I was towing the fish alongside the boat. So right now it's just not a good position to be in where I am. Bueno, se fue.
Buena captura.
Sí.
Felicidades, amigo. Lo hiciste.
Pescador más en Cihuatanejo.
Pescador, ¿cómo los de ahí?
I came to Zihuatanejo, Mexico, to live the experience of the Old Man in the Sea by catching a billfish on a handline. Things were not easy, and at times it seemed like everything was against me. I wanted to fish like the locals do, and I did.
Esto que vemos aquí es como un cuchillo.
In the end, I finally managed to catch a sailfish on a handline. The Pacific sailfish is an amazing fighter.
Yes.
Things were complicated and risky, especially when the line wrapped around my wrist and I got pulled overboard. It wasn't the safest situation to be in, but at least nothing happened to me.
Yes. Silverfish on a handline.
I got lucky, and I still have all my fingers. Plus, I met a couple of friends. The next time I read Hemingway's epic story, I remember every second of this amazing adventure.
Hey, Cyril, I think you got a scorpion on your shirt.
Yeah, he's my buddy, man. And with this, kills everything. You need a little bit of a bacteria, gone.
Yes, huh? Big gator here.
My name is Cyril Chauquet, and I spend my life traveling the world, chasing monster fish.
Oh my gosh.
And that's exactly why I'm here in Texas, in search of a huge prehistoric fish. Completely armor-plated, this fish is so tough, it can resist almost any predator. This is the famous Wild West, a place filled with snakes and alligators.
Once they start eating large mammals like that, it would be anything from me to man also.
And to catch this living dinosaur, it's gonna be a serious adventure. With scales so sharp, they were used by Native Americans to make arrowheads. And super sharp fangs. The alligator gar is definitely at the top of the food chain in the rivers of North America.
Watch your feet when I bring him on board. I'll stay between you and the fish, but they will bite you, and I have the scars to prove it.
This fish has survived over 100 million years.
When I was telling you that those fish are dinosaurs.
But in the past century, it was almost wiped out by another top predator. Feared and misunderstood, the alligator gar was hunted down and massacred without pity. I've heard stories of alligator gar becoming so big that they've been confused with real alligators.
I don't want to spend too much time in this river. Big alligators.
I want to see these monsters up close.
I can't lose this fish.
And my ultimate goal is to catch the biggest one possible, alone and from the shore.
Look at this monster. I'm here in Texas on a mission to catch a huge prehistoric fish, a beast that can grow bigger than me and actually longer than me. Imagine catching a fish like that in a river from the shore alone. That'll be the fight of my life.
I've been to the south before, chasing monster catfish.
With my hands.
It's called noodling, and let me tell you, it was pretty intense. So intense that my hands got mangled really bad.
My hand is totally destroyed.
But that's nothing compared to what an alligator gar could do. So if I catch one, I don't want my hands anywhere near their mouths. These fish can be pretty dangerous, but they also endanger themselves, and I want to help protect them. So my first stop is the Texas Fisheries Science Center to meet with an alligator gar specialist, Dan Doherty.
You must be Dan.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Welcome to the facility.
In order to help with the preservation of the species, I've been asked to tag some monster alligator gar. But first, I need to learn how to do it without losing my fingers. Dan's assistant joins us to try and catch one of these giants.
Elana. What we're doing is setting the net so that we can catch an alligator gar because he wants to show me how the tagging is done so I can tag myself later on. Now it's a waiting game, right?
There are 5 types of gar in America, and the alligator gar is the biggest, with record sizes of 300 pounds and 10 feet long.
So why do you think that they have such a bad rep, you know? What makes them such a terrifying fish, you know, like in the mind of most people?
I think it's the teeth.
The teeth, huh?
And the size.
And size, because
yeah.
they get humongous.
In the early 1900s, they were considered a nuisance fish or a trash fish. They weren't any good for market meat, and there were actually many programs in a lot of places to eradicate gar from systems.
Yeah, it's crazy because this fish, they've been around for what, 100 million years or so, right? And yet, in the last 100 years, we've almost decimated the species.
Yeah, it's crazy how fast things can happen.
It's pretty sad, I'd say.
Oh, we got something. Oh, we got.
Yeah.
Looks like it. I think there's some movement in the line there.
There, you might get a splash.
Well, I think we're just about to see an alligator gar.
It's a gar, but just a baby. And it's a typical size they can catch in our nets. But Dan wants me to catch monsters, hopefully 10 times bigger than this one.
All right, first alligator gar I ever see.
Alligator gar can live outside the water using their air bladder to breathe, sort of like a primitive lung.
Whoa. Look at the teeth on that thing.
Obviously, the bigger the fish, the bigger the bite. You got to be careful handling these. Everything on them is sharp, poke you, stick you, or cut you.
Wow, that's an amazing looking creature.
Yep, very prehistoric. It's almost 2 feet around and almost 4 feet in length.
4 feet in length. And yeah, that's still a baby.
Still a baby.
Pretty good sized fish would be a 100-pounder.
Oh yeah.
That's what you want me to tag, right?
Big fish, bigger the better.
The bigger the better, huh? So how do you tag this guy?
We tag it right here at the base of the dorsal fin, just above the scales. Just insert the needle.
Push in.
Pull the button, pull the needle out, and the fish is tagged.
Shall we put him back in the water?
Yeah, let's let him go.
There are 2 reasons for tagging this fish. To help keep track of their growth rates, and to find out where alligator gar travel throughout their lives.
Oh, you're a pretty slimy fish. Just put a lot of pressure on me. He wants me to catch a monster gar, not the little guys, you know?
This is it. I'm heading to the famous Trinity River. 700 miles of muddy water that still hides some huge gar. Some of these fish could be more than 7 feet long. But these wild animals are tough to find, and even tougher to catch.
All right, let's go catch a monster alligator gar, alone.
The path is long and really rough along the river. And I have to keep in mind that while I'm looking for alligator gar, there's something else in the muddy water, watching my every move.
Hey, buddy.
I brought 3 rods with me in order to maximize my chances of catching a huge gar. But I only have 1 pair of hands, so I have to improvise some real fancy rod holders.
A good old carp head. Still have the brains in it, the eyes for maximum juices and odors. Takes a lot of patience to catch a monster fish, let me tell you. You know, the only thing I can do here is basically stare at the line, stare at the rods, hoping that that line will start peeling off that reel.
I've been waiting for at least an hour and a half, when finally, the line starts peeling off my reel.
I'm getting a good hit here.
Big gar are known for being wise and cautious, and they take the bait very slowly. So I need to choose just the right time to set the hook. Otherwise, I might lose this fish.
Here we go.
The thrashing gar is attracting alligators. I need to bring this fish in quick.
To get a gar.
Now, the dangerous part. Although it's not the monster I want, I still have to tag and measure this gar. At any moment, this fish can spin around and bite me, so I put my gloves on to protect my hands from its sharp scales and fangs.
It's not a monster fish, but pretty decent sized fish. Oh, man, I'm stuck.
To tag this fish, I have to bring it onto the shore, and I'm afraid we're both gonna get muddy here. Plus, my feet are really stuck, so I'd better watch out for gators.
Nice. It's not a monster alligator gar, but it's a good sized fish.
Gar can breathe outside of the water, but I still want to put it back quickly to keep it healthy. And I need to hurry to tag and measure it. I really don't like the gators getting too close.
Now I gotta get a measurement of this fish, a length and a girth. If I can reach the measuring tape.
I'm trying to get a measurement of an alligator gar, and before an actual gator gets too close.
It's not like there's no alligators in this river too, you know. I don't want to sit here too long. 56 inches. My God, look at the hook. That is just a small fish. Totally bent it. All right, alligator gar, you're going back. Beautiful fish, beautiful monster.
right, buddy, you're going back. That was something. What a catch. That's my shoe right there. I don't know if you can see it, but it's a shoe. What a mud bath here.
I caught a nice alligator gar, but after being hunted for so many years, the monster ones have become really rare. So I've decided to go to Crockett City, named after the famous trapper Davy Crockett. I'm here to meet a professional gar fisherman who has the perfect boat to access the most remote stretches of the river. There, I really hope to find the real monsters I'm looking for.
Steve?
Hey.
How you doing?
Great.
I'm Cyril.
I'm Steve Barkley.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, sir.
Hey, that's your boat?
Yes, sir, that's my boat.
My God, that's a beast, man. I hear you fish stretches of the river that basically no one else fishes, right?
Some very remote stretches of river. Has some really big gar on it. Not many people get to fish it, so we've been catching some big ones. You want to come in and see some pics?
Steve's father, David, is also an alligator gar fisherman. They show me the huge gar I might encounter in the most remote stretches of the Trinity River.
In the 230, 240 range.
230 pounds.
I believe this is either 8.1 or 8.2. And
that is a monster. That's the biggest gar I've ever seen in my life.
And I think it's on exhibit in the Dallas Zoo now.
That's what I want to catch.
I know.
David hunted alligator gar back when the fish was relentlessly slaughtered. Before I head out fishing with his son Steve, I want to ask him a few questions about this brutal period of gar history.
So, David, I heard you used to hunt for alligator gar?
Actually, we did more to eradicate them than we did to hunt them. We shot them with shotguns, and we caught them on hooks, and they caught them in nets and what have you, to the intent of diminishing the numbers to where the game fish were not so in peril, so to speak.
So now you like them?
Yes, we like them now because they are considered valuable.
David explains that although the alligator gar is still sometimes frightening to the locals, it's now respected as an apex predator that balances the ecosystem it lives in. Here we go. Steve's taking me to a spot so difficult to access that the only way to get there is by airboat. And out there, away from everyone, we're hoping to find some huge alligator gar.
That's a steep ramp there.
And that's one of the reasons I have a really exclusive access to this piece of river up here is because I'm pretty much the only one that can get launched here.
No, I don't think anyone would want to launch here besides you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're my style. I like that.
Let's go,
All right. True cowboy style. That's great.
I can't believe we're gonna launch a boat here. It's so steep, but at least it looks like Steve has a plan.
This will get you to get in the truck.
Yep.
And hold tension against it. When you hear me powering up, the easier put off the brake, and I'll just gradually put the truck in reverse, and I'll pull it backward. Well, let's see if this will work.
All right. All right. Now you're gonna understand what I'm talking about when I tell you that it's a powerful machine. Here we go.
There's something wrong with the engine.
Not sure what the heck's going on here, but I gotta find out.
That's exactly why I don't have a boat. I use other people's boats. I'd love to be able to do something about it, but honestly, I don't know much about mechanics at all. Well, I guess that's about as close as I'll get to the alligator gar today.
But we're not ready to give up yet. We're so close to the monster fish.
Lord, we thank you for allowing us to enjoy your bounty and let our repairs work. Go with us and keep us safe on the river. Give us a big fish. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
All right. Gonna crank now.
Oh, so.
Here we go.
Thank you, God. This time, here we go.
Now, let's just hope we don't crash on the way down. almost there.
All right, Steve, we're in. Well, we made it. I had to put my shades on because this thing, you know, was blowing so much dirt, twigs, branches, everything, you know, like I couldn't even open my eyes. Couldn't see where I was going.
The best spot for huge alligator gar is far down this rugged river. The power of this machine is unbelievable, and it's perfect for jumping from one section of the river to the next. Now, I can clearly understand why we need an airboat to get to these remote spots.
I told you it'd be quite something.
This is a pretty good gar hole we're in right here. As a matter of fact, gar are already rolling out there like crazy. Hopefully we'll get a good hook up here and catch a big fish. Caught fish over 200 out of this hole before.
200 pounds?
Yes, sir. Oh. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
On a bimini twist, that allows you to double the end of your braided line before you actually attach it to the metal leader. I tell you, it's not gonna go anywhere. You know what? Even if I was lost in the middle of the desert, I have nothing else to eat but this. I don't think I would touch it. It stinks so bad, you know, like you have no idea. It's awful.
But the stinkier the bait, the better the chances of getting the attention of an alligator gar. While we wait for a big gar to show up, Steve tells me how he got bitten by a gar right after he brought it on the boat.
I had her on the deck of the boat, and I was standing there. I had just boated the fish for our client, and she just slung her head around and grabbed my leg, and only her top teeth penetrated my leg. So if she had actually been able to grip onto my leg with both jaws, then would have lost a large chunk of flesh there without a doubt. When we get a big gar on the boat, you know, we want to really handle that head with care. God didn't give them those teeth to eat moss.
Yeah, I know for sure. They're not vegetarian, right?
No, they're not. No, they're not.
There's some movement on the line.
Oh, guys, I've got a gar on the line. Look, the line is peeling off my spool. He's taking off. He's taking off with the bait.
We don't want the gar to feel any pressure on the line, so Steve slowly drives the boat to the middle of the river.
He's under the boat.
There might be around some structure right there.
Now, I'm worried that the line might get cut by the prop of the hull, but the fish has already let go of the bait.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he chewed on it. Oh. Look at the puncture marks.
Big puncture marks there. Look at that.
That was a big fish too, right?
Looks like it was. We'll hook up another one, or maybe that one will be back, pick up, you know?
Oh, yeah?
He's hungry. He might have got a taste of it. He may be ready.
Some stinky carp fillet.
I really need to tag a big alligator gar, but they're pretty smart fish. This is not going to be easy.
Oh my God, look at the puncture marks on that one. Oh my God.
We're going to catch him.
Yeah, he chewed on it pretty good, you know? Had it for a long time. He just left us the skin.
Ah, he got all the good stuff.
Yeah.
Just left you the skin.
These fish are pretty smart, man.
That one beat us at our game, I think.
All of a sudden, I feel another gar on the line.
It's actually the first time I feel some tension on that line. There's a fish on that line. I'm about to set that hook.
He's getting brave. He stole bait last time.
Yeah, all right, here we go. Oh, yeah. All right, we're on, Steve. Oh, yeah, it's a good fish. Friends, we got a good gar on the line here. Yep, he's right here. Oh, yeah, that's a good gar. Oh! It's a monster. Oh. How big is this fish, you think?
125.
125 pounds, huh?
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, yeah, that's a big fish.
Oh, look at that.
Big fish right here. He's just about to put a snare around the fish's head to be able to bring it on board. It's like a lasso, you know, basically, that we're gonna use to bring this fish on board.
All right.
This big fish isn't a monster one yet, but Steve knows how dangerous it can be.
Watch your feet when I bring him on board. I'll stay between you and the fish, but they will bite you, and I have the scars to prove it.
That's a monster.
Look at that. All right.
We did it, man.
Congratulations.
Good job, buddy.
Watch out.
Suddenly, the gar spins around, and I remember what Steve told me about being bitten by a gar on his boat.
See what she did?
Yeah.
She turned around to you. She didn't turn away from you. She turned around to where she could get a bite at you.
My God, the alligator gar, what a beautiful animal. Now I understand why some people would confuse him with the reptile, the alligator, because the size and plus the head looks very much like an alligator's. This fish is a dinosaur, really. That's what it is. It's been around for more than 100 million years. And that's most likely because of, its ability to actually breathe air in this body, this armor-plated body. And the fangs, look at the size of the fangs on that fish.
Now, I need to measure and tag this gar before releasing it.
5'7". Ten, 8, 2, 3.
Let's put this fish back in the water, no?
Yep.
Pretty healthy.
Good job.
Man, good job to you. Good job to you.
That was a beautiful gar, but I know there are even bigger ones around here. But for now, it's getting late, and since there was a problem with the engine earlier, and also because we're really far down the Trinity River, we decided to call it a night and come back tomorrow for the monster fish. And now that we've made it back, we still have to get the 5,000-pound airboat up the steep slope.
Let me tell you, now now we gotta bring that boat up. You see how steep it is? He's gonna go full blast on the props there. I'm gonna help him with the truck. The cable is hooked up to the boat.
Steve's asked me to give it full power, but the airboat doesn't move an inch. It's stuck in the mud. And just when I'm starting to gain some ground, I hear an explosion.
That's no good.
When we finally get the boat up the hill, we realize that the engine's blown. There's oil all over the bottom, and the airboat is definitely out of commission for a while. Steve is a great guy, and he wants to take me out again to find monster gar, but he won't be today.
There's where the rod hit the oil pan from the inside. You can see where it knocked the hole in the oil pan. Actually, a piece of the rod came out, laying in the bottom of the boat, right there.
While I wait for Steve's boat to be repaired, he's put me in touch with another fisherman who knows where I can find some huge gar. On my way, I decide to stop at an alligator preservation park to meet with the owner, Charlie.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good to meet you.
Good to meet you.
I want to see if it's actually possible to mistake a gar for an alligator, like David told me.
Have you ever heard of anyone mistaking an alligator gar for a gator, for the actual reptile?
Yes, I have heard of a few instances where people thought they saw an alligator and it turned out to be an alligator gar.
Are we close the gate or shall we leave it open just in case we need to run? I think I'm gonna leave it open if you don't mind. That's all right.
I'm actually pretty excited. Charlie doesn't let many people inside the fence to feed the gators.
Look at this guy.
Man, Charlie's pretty hardcore and feeding gators.
Imagine some people actually mistake the alligator gar for the actual alligator. It's hard to believe because look at the size of this animal. I guess with a smaller alligator, if it's dark and you barely see where,
Yeah, in the dark it'd make a lot of difference.
In the dark, it'd make a lot of difference.
Yeah.
And if you have a quick peek at it.
Especially, alligator gar, 8 or 10 feet long.
Yeah.
Now, it's my turn to feed this big gator.
On top.
Yeah, man, first time I do that in my life. A 1,300-pound alligator.
Let me tell you, if there are alligator gar big enough to be confused for an actual alligator, I definitely want to see one of those. But after decades of hunting, there's only a few big ones left. I would love to see a real monster up close and do my part to help conserve him, but finding one is not going to be easy. This time, I'm going to another section of the Trinity River with Dawson, the fisherman that Steve told me about. And just like Steve, Dawson knows that to catch huge gar, we need to go to places that are almost unreachable.
This is it, huh?
Yeah, this is it.
should be pretty interesting. We're gonna have to bring a boat down this slope here. Check this out. It's pretty sketchy. The first slope, and we got a little bit of a plateau here. And then, there we go. Down there.
Once again, access to the river is steep and rugged. And we gotta move slowly so we don't tip the trailer. Luckily for us, everything worked as planned.
Went pretty smoothly, considering the slope.
All right, here we go on a hunt for monster gar.
This section of the Trinity River is fast and shallow.
A lot of stumps and logs on this river.
And there's branches everywhere. It's gonna be really hard to land a big alligator gar without breaking my line. But almost no one fishes out here, so it's the perfect place to find the monster I'm after.
That too much weight? Too much weight on the boat. We're gonna have to go back up. Didn't have any enough power on this one, so we're gonna have to go faster through the rapids.
The rapids are really strong, and we can barely advance against them. We get pushed back again, so we have to take another run, with more speed this time. We made it through, and we're finally at Dawson's favorite gar spot. Let me tell you, it's pretty remote here. There's gotta be some big gar around.
Well, I think his rod holders are a little bit more advanced, technologically speaking, than mine, you know, like just the stick as a V-shaped stick, you know? That's what I use.
That's what we use for carp fishing, actually.
Yeah, that's a carp fishing rig. Just lay the rod there and you have the line going through it, and as soon as there's a bite, you know, the fish starts pulling on the line. You get that noise, and that's the kind of noise we want to hear today. If that fish is not big enough to swallow that head, it's not the fish we want.
Bang. It's like throwing a rock in the river.
Absolutely.
All right, I'm ready. Now, we just have to wait. But not for long.
Fish on there. Fish on.
Very big fish.
This fish is big, but it's not an alligator gar.
Oh, big catfish, big flathead. Look at that.
Cyril, no joke, that's the biggest flathead I've seen around.
Really? That is a monster flathead.
It's not the monster gar I'm looking for, but it's a big flathead catfish.
Oh, yeah. Noodle.
That is a monster flathead. That's the kind of fish you want to noodle, man.
Yeah.
Have you ever tried noodling?
I haven't tried noodling.
Man, when they're fresh and you put your hand in the hole where they are, bang!
I don't really know about all that. I like to keep all my fingers.
Look at the scars on that fish still. It looks like it might have gotten bitten by a gar. If there's a gar in this river that will attack a fish this size, thinking it's bait, you know, I don't want to be even near that river.
All of a sudden, we hear the bite indicator go crazy.
So as soon as you have a bite, the idea is to get tight before you set the hook. Get tight, make sure you're in contact with the fish.
Fish on. Pretty good one there.
Yeah, that's a good fish.
Yeah, feels like it.
I can lock it.
Look at the size of this thing. Oh my gosh.
I have a huge alligator gar on the line, just the monster I'm looking for. It's fighting hard, and the problem is, I can feel my line rubbing against some rocks. That means it's getting damaged. This fish is powerful, and it's trying to get away in the rapids.
My line is pretty damaged. I don't want to put too much pressure on this fish because I'm afraid of breaking off. I gotta find a good place to land it.
The line has rubbed against a rocky ledge on the bottom and has weakened. And now, the gar is using the rapids to get away. If I don't stay with it, I'm gonna lose this monster.
Yeah, I might lose it there. I don't want to lose it, man.
My line is damaged, and now I can't put too much pressure on it without breaking it off. This fish is smart, and it's trying to escape down the rapids, which is putting even more pressure on the line.
We're gonna get this fish, Dawson.
I don't have any choice.
Yeah.
I need to follow it down the fast water.
I think it's good now. I think we should be able to land him here. I know, man.
I've never seen anything like running down those rapids after that.
I can't really do too much, man, because this line, I don't trust this line. No! No! Damn it! Damn! That was a big fish.
After all that,
we knew it.
That really sucked.
You know, the important thing is to keep a positive attitude about it. And, you know, still, it was a pretty cool fight.
In a few years, I'll come back here and I'll say, Dawson, we gotta go back for that monster that's out there.
I just lost a monster gar. I'm running out of time. I really need to find and tag at least one big gar to help the biologists with their conservation work.
Working my way up the Trinity River, and on the way I'll stop at the Texas Fisheries Center. They have biologists there that are waiting for me, and they want the information, the data that I've collected on the fish that I've caught so far. And they were also telling me that they have monster alligator gar in a tank there. I really want to see that. I really want to see this fish.
I lost a big alligator gar. So while I drop off the data with Wayne, the resident gar specialist, I want to take this chance to get my first really close look at a massive fish.
Look, that's what I want to catch. This guy. This prehistoric creature.
Now, there's some pretty big gar in here. You sure you want to do this?
Yeah, they won't attack me, right? No.
We haven't had any yet.
Before I get too close, Wayne feeds the gar, just to show me how fast and aggressive they can be. This gigantic gar just bit a catfish, and now I'm gonna get in the water with him.
Oh man, I always love to swim with fish, any kind of fish, but here I'm about to swim with some monster gars, alligator gars, fish that are over 200 pounds in here in this pond. Let's go check it out.
These fish are big enough to really hurt me if they wanted to, but in fact, they're not aggressive at all. It is sad that these giants were so misunderstood and massacred. They're really incredible animals.
What a great feeling swimming with such large predator fish. Unbelievable. And yet, not a sign of aggressiveness from those animals. They just swim around slowly, do what they have to do. I'm actually capable of getting really close to them and pet them. They have a tendency to stay away from me and swim away from me. So, in a way, they're more scared of me than I'm scared of them.
This is my last day in Texas, but Steve's airboat is still out of order.
Looks like we're not going anywhere. The engine's broke entirely. The entire thing is broken. That's why there's oil all over the place.
It looks like if I want to catch a big alligator gar, I'm gonna have to go by myself. And from what Steve's telling me, catching a really big one, alone and from the shore, is gonna be really tough. Steve shows me a path through the woods to a very remote spot on a small lake connected to the Trinity River.
It's a long walk in, though.
It's a long walk, huh? To the woods.
A long walk through the woods. Are you up for that?
Yeah, I can do. Especially if there's big guard at the end of it. I'll do the trek.
Yeah. Watch for alligators.
Alligators?
Now, there's alligators in the oxbow and the river, probably more so in the oxbow. So you need to be very cautious along the river banks. While it's maybe unlikely that you would encounter an alligator like this, they do exist there, and they catch livestock along the river.
I'm on my way to catch and tag a huge alligator gar in the heart of Texas. Steve's freaked me out with stories of alligators eating livestock.
Once they start eating large mammals like that, it would be anything from to eat a man also.
But I can't back out now. And to make things even tougher, the recent rain has overflowed the Trinity River, which means it's gonna be really hard to reach Steve's fishing spot. But the first obstacle I come to is a cliff.
Check this out. I can see it. The river is right there. But let me tell you, getting access to this river is almost impossible. Look how thick the woods are.
After thinking about it for a second, I decide to leave 2 rods behind to make this easier.
Now that means one thing though. I only have 1 rod, so just 1 chance of catching fish.
I'll get the rods on my way back. Ah! Now, I have to cross this big, overflowing river. I'm not looking forward to it, especially since I know there are alligators around here. And it's not just alligators I need to worry about. It's the current, too. I can barely touch bottom, but eventually I make it across. But I still have to keep an eye out for alligators.
I don't want to spend too much time in this river. Big alligators. I'm out of here.
Yes, huh? Big gator here. Steve was right. I gotta be really careful around these oxbows. They're home to more than just monster alligator gars. I just found a small lake, and I think it's the one that Steve told me about. A big gar just rolled in front of me. This has got to be Steve's spot.
Looks like there's some monster fish in here.
Here we go. Here we go. Come on, fish. Take this. Yes.
Oh yeah. Oh man, it broke me off. That was a giant.
There's some monster gar in this lake, but catching them is gonna be a challenge. There's branches everywhere. I'm gonna have to be really careful if I don't want to break off again.
You see, my line here is 90-pound braided line, and what I did is just tied a bimini knot, which allows me to double my line at the end of my main line. So that way, if this fish starts rubbing against some structure, some logs or stumps on the bottom, then I have 2 lines in case one breaks. And here, I'll tie on my metal leader and the hook at the end of the metal leader.
I can tell I have a massive gar on the line. But now, I have to avoid breaking it off on the snags along the bottom.
Keep it away from the snags.
This gar is even bigger than I thought. I have no idea how I'm gonna tag this monster by myself.
Oh my gosh, look at this thing. Look at this monster.
At this point, I'm really not sure how to bring this big fish onto the bank to tag it without getting injured. But I gotta try.
When I was telling you that those fish are dinosaurs, I'm not kidding. Look at the size of that thing. It's gotta be 200 pounds.
My best shot is with the technique Steve showed me, using a lasso around its head. But the gar escapes into the weeds.
Swing it again.
I'm not sure where the gigantic fish is, and I could get bitten if I go too deep.
I don't like this at all. The fish went underneath the weeds here.
I've already had a big gar leap out of the water at me. And if this one does that, I'll never see it coming. Plus, I know that there are huge alligators around here. And finally, I find it. Now, I gotta quickly get the lasso around it before I lose it again.
Look at the size of this beast. That's exactly what I've been chasing. A monster gar, and I got one in my hands right now. It's gotta be over 200 pounds. That's a monster.
But I'm not finished yet. I still need to tag and measure this fish for the biologists.
My measuring tape is in the bag there. I think I'll use the rod though. That fish has gotta be 7 feet. 7 feet long, for sure.
My rod is 7'8".
Yes. Baby, you loose.
I was finally able to catch a monster gar from the shore and tag it. Mission accomplished. I came to Texas to find a living dinosaur, an amazing animal that doesn't deserve its bad reputation.
Look at this beautiful animal.
Almost completely wiped out, I found that instead of fear, this beautiful creature should inspire respect and admiration, and needs to be protected. The Trinity River was full of obstacles. The best spots was super remote and filled with predators. But I finally came face to face with the monster I was after.
Oh my gosh, look at this thing.
A fish I'll never forget.
Alligator gar, yeah. Are we close the gate or shall we leave it open just in case we need to run? I'm not sure I want to shake your hand now. Although I will because you're the gar master. I guess they really do make everything bigger in Texas. What did I just get myself into here? Oh yes!
My name is Cyril Chauquet, and I live for adventure. I travel around the world looking for the biggest, most powerful, and potentially dangerous fish. And that's exactly why I'm back here in Brazil. The Amazon forest is one of the wildest and most dangerous places on the planet. It's massive, but this environment is very fragile. And the biggest fish of the Amazon, growing to over 400 pounds, is a perfect example. The arapaima, also called pirarucu, has been overfished for centuries. And today, this prehistoric fish is still in peril. I've been invited by the Brazilian government to help them protect wild arapaimas from poaching by collecting DNA samples from these monsters. So I'll have to venture deep into the jungle, a place teeming with predators, to see if I can find them.
Anaconda, right there. I'm gonna make a little bit of noise on usually draw the piranha's attention.
And when I find the arapaima, I can tell you that with such a monster on the line, I'm in for the fight of my life.
Look at the size of that thing!
I'm back in Brazil, in Manaus, a city with a population of over 2 million people, right in the heart of the Amazon forest. I've been coming to Brazil for many years because the Amazon is home to some of the biggest and most powerful fish in the world. Like the vampire fish, the explosive peacock bass, and a massive shark-like paraiba.
Paraiba! Yes!
But as wild as this place is, pollution, deforestation, and poaching are putting a lot of pressure on its ecosystem. And the arapaima is one of the most affected species.
Before I start my search for arapaima, the government has invited me to spend a day with the police so I can witness for myself just how strong the demand for wild arapaima meat is on the black market.
In 2001, the government passed a law making it illegal to commercially fish wild arapaima.
What did I just get myself into here?
Estão decidindo agora qual a rota cada uma das.
It's telling me that we have two teams entering from two different sides of the market, the two main entries. That way they can't escape.
Because its meat is so highly valued, poaching and the illegal trade of arapaima, or pirarucu, as it's known here in Brazil, is devastating its population. Each year, more than 7,000 tons of arapaima disappear from the Amazon basin, and the species is still threatened.
Right now, we're on our way for the first operation of the day. We're gonna bust a market, and I'm in the undercover vehicle because we're gonna be the first arriving at the location. But there's two other teams of cops. They're gonna take the market and sandwich. And from what he was saying, there might be some pirarucu meat, illegal pirarucu meat. They had someone investigate the location for the last week, and they're pretty sure they're gonna bust someone. To be honest, I'm feeling a little nervous. You know, I don't really know what I'm getting myself into. The fact that they put me a bulletproof jacket is not a good thing.
We just got radio confirmation. Our contact in the market just spotted a vendor selling illegal wild arapaima meat. He's trying to escape, so we have to rush.
See? Illegal. That's illegal pirarucu meat right there. Last week only, they caught 2,000 kilos. That's about 4,500 pounds of pirarucu meat here. That's why I wanted to show you this. You know, like I don't really take any personal interest of going into the market and busting people, but I just wanted to show you how bad it is, how bad the situation is.
We found the arapaima meat, but we're still looking for the suspect. And the officers start questioning the vendors.
Let me tell you, I've done quite a few markets around the world, and usually it's good vibes, you know, high-fiving, a lot of people there, but today it's not the case. The fact that I'm wearing this is, you know...
Esse é o lago. Essa guia, ela fala o que ela autoriza, que é o pirarucu.
You see that tag there? That means that it's legal. It was raised in a fishery, in a farm. If it didn't have that, that means it's wild fish, and that's what they're trying to find here.
After a long search, the officers finally find the suspect, and while they arrest him, we collect the illegal meat.
Muito pesado. It's actually a lot of bags, and those bags are really heavy. They're at least 100 pounds each.
Instituições de caridade que vai fazer a doação.
Okay. At least the meat is not going to get lost. They're going to use it in hospitals and daycares and a lot of good things. It's too bad that people don't realize the consequences of their actions, especially when it comes to killing wildlife.
Tomorrow, I'm meeting with a scientific research team that is working to save the arapaima, and I'm going to help him in any way I can. But in the meantime, I want to see for myself if there's any arapaima left around the city of Manaus. I hiked to a remote section of river, where the police told me there might still be wild arapaimas.
Wow, did you see that?
I don't know about fish, but there's definitely caimans here. I'd better watch out. Caimans are great at sneaking up on their prey. The slow water on this side looks like a good fishing spot, but it's not ideal for arapaima.
You know, the only thing that seems a little bit off to me is that moving water there. It's not fast moving water, but still there's a little bit of current. Normally, arapaimas, they don't like moving in water.
But since I walked all the way here, I'm still gonna give it a shot.
Come on. Get this one. That's a big fish.
Whatever this fish is, it's really strong and it's pulling me in. But with caimans around, I don't want to get too deep in this river.
He just caught me by surprise. This fish was not fighting that much, and then all of a sudden, boom!
I still don't know what it is, but it's huge. The drag is almost locked on my reel, and the fish is still headed for the underwater branches. If I don't stop it, I'll lose it for sure.
I want to keep him away from that log right here.
It's a really big fish, but I know that arapaimas tend to jump in combat, and this fish isn't even coming close to the surface.
It's a filioche. It's a small paraiba.
It may not be an arapaima, but it's a big fish, and all this splashing around might really get the caiman's attention. I need to bring this fish in quick.
Yeah, beautiful fish, beautiful paraiba. Actually, this fish is called a filioche. The same animal can have different names at different sizes. Under 100 pounds, it's considered a small one, so that's why in Portuguese, filioche means the son. And over 100 pounds, it's a paraiba. The only problem is that the fact that this guy's here means that I'm not in a good arapaima spot. I think the water's moving too fast. This guy's like moving water. I'd like to catch a couple more, but you know, I'd better get going if I want to catch an arapaima.
I may not have found an arapaima, but it's still a good sign that there are monster fish around. Tomorrow, I'm meeting the biologists, but right now, I really want to see some arapaimas up close, and I know the perfect place to do it.
You see, the legitimate arapaima farms I was telling you about? Well, this is it.
Today, commercial fishing for arapaima in the wild is banned, but demand for its meat is still strong, which is why the fish is heavily farmed, and sadly, poached as well. And while I'm here, I want to test the strength of these animals.
This is a bait that they put on a rope. There's no hook in it. It's just made to give me a really good idea of how strong the piranhas are. My gosh, the strength of the animal. Look at it. Doesn't want to let go. Check this out. Look at what it did to the bait. It literally crushed it. Because that's exactly how our arapaima feed. They have a really big mouth, and anything that it can fit through their mouth, they do. And once it's in the mouth, they use their huge bony tongue to actually crush the bait against the roof of their mouth. And then they swallow it. And that's exactly what these guys did to this poor bait. Now let me tell you, I can't wait to get one in the wild.
That was a lot of fun, but it's kind of sad that it's easier to find arapaima in the farm than in the wild, which is why I'm meeting the biologists to help with their work protecting the species. The last time I was here at the Institute of Biological Sciences, researchers asked me to go deep into the Amazon rainforest. They needed help collecting samples of peacock bass fins, and they know I love traveling to places where it's difficult for them to go themselves.
That's exactly where I was a few years back, right here. Isn't
Hey, Cyril!
¿Cómo estás?
Estoy bien.
Mucho tempo.
Nice to see you again. Come here, I was waiting for you. Let me introduce you to someone. This is Thomas Herbeck.
You're Thomas. Nice to finally meet you.
Nice to finally talk to you too, of course.
Yeah.
Thomas is an expert specialized in the collection and study of data from the arapaima population in Brazil. And he briefs me on what the team needs.
So close to Manaus, there are some lakes which have apparently natural populations of arapaima, and they're supposed to be really big. Okay, and so what we would like to do is we'd like, if you can, go out and, basically sample some of these arapaimas. All you need to do is take just slow fin clips.
So just a fin clipping, right? I cut
Very
a little bit of the caudal fin.
So if we can determine that the animals are wild, that they're not just escaped captives, okay, then I think it's better that it's much easier, or at least for the government, it's much easier to implement some sort of a conservation program. They can focus on that area and try to conserve it.
I'm dying to see the results of this.
Me too.
I'm pretty excited.
All right, sounds good.
My mission is clear. collect DNA samples to determine where wild arapaimas still exist, not just farmed fish that have escaped, so they can be better protected in the future. Thomas and Izeni set up a meeting for me tomorrow morning with Kitita, my guide for this mission. But today, they've sent me to a place where there might still be arapaimas near Manaus.
Not sure I'll catch anything here around Manaus, but we'll see.
It's pretty good in there. Looks like it would even be a good spot for arapaima. It's pretty calm waters.
I'm tying on a thin but strong leader to help my odds of getting a bite. The best way to catch an arapaima is using bait. The thing with bait is, once it's in the water, there isn't much to do but wait.
It's so hot and humid right now, you have no idea. And then I'm telling you, I think it must be 100% humidity in the air. And it feels like 200%. It's really bad. Aqui tem pirarucu?
Tem, mas é um rio cheio, né? Aí o peixe se espalha, é muito difícil. Mas pega, tem.
Sim. Pequeno ou grande?
Tem médio, grande é lago fechado e tem grande.
Sim, é.
Yep. Oh. Fish on.
This fish is really strong, but I can't tell what it is yet.
That's a big fish. Come back here. I was really not expecting that, but...
These fish are really strange. They're part of the same family as piranhas, but they barely eat meat. Still, they're super powerful. The boat is really high off the water, and it's a pain to land this fish.
Yes.
Yes. Tambaki. Let me tell you, this fish is really unique. Look, it's got human-like teeth. It's pretty weird, huh? Isn't it? Its diet mainly consists of fruit and nuts that fall from the trees, and I'm pretty sure that this fish was here feeding on those little berries that you see here in the brush there. I'm pretty sure that there must be a few tambakis down there feeding on that. But those fish are also omnivorous because they'll take advantage of any kind of food that they can find. Proof is, he took my bait, and my bait was fish. The fight they give you for this size of fish. Do you see that? E esse fruta se come?
Come também.
A gente pode comer também?
Pode também. Toda uma fruta que um peixe come, a gente pode comer também.
Ah,
faz
então,
bem, faz bem pro peixe e faz bem para nós.
A ver se você está dizendo a verdade. Muito bom.
Well, at least I caught something today, but I doubt there are any arapaimas around here. Anyway, it's getting late, and it's time to head back to Manaus. Tonight, there's a big party in town, a kind of carnival.
It's my last night in Manaus, so might as well have some fun. Check this out. I asked for whiskey and Coke. That's a whiskey and Coke Brazilian style. Put me this of whiskey and that room for Coke. Yes, Brazil! I'm telling you, it's like dancing in a sauna here. Que bom! Obrigado!
Last night finished pretty late, actually early this morning, but I'm super excited to meet Kitita. He's the guy trusted by the research team to take me out to some remote spots where huge arapaimas have been seen.
Hey, Kitita! Olá, tudo bem? Você, Kitita, sim? Sim, como está? Bem? Muito bem, muito bem. Fica lá, 2 horas e meia. 2 horas e meia. According to him, it's about 2.5 hours to get to the first spots where the arapaimas have been spotted.
Look at this. This is a truly unique phenomenon. It's called the meeting of the waters, Encontrar das Águas in Portuguese. And that's exactly what it is. Here you see the Rio Negro's waters. They're dark, acidic, and they meet with the Rio Solimões waters that are more muddy in a way. You know, that's why they have this color. But what's unique is that the waters, both rivers, don't mix until a few miles downriver to form the mighty Amazon River because of the difference in density, temperature, and velocity. As for us, we'll be heading up the waters of the Solimões River in search of the wild arapaima.
Here we go, on a mission to catch the wild arapaima. But before we start, Catita explains that we have to get permission from a local village chief to access some remote lakes on his territory.
Samuel, boa tarde. Eu gosto, Samuel.
Olá, Manuel?
Muito prazer. Trouxe esse senhor aqui para estomatar e pegar um pirarucu grande.
Pirarucu tem, a gente indo pescar provavelmente a gente pega.
E pirarucu grande tem?
100 kilos, tal.
The chief explains that the arapaima had almost disappeared, but now that efforts are being made to protect them, he's seeing more of them around.
That's confirmation that this pirarucu here, arapaima, he was telling me that back in the day, actually, there were way more arapaimas around here, and huge ones, but there was a lot of commercial fishing that was done around here in the lakes. And apparently now, there's fewer fish, but he says that there still might be monsters out there. It's just he's just unsure. Muito obrigado, muito.
Now that we have the chief's approval, he and another villager help us drag a boat to a closed lake, where they've seen huge arapaimas in the past.
They're gonna give me a heart attack.
Yeah.
I can't wait to fish, but before we do, we have to catch some fresh bait first. And here, one of the most common bait fish is piranha, because the water is teeming with them.
I'm preparing a line right now. Metal leader, metal on a hook, on a tiny hook, to catch the ultimate predatory fish of the Amazon. Look what we're using for bait. Beef, chunks of beef. Get a little bit of noise on the surface like that. Usually draws the piranha's attention. They think it's a prey in distress on top of the water, or fish or bird or whatever, and usually draws their attention. That makes them really aggressive.
These waters are infested with piranhas, and it doesn't take long before one of them takes my bait.
Yes.
All right, bait. They'll do just fine.
With the bowl.
Piranhas often feed in groups, so it's not long before I get another bite. There we go. Another piranha.
Oh, this one's really nice. Look at the purple hue on the back. Same fish, just different colors on them. It's more obvious. The purple is way more obvious on this fish.
And look at the teeth on this guy. Now that we've got piranhas and other small fish as bait, it's time to finally start fishing for arapaima.
To know that there's some piranha, live piranha in the bucket there, and I totally forgot, and I put my hand right in there looking for another type of bait. O piranha como? See? Check this out, what the piranha has done to the bait. It was you who did that, right? No good. Mean guy. Mean little guy.
I think I'd better let this piranha go before he eats all the bait in the bucket. Here we go, here we go. Come on, take it, take it.
False alarm. I really thought there was something on this line. That's exactly what I thought. The piranhas took care of them. You know what's really amazing about the Amazon is that you could be burning up in the sun, literally, and I'm not kidding. 5 minutes later, solid rain. Sometimes it lasts though, sometimes it doesn't.
Luckily, this time it doesn't last. Hours pass, and still no bite. I'm starting to doubt that we'll ever find an arapaima. But then, finally, I get a bite.
There we go. That's a big fish. That's a big fish. Ah, that. Woo! É bom, é grande. Oh, yeah. Oh, woo!
Arapaimas are big, but can be fragile, and I have to release this one quickly before it gets too tired.
I'm gonna put this fish in the water really quick. The water is really warm. And the stress of the fight.
This is the species of fish I'm after, but I can tell the fight really tired it out, and I don't want to risk taking the time to collect the fin clipping.
I put this fish back in the water right away. He felt like he was really tired already. He was going on the upside down, and that's not a good sign, so that's why I put this fish right back into the water. But it's confirmation they're here in this bigger arapaima. But let me tell you, that was not a monster one. That was a decent sized fish, but that's not the monster arapaima I'm looking for.
Obrigado, amigo. Bom peixe.
Sim, valeu.
Não é um monstro, mas é bom.
Sim.
Even if I didn't have time to take a fin sample, at least now we have proof that arapaima are around here. But it's been a long day, so Katita invites me to have dinner at his friend's ranch. It's a beautiful place, and everyone around here is really friendly. The food looks delicious, and they've grilled one of the most popular fish in Brazil. The same fish I caught earlier, the tambaqui.
Yes, tambaqui. The fish is so big, look, it looks like I just got some ribs.
This is so cool, honestly. I'm so privileged right now to be invited for supper. É muito bom.
We've barely finished eating when the owner of the ranch, Norberto, wants me to try one of the local products.
Guaraná? Sim. Pode ralar e afrodisíaco. Dormo com ela. Sim.
Guarana is a natural stimulant, but I didn't know it was also an aphrodisiac. So I'm not sure why they're insisting that I drink it.
I'm not sure that was a good idea, you know? I'm gonna end up spending the entire day tomorrow just like this. I got a situation here.
Now that supper's over, I want to talk to the chief of the village about where I might find huge wild arapaimas. The chief tells me of a distant lake, feared for its gigantic caimans, but he also knows that huge arapaimas hide under thick vegetation there. Arapaima is way over 200 pounds. The only problem? They're almost impossible to catch.
Saúde. A esse lago. Ao pirarucu enorme que vamos sacar desse lago.
After all this talk about fishing, I really need to catch something tonight. So I get creative, fishing without a hook.
Sometimes in Brazil, after a little bit of a cachaça, you start fishing for toads. O grande vai pegar.
This morning, I realize how quiet and beautiful this place really is. But I can't stay. I need to focus on my mission. The biologists Thomas and Izeni are relying on me to bring in arapaima samples. So we're heading for the mysterious lake the chief told me about. We go as far as possible in the main boat, and then pull a smaller one through the forest.
Guarana works. I didn't sleep all night. Today I feel strong.
Considering there are big caimans here, and the arapaimas are almost impossible to get to, I'm beginning to understand why hardly anyone ever comes here.
That's the mysterious lake they were telling me about.
I love isolated lakes like this one. Since they're barely accessible, they're usually the places where you find the most fish, and especially the big ones.
Can you see?
Did you hear that splash?
They're telling me that this monster arapaima is in this lake. The problem is that they're not in the open water of the lake. They hide. They hide always underneath that mattress. You know, like here, it's an island made of vegetation, but underneath they can swim underneath, all the way to those trees there.
I'm still gonna try to catch a monster, but it's gonna be really tough. The fish are hidden under thick vegetation. Even if I get a bite, I'm not sure how I'll be able to get a huge fish out of there.
Now I understand why the locals can't catch this fish. It's just almost impossible, honestly. It's just unreal.
To have any kind of chance in this thick vegetation, I need something that will allow me to pull even harder than a rod and reel.
The only thing I can think of is going with this 200-pound line, monofilament, directly, and a hook. So basically a hand line. Yeah, I was thinking of going with my shark hand line, or my giant grouper or shark hand line, whatever you want to call it. And they were like, maybe that's a bit overkill.
Yeah, it's the same line I used to catch a huge bull shark in Florida. And the arapaima here can grow to the same size. We're moving deeper into the grass beds, but the guys are getting really nervous. And I quickly understand why.
Aqui passa o caimán, o jacaré. Jacaré.
I never actually thought a caiman would be able to attack people in a boat, until one of my last trips in the Amazon, when a villager told me a crazy story.
Na beira da canoa.
Na beira da canoa.
Pegou na canoa.
Pegou na beira, assim.
Some big caimans aren't afraid of boats, so I understand why Kitita and the chief are nervous around here.
Did you hear that? I tell you, that's one of the weirdest fishing situations I've ever been in. This is almost blind fishing to the extreme.
Arapaimas have the amazing ability to breathe air outside the water. So when they come to the surface, it's usually to breathe air in low oxygen waters. But sometimes, it means they're chasing prey. And from the splashes I'm hearing, it sounds like they're hunting. But right now, it feels like they're hunting everything but my bait.
Here we go, here we go.
The line's really burning my hands. I don't know if I can hold this fish much longer. I'm fighting a huge fish somewhere beneath this vegetation, and it's so big I can barely stop it. I use all my weight to try to get some line back.
Oh no! Oh no! No! Wow. The size of that fish. Unstoppable. There was nothing I could do, honestly. Guys, see, I was just pulling a bit. Unstoppable. The boat. This thing moved the boat all the way here. He got off the hook. I was pretty sure this fish broke the line, but no, he got off the hook, which is a good thing because he's not swimming around with a hook in his mouth. I don't think they're farmed fish. They're definitely not farmed, those fish. Look, this is as wild as it gets.
It's pointless to try to catch an arapaima in these holes because they're almost impossible to get out. These fish can be well over 300 pounds, and that's probably why people rarely catch them here.
Yoroku, I'll be back.
I thought I had done some pretty extreme headlining with groupers, giant groupers, sharks, sailfish.
Let me tell you, that was something. There's so much structure, unstoppable. It's like trying to stop a freight train. Can't do it.
I haven't managed to collect a single fin sample from a wild arapaima yet. I really need to get some if I want to help the research team protect the species against poaching. The chief thinks my work for the research is important, so to keep my spirits up, he's invited me to share a drink at his home.
É bom, muito bom. E a gente quanto tempo vivendo aqui?
50 e poucos anos.
50 e poucos anos. Aqui, no mesmo lugar.
Manuel tells me how important it is to live in harmony with our environment, which can provide all we need if we take care of it.
I'm telling you, this guy's life, I think he's just got it. You know, like we Westerners and people that live in the cities, we always want more things, more objects, more money, more whatever. You know, it's always more, and in the end, it's what more stress. Whereas he eats his own chickens. He's got his own fruit, his own vegetables. He's got his own everything, and he doesn't have much. But in the end, I think he's more happy than a lot of people. So.
This is my last day in Brazil, and I still haven't collected even one fin sample from an arapaima. Catita can't come with me today, so I'll have to venture alone into the jungle.
Negro, coco negro. E esse aqui é o lago que a informação que eu tenho que tem muito tem muitos paus.
Muito obrigado por eso. No sé. Check this out. This is my map. You go straight through the woods, and then you're gonna come up to a river, apparently dark water, black water. You can give it a shot there, and if you don't find any fish there, keep going through the woods all the way to a lake, apparently green color, green muddy water type lake with a lot of logs in there. That's my map, guys. That's my plan of the day. Just to show you how hostile the environment is here. Even the plants have a way to defend themselves. Look at the thorns on that thing.
Luckily for me, the storm doesn't last long, and eventually I found the river Catita told me about.
Anaconda, right there. That's a pretty big one. I've caught an anaconda before in the Amazon. It was a bit smaller than this one.
Pega foquilha, pega foquilha.
That's a pretty solid one. This one is over 10 feet. I'd like to show it to you, but it's a bit big. You know, I don't want to take any risk for nothing.
Anacondas can grow to almost 30 feet long, and there's just one more thing I need to be careful of.
Looks good, but it looks infested with snakes. I think it opens up into a lake there, though. I'm gonna go check it out.
I hope that Catita's information is good, and that there really is a lake in this direction. And if there is, I really hope there are huge arapaimas in it. Yes, that's gotta be a lake he was talking about. I have to walk carefully, since there could be caimans lying on the bank, sunning themselves.
A small one. Something came up on the surface over there. There was a small one. I don't know, it might be an arowana, I'm not sure.
I really feel good about this lake. Lost and wild, just the way I like it. This is definitely my kind of place, and it feels really fishy.
Oh my gosh. For sure there's a big arapaima in here. I saw it there, came up to the surface. That's a big one. I threw the bait right in the area where it surfaced to gulp air.
I keep throwing my bait in the spot where I saw a fish breathing on the surface, but no bite.
There's something that's happening with this fish. They're not taking the bait, so they must be seeing either the hook or the leader and the leader material. So I think I'm gonna downsize to 80-pound fluorocarbon leader, which is way more subtle, almost invisible in the water, and a smaller hook. So I'm going from this to that, and a much smaller line, much less resistant line, but at least I'm pretty sure they won't see it.
Come on. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Right here. Oh yeah.
It's a big fish, but there's a problem.
It's stuck under a tree over there. But it's a monster fish.
The fish swam around a branch, and that's bad news, because the line could break or the fish could spit the hook. I know there are more than just fish in here, but I have no choice. I have to wade in and try to unsnag the line.
I just lost a really big fish. There's so much dead wood on this part of the lake. The fish swam under a couple of logs. That's it, lost him. Got off the hook.
After waiting for more than an hour, I finally get another bite.
Yes, fish on. Oh yes!
It's amazing the power this fish has, and yet he's just a small arapaima. This one may not be that big, but I'm sure that there are enormous ones in this lake.
That's a baby arapaima, but I've seen a much bigger one there surface. This one's still nice, you know? At least it's confirmation they're here.
It might be small, but at least I'll be able to take a DNA sample for the research team.
That's a baby arapaima, let me tell you. His grandpa is swimming around in this lake somewhere. That's what I love about circle hooks. See, he's hooked right in the corner of the mouth. No harm to this fish at all.
I'm taking a tiny sample from the tip of the caudal fin, which is painless for the animal.
The little thing there, that's the fin clipping. He's gonna be really happy. That's exactly what they needed. Yes.
I've got one sample, but I need more. And I know there are monsters in here somewhere. The forest is dense along the banks, and I'm forced to walk in the water. I know there are piranhas, caimans, and anacondas lurking around, but I have to get closer to where I'm sure I saw a big arapaima. There's a big arapaima that came up to the surface over there to breathe. I think he's heading to the left. I'm aiming right where the fish is headed. Now, I just hope he's hungry.
My God, look at all the dead wood in this part of the lake. Branches, trunks, laid down on the bottom everywhere. Even if I hook up, it's gonna be a challenge to land the fish. A real challenge. Oh, oh, oh. Fish. Yep, he's on. He's on. Oh yeah.
It's a big fish. It's huge. It's the fish I've been looking for. And to avoid losing it, I have to get in the water to go around the branch that the line is tangled in. All right, it's untangled. Now, I can't give this fish any room to maneuver, or it could get wrapped around a branch again. But the problem is, it's super powerful and pulls me in with it.
Oh yeah! Oh my gosh! I can't believe it. Look at the size of this fish.
With all the splashing, I can't see a thing. And knowing what could be swimming in here, I'm dying to get back to the shallow water.
I can't believe it! Look at the size of that thing! That's what I've been chasing!
All right, let's take some fin. Let's take a fin clipping on this fish. Real quick, so I can get back in the water. Beautiful, beautiful. I can't believe it. Such a spectacular animal. It's literally armor plated. Look at the scales. They're like an armor that was used in medieval times, sort of like a scale mail. Oh my gosh. It's no wonder caimans and piranhas can't even get their teeth through them. See what it just did now? It took a breath, because those fish, they're air breathers. They live in very low oxygen water. Like here, this lake has almost no oxygen, plus the water is really warm. So that's why they have this ability to come up to the surface and gulp air. All right. We got all I need right there. For Yezeni, she's gonna be really happy with this.
I've always believed in fishing with respect, in harmony with nature, but not everyone shares the same values when it comes to animals. I'm glad to see that countries like Brazil are committing to protect their natural resources and wildlife. I came to the Amazon to help protect the arapaima, a powerful and prehistoric fish. And it was definitely a great adventure. Finding wild arapaimas was tough, but it was nothing compared to the incredible fight they gave me. I was really happy to help the biologists and the Research Institute, and I hope their work will lead to greater protection for the arapaima in the future. Around the world, there are amazing fish on the brink of extinction, but there's still hope for their survival. And whenever I can, I'll do my part to help their cause.
After catching that arapaima in the wall, I said to myself, I have to go back to the farm.
Man, that barracuda just came ballistic right for my face.
I'm stuck.
You're out of your mind. You're gonna tear your hands up.
You think so?
Oh yeah, he's gonna rip every little piece of skin off.
I'm Cyril Chauquet, and I spend my life traveling the world chasing monster predator fish.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, a big shark! And there are few places in the world where fish grow as big as in Florida, USA. So I'm back here on a hunt for a fish known around the world for its legendary size, the Goliath grouper. Prowling in underwater structures, this colossal beast can grow to nearly 900 pounds.
Get him, Cyril! Stay on it! Stay on it!
And it has such a large mouth that it can swallow huge prey whole, even young sharks.
Oh! You can tell he's sizing you up thinking, can I eat that?
Not afraid of humans, Goliath groupers have even been known to attack divers. I've already caught Goliath groupers with a rod and reel, but getting these huge fish out of structures they lurk in by rod has its limits. Which is why I want to try a more powerful technique. This is it.
That's where we come up with the phrase man versus beast.
He's on it, he's on it, he's on it, he's on it. I've tried it with smaller fish before, but I've never tried catching a Goliath grouper with a hand line.
It's impossible. This fish is way too strong.
I want to catch a Goliath grouper in a way I've never done before. Just a rope, a hook, and my hands. That's it. That's basically the rig. It's one of the most primitive way of fishing. But imagine, these animals are huge. They can get longer than me and much heavier than me. So imagine the tug of war that'll be on a rope. But there's two problems. There's a big weather system moving into the Florida Peninsula, and it's making the water really murky, so it's hard to find a fish, and the bite is not really good. And the other problem, and the main problem, is actually a lot of the wrecks that we want to fish are infested with monster sharks. And the Goliath grouper, they live on the bottom, so by the time the bait reaches down to the bottom, you never know what you're gonna hook. You might hook into a monster shark. Goliath groupers are real titans of the deep, and the big ones aren't afraid of people. As a local spearfisherman, Arif witnessed firsthand.
Cyril.
How you doing, man?
Doing very well.
Good to meet you.
You as well.
Yeah, that was some pretty impressive video I saw there.
Thank you. It was intense. At the time, I didn't know that it was like a big thing for grouper to come up and attack people.
So what happened exactly? You were spearing fish there?
I shot a little lesser amberjack. I saw a big grouper coming out off the corner of the ledge.
Right.
We were just moved in too quickly. He came up, grabbed onto my foot, ripped my fin off. and then went up and snagged the fish off the gun.
Honestly, I don't think that the grouper wanted to attack Arif. I think he really just wanted to take the fish that was on his spear. But unfortunately, Arif was in the way.
Wow, I want to catch one on the hand line, man.
It'd be insane.
Yeah, really?
You're out of your mind. You're gonna tear your hands up.
You think so?
Oh yeah, he's gonna rip every little piece of skin off your hands.
I told you that these fish get huge. They're not intimidated by us, that's for sure. And right now I'm on my way to meet with Mark. He's a good friend of mine. We fished together a few years back for Goliath grouper on a rod and reel. But this time we're gonna build together that hand line that I was telling you about. And it better be strong, because you've seen the size of fish, and also because they live in structures, underwater structures like wrecks. So it's very easy for them to break the line.
I arrived in Fort Myers, on the west coast of Florida, right off the Gulf of Mexico. A place known for its large population of monster Goliath groupers.
Hey, Cyril, how's it going?
Hey, Mark. How you doing, buddy?
Good, how you been?
Good to see you, man. It's been a while.
Yes, sir. You ready to get this thing going?
Yeah, for sure, man. That gives you an idea of the kind of fish we're going after, I guess.
Mike, do we have any roping back?
That's 1/2 inch. You feet of that.
Definitely the 1/2 inch is what we want to go with.
Really? That's
Yes.
too thick, no?
I've got a customer that was using real small line, and if you don't use something like this, what's going to happen is you don't have anything. That line will slide through your hand. This cat that we know had to wrap small line around his hand, couldn't get the line from around his hand, and it cut his thumb off.
You know what? I think we're gonna go with the thicker rope. Rope as main line, 1,000-pound rated swivel, 480-pound metal leader, a 6-ounce egg sinker, and a 20-odd circle hook.
Whatever latches onto that is definitely coming out.
Shall we test it?
Sure, sounds good. Let's give this thing a tug.
I think that'll be a pretty good test. This vehicle here is 6,000 pounds, but it's in neutral, and it's sitting on flat. So it's basically like a fish. You know, a lot of people ask me always, you know, how do you pull a 400-pound fish on line that is 100-pound, for example? Well, the fish is neutral buoyant in the water, so you're not actually fighting the weight of the fish. You're fighting the strength of that fish in the water. And it's very rare that this fish will exceed its own weight in terms of power. Same thing here. I'm gonna pull this truck, but I'm not pulling 6,000 pounds. I'm pulling a truck that is in neutral, I hope. Is it in neutral?
All right, Cyril, ready to go.
All right, let's go for it.
I'm giving this line all I have, and so far, it's holding. But the truck isn't moving yet. Finally, I get some movement.
We'll let you know, Cyril, I was feathering the brake a little bit. Make you work for it.
What? Like it was not enough, like 6,000 pounds was not enough, right?
That's right.
All right, now let's go put this hand line to the real test on a giant fish.
It's on. I'm off to catch a grouper with a hand line.
Well, we're approaching the C-span bridge right this minute, and these 3 pilings that we're coming up on now seem to be the most productive. Let's do it.
Let's suffer. This is it. It may look like a sissy right now, but wait until we got a Goliath grouper on the line. You'll know why I'm doing this now. Hey, Mark, do you think I'm a sissy right now, like warming up like that?
No. I think you're smart. You know, you're dealing with rope versus line. You gotta be very careful. You don't want to, because it's easy with all the rope that's on the floor.
You could get pulled off the boat in no time, right?
Oh, yeah.
And pulled down.
Yes.
That actually reminds me of what Eric told me.
You're out of your mind. You're gonna tear your hands up.
You think so?
Oh yeah, he's gonna rip every little piece of skin off.
So you know what? I'm gonna try to keep a bit of skin on my hands.
When you're going after the big ones, you need big bait.
All right, guys, this is it. Thank you. Hey guys, that was pretty cool. There was a tarpon that just came up to the surface feeding there. That was a nice tarpon too, about 40 pounds, I'd say. That's a good sign. That means that the predator fish are feeding right now.
Can you feel it rubbing the bottom at all?
Yeah, it's on the bottom right now.
Okay.
These fish are super strong, and an accident can happen quickly. Luckily, I have Mark watching my every move. If a big fish attacks my bait, there's no rod to absorb the shock. All its power will go straight to my hands.
Ooh, I just got thumped.
Did you?
Yep. Okay, we got a fish on the line. Okay.
Go. Hold on.
All right. Let go.
Did he come off?
Yep.
That was a monster. What a bite. There's a monster down there. So I throw the bait back in the water. In fact, I throw the bait several times, trying to get another bite from the big fish I know is down there. But there's a big storm coming. This is getting dangerous. Strong winds are pushing our boat around, and we could hit a pillar.
Hey, Cyril, this is the closest thing I've done to hand lining, pulling this anchor.
We have no choice. To get away from the storm, we have to leave this spot and the big grouper we know is down there. Luckily, Mark knows another even bigger bridge where the pillars are home to huge Goliath groupers.
You know, these giant fish, they love this type of structures, you know, bridge pillars or pilings, fenders. It provides, you know, think about it, underneath the surface here, it's the pillar continues all the way down to the bottom. So basically around that, you got a lot of barnacles, and those barnacles, they attract all kind of sea life. So not only they have a bunch of food around it, you know, like the food supply stays around those pillars, but it also provides shelter and a break from the current. You see the current is pounding on the bridge pillar, meaning that around it, you know, you got some sheltered areas so that they don't have to be struggling against the current permanently. So that's why they're in here. He's on it.
Is he on? Have a bump?
Yeah, that was a fish.
Okay, he's on.
Yeah, here we go.
Come on, Cyril.
Yep.
I've got the boat away. Got the motor on. Get him. Hold on. Don't let him get in there.
This fish is so strong that it's pulling the boat towards the bridge.
That's a big fish, man.
Mark fights to keep the boat from hitting the pillar using the electric motor.
Good job. There you go. I see color.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
There he is. Good job.
Man.
Good job.
Thank you, buddy. This fish is huge. And yeah, they get much bigger than that. But still,
That's a big fish. And you know, to show you how big it is, there's nothing like standing right next to it, but I can't bring this fish on the boat because it's not made to support itself, its own weight out of the water. We'll bring him to that sand bank over there, and I'll be able to get in the water with it to show you how big it is. All right, now you understand why I wanted to get in the water with this fish? So you get an idea of the size of the animal? Well, this is it. Look at this. You know, we're guessing 200 pounds. 200 pounds. You know, to get an actual weight on that fish, we'd have to get it out of the water and weigh it, which we can't do. You know, like it wouldn't be good for the fish. Look at the size of that mouth. And the way this fish feed is that they come up onto a prey and open their mouth, and that mouth is so big that it creates a suction effect. So basically, the prey is there, they open the mouth, and the prey gets sucked up there. The mouth. It's a giant, but for a giant grouper, it's a big fish, but it's not a monster. I want a bigger fish than this. I can do twice as big.
as for now, it's time to send this big boy back to his bridge pillar.
Yeah. That's some serious fish. Now let's get a monster.
That was a pretty big fish, but I really hope I can catch a much bigger one.
Got your back, huh? Yeah, a little bit. There. Let me tell you, fighting a monster fish on a hand line or on a rope, whatever it is, it's confirmed it's violent. You know, let me tell you, because this morning I came out of bed, I was like, oh, my poor back. You know, like, and I have a tendency to have back problems, a bad back in general, but at least today it's no fishing happening. You know, there's no going offshore, no going even inshore.
So at least it's gonna give my back a chance to recover from that last fight, so I can go back to handlining a monster Goliath grouper.
I can't just sit around doing nothing though. So I figure I should go pay the monster fish a visit in their own habitat. And a little swim might actually help my back.
You gotta be Brent.
Yes, you must be Cyril.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing very well.
Good to see you.
How are you doing? Is your back doing better today?
It's kind of sore, you know. Like I didn't really feel it in the moment, but when it got cold, it's started hurting.
Right. Well, and you know,
Brent's been diving for years, and he knows some wrecks inhabited by huge groupers that we can dive down to see.
How's the visibility? You were saying that.
The visibility is going to be questionable, so you know there's the possibility that when we get to see one of these things, it's going to be right there.
If you see the Goliath grouper right there in your face, I mean, it's the same thing for a shark, though, because there's monster sharks out there, right?
They're there, but I'm not really worried about them because, you know, there's a lot of area for them to cover, and they travel through those passes. And for the most part, they shouldn't bother us at all.
For the most part. But that doesn't mean that they're not there, right?
Oh, that's exactly right. They're there, but...
That's gonna be pretty intense, you know. The visibility is almost zero on the water, so that means that if we see giant groupers, they'll be bang right in my face. That's gonna be scary. Plus, there'll be a bunch of sharks around, so you know, if I don't see anything down there, that means there might be a shark right here, looking over my shoulder.
All right, this is it. We're just about to get in the water with giant groupers that have been seen here over 500 pounds.
Just a few minutes, Cyril. We'll be diving some big fish.
Monster fish, I hope.
Monsters. Hope to see maybe one the size of a VW.
I hope it's just a beetle. There's a big barracuda right here, right underneath the boat. There's a shark too, actually.
Oh, there is. No, that's a shark. Oh, that's a shark. Black tip.
All right, here we go.
There are all kinds of sharks in these waters. Lemons, black tips, giant hammerheads, even tigers. But it's the big bulls that I'm most afraid of. Brent wasn't kidding. The visibility here is very low. It's impossible to see more than 10 feet away. Bull sharks love hunting in murky waters, so we have to stay alert. To look for grouper more efficiently, Brent goes on one side of the wreck, and I take the other side. I finally spot a grouper. It swims away. I'll try to chase it down. Suddenly, it stops and turns towards me, as if it's ready to attack. It's amazing how these fish aren't afraid of anything. It makes me think of Arif and his close encounter with a Goliath grouper. This fish isn't even that big, but it still isn't afraid of me at all. I really wonder what a monster grouper is gonna do if I see one. Some fish here can be more than 3 times my weight. Still nothing. Maybe there's a monster hiding deep within the bowels of the ship. There it is. There's the monster. Brent's given me a sign to go back because he knows the fish aren't afraid of anything. And the giant quietly goes back to the abyss.
All right.
Good job.
That was cool.
Yeah.
That was a nice dive.
A great dive. You handled yourself very well when you got up face to face with one of those Goliath groupers.
They're scary at first. Then they come and meet you with that big face up there. Getting a fish out of the structure with a hand line, that's gonna be a different story because you see the amount of structure down there. They can go right underneath there and cut you right off on the structure. So that would be pretty intense.
After a day of rest, my back is a little better. but still not enough to fight a huge grouper with a hand line. So today, I'll try to catch the giant I'm still chasing with a rod and reel.
Hey, Mark.
Hey, Cyril, how you doing? How's that back?
Still sore a little bit, but it's all right. I think it'll do. All right, let's go for some monsters on rod and reel this time. You know, the rod and reel, in theory, it'll help them out back because, you know, there's some absorption of the shocks, you know, by the rod itself. But it's still gonna be a pretty intense fight, let me tell you, so I hope my back holds up. Well, I think it's gonna hurt. Should be some monsters down here.
Mark knows that true giants over 300 pounds hide in these old pier structures. But these pillars are gonna be a problem. Once hooked, it's almost impossible to pull the big fish out of the pillars.
The rig here is pretty straightforward. An 18-odd circle hook, pretty big hook. A sinker here, it's a 6-ounce sinker, sliding sinker along the line, the leader actually. And the leader is about 6 feet long and attached to the main line by the swivel, the monster swivel that I told you about that could tow a truck.
That's where we come up with the phrase man versus beast. Because right now the fish has got everything in his favor. He's got the tide, he's got the structure.
You're right in there.
We have 2 baits on the bottom. Now we just have to wait for the monsters to come out of the structure.
Oh, got one.
There's one?
Yep, got it.
Go get man. All right. Oh, that's a big one, man.
No, he's wrapped me around something.
Fish is wrapped around a piling on the bottom. There's nothing we can do right now. The only thing would be that it decides to swim away from that piling.
Now, he keeps moving every once in a while. He's got himself pinned up in there.
The fish has tangled the line in the pillars, and it looks like we're probably gonna lose it.
He's in there, huh?
Yeah, if you just leave it some slack and you'll feel him try to pull off.
Yeah, he's locked in there pretty good.
Yeah, no, he's up in something.
Oh, he's coming out. Coming out.
Get him, Cyril. Get him, Cyril. You got him out. Just stay with him. Stay with him. Don't let him get back in there. Hold it. Hold it. Keep going. Stay with it. Walk up this way if you got to. Go.
Oh. Clean cut. That must be the barnacles and stuff, huh?
Yep.
Cut off right there.
Let's see what happens. Cyril, I think this time, since we just got cut off as easy as we just did on that monofilament, I think on one of these outfits, we'll try putting some cable on there.
Not only are we going for a steel leader, but also a much more powerful rod, loaded with 200-pound braided line. That drag's pretty tight.
The bait is in the lion's den. Who wants to do this?
Cyril.
Knowing the size of the giants down there and the brutal fight that they can put up, I'm not even sure I want to hook up.
I'm scared right now. Honestly, like my legs are shaking.
Go, go, go. You got him. Get him, Cyril. Get him. Get him. Hold him.
Oh, it came off.
You still got your bait?
That was a monster fish.
You got him on?
Oh, he's still on there.
Go.
Still him back.
Hold him, Cyril. Hold him. You got him. You ain't that big jack. Hold him. Hold him. Go back. Hold him. Oh, you okay?
Yeah. Man, that was a big fish.
Good gracious. You ate that whole jack.
Unbelievable. That was a monster.
Yes.
The line has rubbed on the pillars and may be damaged. The fish is excited and aggressive though. There's no time to retie another rig. So I throw in a bait on the only rod that's ready. The trouble is, it's my lighter rod.
Someone's playing with him.
There he is. Go, go. Get him, Cyril. Come. Pull it. Get him, Cyril. Stay on it. Stay on it. On it. Oh. Get him out. Keep going. Stay with it. Go on, Cyril. Don't let him have any more. Come on. Back up. You got it. Get him out.
He's coming.
You got him out now. Good job.
The powerful fish is trying to swim back to the pilings. If it gets there, that's it. everything will break.
I don't know how much more that rod can take. Stay with it. Good night. Where is it?
Oh yeah, he's a monster, man.
Yeah, no, that's it. That's a good. Stay with it, Cyril.
I was supposed to give my back a rest today.
Good job.
I was sure this rod was gonna break, you know, because it was so bent.
Cyril, what do you think we take him over to the beach over there and get some pictures of it?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Releasing the grouper near the beach is not only good for pictures, but it'll give me the chance to make sure the fish has properly recovered before letting it go.
Some people walk their poodles. I walk my Goliath grouper, my giant grouper. Come on, buddy, pee time. I'm not a poodle kind of guy. I'm more like a Goliath grouper, you know.
There you go.
Kind of guy. It's actually good for the fish, this, what we're doing right now. It's actually putting, it's airing the fish, it's oxygenating the fish.
Yeah. This will be a good spot over here, Cyril.
Yeah, it's beautiful there. Now we're in Florida.
At about 200 pounds, this fish is really big, but the one I want is twice as heavy.
Yeah, there's a feeling of deja vu here, huh?
Yes.
We've been here before. A few years back, actually, I was fishing with Mark right there by that rounded structure, and Mark got a really big fish. I only got a smaller one, like a 100-pound fish, but Mark got a giant,
Slightly bigger.
But I wanted to get back and catch a bigger one, and that's done. Done deal today, man.
Good job.
That's some big lips. All right, my friend. See you, grouper.
My back held up pretty well. I think I'm now ready to tackle a true giant Goliath grouper on a handline again. Unfortunately, a tropical storm has hit the west coast, so I have no choice. I have to keep hunting that beast somewhere else.
Well, I've been blowing off the west coast. The weather over there is so bad right now. Storm after storm. It's really not looking good. However, on the East Coast, the weather is holding up pretty good right now. So today I figured I would go down to the Everglades and fish with another buddy of mine, Pete.
How you doing, buddy?
Oh, man, nice to see you. Likewise.
Good to see you, buddy. Ozzy? Cyril, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
He's got some big Goliath grouper spots too. The problem though is there's a lot of big bull sharks in this spot, so it's really hard for the bait to go all the way down before they get taken by sharks. So at some point I might be fighting a big bull shark on a handline, who knows.
We head out to sea, to a wreck that Pete knows very well.
Great, we just found the wreck. We anchored right next to it. You should see on the sonar there. There's on the fish finder, there's a lot of fish in there. What it means that the predator shouldn't be too far. So let's drop a bait down there and try to catch a monster.
Ozzy decides to catch us some fresh bait.
Oh, cobia.
Nice. Oh, look at that.
Oh, big shark there, big shark.
Whoa, 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 the shark's on him. Shark's on him.
Oh, yeah, the shark is on him. The shark is on him.
Watch out, watch out, watch out. He's underneath you, right behind you.
Man, this big bull shark that came up to eat the cobia.
Oh, big bull.
Where's the net?
The bull shark just ate the cobia.
He cut you
We're
off?
catching bait, and the distress of the bait that we're catching, the fish that we're catching, you know, it attracts the shark, the predators.
He cut you off or he ate you off? One of the two.
To increase our chances of catching a monster grouper, I hang a bait up the boat using the handline I built with Mark, while Pete prepares a second handline. Now, let's just hope that bait reaches the bottom without the sharks taking it first.
Beautiful.
We're gonna get it.
What are you looking for, brother? I forgot my gloves. Man, I can't believe I forgot my gloves, because now I'm gonna have to use this rope here without gloves. Let me tell you, that's gonna hurt. Because normally I would have used, especially without gloves, I would have used my thicker rope. But the thing is, it's too short. Here, there's a lot of shark, and especially a really big shark. So if we hook into a shark, we want to be able to stop it to bring that fish back to the boat to remove the hook.
I just can't stop thinking about the horror story that Mike told me at the store.
I've got a customer that was using real small line to cut his thumb off.
But I have no choice. There's no going back. So I have to use the longer, thinner rope to try to catch the giant I want.
Here we go.
Still feel your bait?
Yeah, yeah. He's around. He's next to the bait. I can feel the fish swimming by the bait. Somebody's chewing on it. Yeah. All right, I got a bite. I got a bite. I got a bite. I got a bite. Here we go.
Whoa, 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 whoa!
Shark!
Man, that's a rodeo!
Yeah. I didn't see the shark flying out of the water, man.
Wow.
Holy smokes. Yeah, he came up. Holy smokes.
You see that?
I hooked that thing like he went flying out of the water.
He came out, completely out.
All right, some more bait.
We need another bait. Here, Cyril. Grab this, because you know somebody's going to take this right away.
Still there. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Come on, take it. Here we go.
You take it?
Took him. Take the bait.
We need another jack.
Oh, it cut me right off.
Wow! Man, they cut that. Unbelievable. Well, let's rig it again.
There must have been some big fish down there.
That's a big fish by the rocks.
Whoa!
Something just took the bait on the other hand line.
Because this guy wants a piece of this action.
Yeah. There's a big shark down there, man.
Yeah.
Holy they pulled the hook.
Can you believe that?
My gosh. Unbelievable. This is the hook that towed the truck the other day. That's the same hook that I used for the Goliath groupers.
You towed a truck?
Yeah. I'm not sure I want to fight this. No gloves, nothing.
They tell
on a
people,
rope.
they tell people, you show that to people, they don't believe it.
We're starting to run out of bait. So I'll try and catch some more while Pete rigs another hand line.
Oh.
Pete just felt something pull on a line.
Uh-oh, somebody's playing with him. He got nervous. Oh, here we go.
He's on.
You're on. Hold on. We got him. You got him, Cyril. Hey, man. Wow. We're going to need that little float out of the bucket. We're running out of line.
Stop him. Stop him. Yeah.
All right.
Stop. He's stopped.
We got him.
Okay, let's get some line back, man. Let's get some line back.
You're exposed.
What's that? What's your hand?
Open it quick.
Watch your fingers, guys.
We're tied up.
Watch your feet, not to get tangled up, man.
I'm not sure what kind of fish is at the end of the line, but my feeling tells me it's a monster shark.
It really takes off. It's almost impossible to hold this line, this rope.
Oh, yeah. Watch out, Cyril. Watch out.
Running through the motors here. You saw the boat. You didn't like that.
No. This really takes a lot of talent and skill. And
especially without gloves, man. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Look at this bull.
Look at that bull. All right.
That is some big bull shark, man.
Oh, yeah, man.
It may not be a giant Goliath grouper, but this is pretty exciting.
Good job, buddy.
Thank you.
You had the bull ready, right?
That's a monster right there.
Look at the. Is it your biggest shark here?
This is absolutely the biggest shark that I've caught here.
Really? He's what, 10 feet?
Easy. Yeah.
He's easily 10 feet,
easy,
right?
10 foot, yeah.
Really?
There is nothing you could throw down. Big jacks, or catch big jacks, or big cobias. These sharks come in here and take everything.
But there's monster Goliath down there, right?
Oh, there's monster Goliath, but you can't get down to him.
Look at the size of this bull shark. Unbelievable, the size of this animal. And this guy is the only natural predator of the Goliath grouper. This guy would definitely go after a Goliath grouper, let me tell you. He would go after us, too. I mean, I would never swim around here. Never swim here.
Straight down. Hard.
There we go. The hook is out.
All right, we gotta push him forward. 1, 2, 3, and down.
Cool. The shark is totally fine.
No gloves.
No gloves.
Thin hairline.
That was crazy, man.
And a monster shark. Look at how I'm sweating.
You were right. That tiny line works, man.
Oh, man.
Good job, buddy.
Congratulations.
Oh, man.
Thank you, Ozzy.
But there's something coming our way that's even more threatening than a big shark. The huge storm from the west coast has followed me here. We have to find shelter somewhere up in the river. Lightning crashes all around us. We can barely see anything. But then I spot the entrance of the river. We have to hurry. The storm is getting worse. We've made it to the coast, but we can't see any shelter. I've been stuck in bad storms before, but nothing like this one. Finally, we find a small shelter.
We're glad we found this. You know those little platforms to get some cover, because let me tell you, it's getting pretty hairy out there.
It's my last day in Florida, and though I've caught some great fish, I haven't caught the monster Goliath grouper yet. It's time to change strategy.
All right, now I'm meeting with the Lee family. They're commercial fishermen by trade. And one of the things I love about commercial fishermen is that usually they know the spots because they've been doing it for generations. So at this point, I think these guys are my best shot at catching a monster. How you doing?
Good, good. Good to see you.
Good to see you too, man. Chad Jr., I guess.
Chad Jr. My father, David.
Glad to meet you too. So I guess there's a grouper out there. You guys know where it is, right?
We've seen a lot of them, that's for sure.
You dive too, right?
Yeah, my son, Chad Jr., he's really into spearfishing.
They don't care about us, right? To us, to them, you were like nothing, right?
No, they size you up too.
Yeah.
When you dive with them, they'll swim up to you. The biggest one of the bunch will swim up to you, and he'll look at you, and you can tell he's sizing you up, thinking, can I eat that?
I got a good feeling about this boat. Good old commercial fishing boat, you know, it's dirty, it smells like fish in here. That's a pretty good sign we're gonna catch a monster fish.
You're gonna hand line this fish.
Right.
Okay? The reel isn't doing anything but just holding the line for you.
All right.
What we're gonna do is basically the bait's gonna go to this hook. This leader is gonna come out.
No sinker.
No sinker, okay? And we're gonna hook a buoy. This buoy, the fish is gonna take the bait and he's gonna pull the buoy under the water, okay? That's gonna set the hook into his mouth along with you holding on to it. I mean, it's all you then.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to pull the buoy in and you're gonna have to fight the fish and try to keep him out of that structure down there. You're gonna pull really, really hard.
After what these guys told me, I think I want to go safe here. At least like that, if I get pulled overboard, I can just cut the line.
To catch a giant Goliath grouper, there's nothing better than a huge fresh bait.
All right, good job.
Perfect. Cyril, whenever you're ready.
Should I do a little warm-up?
Yeah, probably. Like when he takes it, if you take it and you make 2 wraps like that, it binds down, there's no way you can get it off. And that fish is strong enough to take you over, take you down to the bottom. Make 1 wrap like that to where you can open your hand and release it.
Have you ever had a close call on them?
Pulled me from here back to the corner. I was on my knees like this with the line over the side like this. Finally, the hook straightened out.
God, those fish are really aggressive, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Look how big that buoy is. And yet it tells me that if a big Goliath grouper takes the bait, that buoy will go right down underwater as if it was a rubber ducky. This is 700-pound mono here.
After a few minutes of waiting, something big takes the bait.
Cyril, Cyril, Cyril! Stay with him, stay with him.
Oh, he broke us off.
He found some structure.
He broke us off clean. Unbelievable, the size of the fish that must be down there. They're unstoppable, even with commercial fishing gear, you know?
We have to move away from the structure so the fish can't run back into it and break the line.
Now we got 2 baits in the water. One with a bobber and one with no bobber. Hey guys, what's the plan if we get ahead on one of the line?
Pull hard.
Yeah. We don't care. We just want to get ahead.
Right there.
Got it. Cyril, Cyril.
All right. Oh, clipped out. Got unclipped, and that was a big one.
That was a big one. Broke the line.
Oh, it broke the line?
Broke the line.
Really?
A monster just broke the line.
Oh, gosh. All right, Junior. Fresh bait, man.
So we threw another bait out right away.
Oh yeah, something on it. Something's on it.
Something bumped it.
Leave it out there, sir. Let him take it. There you go.
He's got it. Wait. Let it go. He's on it. He's on it. He's on it. He's on it.
No, wait.
Maybe a small shark. Goliath should have taken it down already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right down. Well, he's here.
Cyril, bring it in.
Yeah, he's back. He's back. He's going.
Got it.
All right.
Go ahead. No. I don't know why he's turning it loose.
Got it. Yeah, I know. It's a Goliath. There's no teeth marks on it.
No, it's definitely a Goliath.
It's a Goliath. Yep. No teeth marks.
Up on top of it.
It's my last day here, and there's another storm coming. I have one last chance to catch a monster.
You know what I think? I think you and Chad ought to jump in and see if you can't chum some up.
What do you mean?
I mean, jump in the water, swim down to the bottom.
But but I'll spook the fish more than anything else.
No. These Goliath groupers, they're very territorial. I mean, they're in a school somewhere around this structure. When you go down there, they're going to come up to you.
You've done that before?
Yeah.
It works?
It worked.
Got a little bit of lightning in the background there.
When you're diving with bull shark, lightning will be the least of your problems.
Indeed.
Chad Jr. gets his spear gun ready, just in case we get attacked by a predator.
If you see the giant tiger shark you've been looking for, and he happens to eat you, can I have your fishing poles?
You can have him, man.
Thank you, man.
The goal is to provoke the giant groupers to attack the bait at a distance from the structure. We have to be quick. It's really not the barracuda that I'm worried about. It's the sharks. And not even this guy here, but the big ones, like bulls and tigers.
Oh my God, look at this bull!
Sharks like the one I caught in the Everglades are all over the Florida coast. And I've met people who've been attacked.
One bull shark shot up from the bottom. It grabbed the leg, and the first bite, I just felt the bones just crunch.
I'd better not think about that story though, because right now, I gotta go all the way down to the wreck and hopefully trigger an attack from the monster grouper. The wreck is 60 feet beneath our boat. We have to dive down to it, and I have no idea what we're gonna find when we get there. We really need to hurry. Chad's bait is attracting small fish, which could attract bigger predators. Chad Jr. heads down to the bottom with his spear gun for protection. And I follow right behind him. We find a shipwreck and a huge colony of Goliath groupers. The grouper turns and approaches. But then, we're suddenly face to face with what I was fearing, a bull shark. We have to go back up quickly. Let's just hope a grouper follows us back. It looks like our plan worked. The buoy is moving on the surface.
Cyril! We need you, brother! We need you, brother!
I race back to the boat. I can't lose this one.
That's good. That's good. It's a big one. Good fish.
This just might be the monster grouper I've been searching for.
You got a sharp prop back there. Easy, don't want to get under the boat. You got a prop. You got a sharp prop back there. You don't want to cut him on the prop.
Oh, that's a monster, sir. Oh, yeah, that's a monster.
My God! Yes. That's what we were chasing!
Yeah, man. Yeah, we got him. Hey, what we needed was live bait.
We did good chumming down there, right? Sign of this fish, we get next door.
My God.
Unbelievable. Look at the size of this fish. Look at the size of this animal. How many pounds do you think he is?
I would say he's every bit of 400.
Yes! That's what we were chasing. Man, look at that mouth. Yeah, fuck it. Unbelievable. The size of this animal. Look how long it is.
and especially how thick it is. This is a true monster. And what's really cool is the way we caught this fish. You know, we're not getting any bites, so Chad said, you know, guys, go down. And it might attract the big fish to come up, actually. And it's exactly apparently what happened.
I came to Florida with a challenge, to catch a huge Goliath grouper using only a rope, a hook, and my hands. One of the most primitive styles of fishing. This is it. I knew this was a little crazy.
All right.
But I had to give it a shot.
Got him.
Okay, let's get some line back, man.
And these powerful fish lived up to their reputation.
Broke the line.
Wow!
He broke us off clean.
It was quite a challenge, especially for my hands and back. But despite the pain, I had a lot of fun and came face to face with some huge fish on this unforgettable trip.
Hey, God, look at this bull!
Yeah, man. Yeah, we got him.
I think I've been in the water long enough now. I should let it go before a bull shark kicks my leg off.
And finally, I got my monster Goliath grouper.
There he goes. There he goes. Woo!
Jellyfish got me pretty good. Look at it.
You know what they say fixes that, don't you?
Yeah, you gotta pee on my back?
Yeah, but it's not gonna happen.
I'd rather stick to my pain right now.
I believe that.
Some big lips.
I will let you know, Cyril, I was feathering the brake a little bit. Make you work for it.
Yeah, man, it's coming, Catching you a big fish.
We're looking at a swab in the mouth of a live shark.
My name is Cyril Chauquet, and I spend my life traveling the oceans, rivers, and lakes of the world, chasing monster fish. This time, I'm in Florida on a unique and dangerous research mission to catch the ocean's most notorious predator, sharks.
Very strong animal, as you can see.
Although sharks rarely attack humans, when we venture into their domain, we're taking a deadly risk.
First bite, you know, I just felt the bones just crunch.
I've been recruited by a medical research program to catch sharks.
All right, shark on.
And help their work in finding which antibiotics fight dangerous infections caused by shark bites.
Infection is a significant issue here.
The team needs me to help with the most perilous stage of their research.
Got him.
Not only do I have to catch sharks,
No, I gotta swab you, buddy.
but I have to get up close and personal with them to collect bacteria from their jaws.
Usually when I catch sharks, it's by accident while I'm fishing for something else. But in this case, it's not, and it's for a good cause.
In the past, I've caught sharks for different reasons. In the South Pacific, I caught them to win the trust of some local fishermen. Here in Florida, I caught a monster bull shark while handlining for Goliath groupers.
Watch your fingers, watch your feet not to get tangled. Oh my God, look at this bull!
Look at that bull.
And in Tahiti, the sharks were so plentiful that it was almost impossible to catch the reef fish I was after before the sharks would shred them to pieces.
That is a huge jobfish. This guy took one bite at it.
I've even come really close to getting bitten before while releasing a shark. And like everyone else, I usually try to avoid sharks' mouths. But this time, I have to get as close to their jaws as possible to get the bacteria samples the medical research team needs. And to do it safely, I need to learn more. So I make my way to West Palm Beach, to St. Mary's Hospital, to meet Dr. Robert Borrego, director of the hospital's trauma center.
Cyril.
Doctor.
Hey, thanks for you.
He's the one who recruited me to join his research unit to help identify the bacteria found in the mouths of sharks. So this is where you treat your shark bite patients?
I had a recent one not too long ago that was real bad. Once he got here, we did everything real quickly. Fixes the vessels, fixes muscles, his nerve, everything. But yeah, he stayed 5 weeks in the hospital. And the main part of that stay was dealing with infection.
I thought that a shark bite was mainly a trauma situation, but it's way more than that. The infection is a big deal.
Infection is a significant issue here.
Because you just don't know what bacteria are present in the mouth
We
of
never
sharks.
knew that. And the reason why I started this study is a patient's family asked me, Dr. Borrego, what kind of bacteria are in the shark's mouth?
That patient, a little boy attacked near the beach by a black-tip shark, almost died from the infection.
You know, in this area, black tips inflict a lot of the wounds because people are swimming at the beach, that's where they are. I mean, by you coming and joining our team and helping us out to swab sharks, catch the sharks, you're part of an incredible study. We're trying to save people's lives.
So I guess if I get bit during the swabbing thing, that's why I'll meet you again.
You'll be seeing me here.
I hope not.
You'll want to see that.
Wow, let me tell you, seeing these wounds, I don't really like the sight of blood, and open wounds like that, it's quite intense, but at least it gave me a lot of motivation to help these guys. Dr. Borrego, he put me in touch with a pharmacologist by the name of Nate.
Yes.
He works with Dr. Borrego, but he's gonna be able to give me the swabbing kit and show me how to swab.
We're looking at a swab in the mouth of a live shark. This can get pretty messy. You know, we're catching sharks off the boat's rocking, the sharks are fighting. We're trying to get a good, clean swab in there, right in between the teeth and the gums, and that's where all the bacteria can be harbored.
The mouths of all animals contain bacteria. When a shark bites, bacteria enters the wound and multiplies, unless it's stopped. The samples I'll collect will help the team determine which antibiotics will stop these deadly infections.
Over here is our shark model that we're going to practice on. It's actually a mako shark, the mascot of Nova Southeastern University. So one of the first things is that our swab is sterile.
And you don't want to put your mouth just like I did, right?
Right, you're
gonna end up with the wrong bacteria.
There's some goo on that.
Oof, there's a lot of bacteria right there. All right, so show me how it's done, man.
Again, this is sterile. You cannot touch any of the Q-tip parts because that's going to contaminate it. Nice and tight. So when we're swabbing, we're going to make sure we get both the teeth and the gums out of the top and the bottom of the shark. Here I'm demonstrating getting the bottom teeth, again, back behind the teeth along the gum line.
I'm pretty good at flossing normally.
Yeah.
You know, my dentist tells me I'm pretty good at it. So.
I'm impressed.
Yeah, see you.
I think we found the right man.
All right, let's do that on a live shark now. Let's do this.
That's all right.
All right. Hey, you have more swabs for me, though.
I got 50 more for you.
Practicing on a fake shark is one thing. Now, it's time to try my swabbing technique on the real predators. Here's the list of sharks I need to target while fishing. At the top is the black-tip shark, because according to Dr. Borrego, they are responsible for the majority of shark attack injuries that he treats.
I really want to catch some sharks for these guys and help them out with their research. And if there's one place where I'm pretty sure I'm going to find sharks, because I've been there before, it's in the Everglades. And as far as I know, they run kayaks there, so kayaking out to a remote beach, catching sharks from that beach, that would be cool.
How you doing, man? Can I help you?
Yeah, sure. I need a kayak.
Okay, so let's see. You're gonna be back, say 5 o'clock?
If I'm not back by 5 o'clock, send a crew out there.
Party. Yeah, we'll send the Rangers out.
It's a lot of rods, but that's what I need, though. One small rod to catch bait from the shore. I have bait, but fresher bait will be better. And 3 big rods to set out for sharks. So three rods, 3 times as many chances of catching a shark. However, that's gonna be a real pain paddling with this. Hope I'm not gonna lose one.
With so many rods in the kayak, I have to be very careful not to tip over. Sharks are not the only predators out here. I haven't left the docks yet, and already a huge croc is blocking my way out of the canal. Look at the size of that croc. The croc takes a plunge. Time to go. I just hope it doesn't come back up as I'm passing over it. To reach my planned fishing spot, a remote beach on the ocean side of the Everglades, I have to paddle 5 miles into the wild. It's not the kind of trip you want to take too lightly. Besides crocs, several species of sharks patrol these waters, especially big bull sharks. This beach is perfect for landing a shark and making sure the swab does not get wet.
This is exactly the beach where I've caught a bull shark before. Right there.
Big bull shark.
Beautiful bull.
Watch out, watch out.
And with Pete on a rack offshore, and we caught a monster bull shark. Is it your biggest shark here?
This is absolutely the biggest shark that I've caught here.
Really? He's what, 10 feet?
Easy.
I would never swim around here. For sure they're around. Let's just hope they bite right now during the day. They're usually more aggressive towards the evening and night.
There are sharks out here that can weigh over 400 pounds. So I'll start with a big circle hook, a special hook made to avoid hurting the animal. And then it's time to bring out a big juicy bait.
That's what we want. The redfish head. I know for a fact that there's monster bull sharks here, but hopefully there'll be some lemons.
The bait and sinker combined are too heavy to cast, so I have to go in a kayak to drop them in deep enough water. I gotta be careful paddling out in such choppy conditions. I really don't feel like falling in, because I know what swims around here. I check if it's deep enough to drop the bait, and it is. Now, I need to quickly get back to shore to get ready for a fight. The rod is set, and the wait for a big bite can begin. I start rigging another rod to maximize my chances of catching a shark.
Oh, shark there. He's taking off with the rod. Here we go. Oh. Yeah, here we go. Here we go, shark off. Oh no, I lost it. I can't believe it. This shark broke me off. You know what? That fish must have wrapped around the line. Oh yeah, he turned around on the line and cut it off. He must have bit the line right off. That, I'm telling you, that was a big shark.
It's clear now. There's definitely big sharks patrolling this beach. I have to get back in the kayak and drop another bait out there. Just what I needed. The wind is picking up and the water's getting really choppy. Ah, damn! I just tipped over, and now I'm the bait. I've never gotten back into a kayak so fast in my life. But when you know what swims around here, you don't mess around.
That was pretty intense.
I finally get out to deeper water. Time to throw in the bait and rush back to the beach for some shark action. It's clear there are sharks here. Now, they just have to find the bait. I hope they don't take too long, because I have a long paddle to get back, and I don't want to get stuck here after dark. Here we go, another bite. Here we go.
All right, we got a shark on the line.
I know it's a shark because of the violent movements at the end of my line.
That's typical of a shark movement. You can feel that head shake there. Strong, powerful head shake.
This shark is pulling hard, and it's tough to see what species it is yet. But one thing's for sure, it's big.
You might see a dorsal fin very soon. It's there. That shark. Shark. Yeah, yes, sir. Okay. It's a big lemon shark.
I don't like to bring sharks onto the beach, but the only way to get a clean swab is to keep its mouth as dry as possible.
Now the problem is I have to land this shark, pull it up on the beach so I can swab it.
The safest way for me to get this fish out of the water is to grab it by the tail and bring it onto the beach without hurting it and without getting bitten. This fight is almost over, but now the real battle is about to start. Getting the shark onto the beach.
Come on, buddy.
Lemon sharks are super flexible, and this one could twist around and bite me in a split second.
This is what you gotta be really careful. They're so flexible they can turn and twist on a dime and bite you.
The shark is heading back to the water. I have to stop it.
Stay here, buddy. I have to swab you.
In order to get a clean swab, I have to keep the shark's mouth open. Sorry, buddy. Just gonna take a minute.
I think I'm getting a pretty good swab here. Okay, got it.
The hook is out. The fish can go back to where it belongs.
It's really important to remember that most sharks need to swim in order to breathe, so you don't want to keep this fish out of the water too long. All right, finally, I think I got a really good swab on a lemon shark. Yes.
I just spoke with the team and they were pretty happy that I got a lemon shark sample.
Hopefully it's good. It was my first swab. We'll find out soon enough because I'm dropping it off with Dr. Borrego. They'll be able to tell me if it's good or not. I got something for you.
Oh, so we're working, huh?
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Not a lot,
Thanks.
but that's
Awesome.
a lemon from the Glades.
Lemon shark, they all count.
Yeah, big one too.
Thanks very much.
About 200 pounds.
Hey guys, get that to the lab right away, will you?
Yes, sir.
Make sure that gets right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
I'll get more.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you.
First shark is done. A lemon from the Glades. But this is just the beginning. It's 1 down and 3 still to go. The next step is to meet up with Josh, another fisherman on the research team. We're gonna try catching sharks off the beach again. But this time, at night, when sharks come closer to shore and use the darkness to sneak up on their prey.
Josh. Hey. Come on, man. How's it going, man? I didn't recognize
Any shark?
2 bites, but it's pretty slow.
You've been kayaking the bait out?
Yep. Are you gonna kayak one out too?
Yeah, I could do it. Yeah, why not? It's a very good idea to bring really fresh bait out in the dark in some shark-infested waters.
Once again, getting the bait into deep enough water requires a ride in a kayak.
See ya, man. Nice knowing you.
And Josh is the first one to make the trip out there. I have no choice but to watch, wait on shore.
It's going far, man.
I thought I was crazy, but I think he's pretty intense. He's way up there. It's shark-infested waters. It's the best time of year to catch monster sharks from the beach. There's monsters that have been caught here. You're talking fish that are over 1,000 pounds. And yet, he's kayaking the bait out. It's pitch dark. He's not seeing anything. He's going, I don't know. I can't even say where he is.
Josh makes it back safely. And now, it's my turn.
What's the biggest shark you've caught out here?
Over 1,000 pounds.
Over 1,000 pounds, huh? Hammerhead?
Yeah.
Gosh.
It wasn't me, it was my friend, but it was a very impressive catch.
But it was caught here, in the same spot.
It was caught, yeah, near here. Yeah.
Where I'm kayaking the bait too, right?
Oh yeah. I think we hooked a great white here once. We fought a fish for 50 minutes. Couldn't move it.
Really? Huh?
Dude, that kind of freaks me out a little bit because they'll hit your kayak.
Well, we're cool with one bait on the bottom, man. If there's a shark, you'll find this thing.
Give me this thing. Are you scared?
I'll drop it. Come on.
It was stressful enough in the Everglades when I had to take the bloody bait out in the kayak during the day. But now, in the darkness, there could be a shark right under my kayak, and I wouldn't even know.
Here we go.
He's doing good. I'm impressed. He's still struggling with the rock. He's tangled up. Oh, so drop the rock.
Impressive. In one piece. Still alive. We did it.
Things were tense on the water, but at least I was doing something. I was bait. Now, it's just a waiting game.
It's pretty tough to catch a shark, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not, you gotta put that time to it, right?
I swam out here many nights and I got a bite.
So much work, you know,
Yeah.
bring the pack out, drag it all out
But
here.
then you see someone catch a nice fish, you're like, I gotta go back.
Yeah.
We now have 2 baits in the water, but why not another one? So I make a cast with one of my lighter rods, just to see if there are sharks even closer to shore. And they are.
Oh, gosh, unbelievable. I'm weight to this fish too. Here he is again. Oh, he's on there. He's chewing. Nice clip. Oh, no.
Open the veil, open the veil.
Oh, yeah, he's on.
Lost him.
Oh, you got away with the, cut me off. Well, whatever it was a pretty big fish because he bit right through metal leader. Man, that's one of the things I love about fishing is that it's so mysterious, you know. You don't know what was on the at the end of this line. I'm guessing a shark, but it's just a guess. And you know what? It'll remain a mystery.
After a few more hours without any action, it's time to pack it in.
It's always another day.
I wish I could have swum, man.
You know what? We got a pretty good schedule ahead of us. I think we're gonna have that opportunity.
Yeah, Dr. Borrego was telling me that we might go to the Bahamas to swab there.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of sharks over there.
That was a long night. And my list of sharks to catch didn't get any shorter. I still have 3 left, but I get a call that puts me in good spirits.
Oh, good news. The lemon shark sample was good.
All right, finally we're gonna get a swab today.
That's a relief because I was not sure about it. The only thing is no black tip, no bull, and no reef shark. But that I knew there was no reef sharks. And the good thing is that we're leaving to the Bahamas with Dr. Borrego. He invited me on that trip. But from a boat swabbing, that's gonna be hard though.
Dr. Borrego.
Hey, Cyril.
How you doing?
All right, man. How are you?
Good to see you again.
Nice seeing you.
All right.
We got the crew here.
All right.
Josh, Nathan, you already know
Hey,
them.
Josh, how you doing?
Johnny.
Johnny.
Cyril,
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, we're gonna go find some nice reef sharks.
Big reef sharks
Oh
over
yeah,
there?
big 6, 8-foot reef sharks.
Dr. Borrego is an avid fisherman and owns his own boat, which comes in handy for his research.
All right, here we go. On to the Bahamas.
The trip takes us about 4 hours to get to the Bahamas, the mecca of sharks. But we only have a short window to fish. Heavy storms are expected to hit this area in just a couple of hours.
You're a pretty serious trauma surgeon there, huh?
Yeah, well, I'm comfortable with blood, let's put it that way.
To attract sharks, we put a bag of chum in the water, a smelly mixture of fish parts and guts. So predators should come and investigate our boat very soon. And hopefully, we'll do better than last night.
I see a shark. I see one.
A shark is circling the boat. I put my bait right in front of its nose.
Got it.
Here we go. There we go, for sure. That's good. That's good. You catch it, we'll swab it.
All right, man. You be real careful, when you handle a fish around the boat like that, because the line wraps just a little bit against the hull. You could damage the braided line.
Good job. There you go, you got it.
The shark is at the boat, but now the dangerous part begins. Getting a usable swab is really tough, with the crashing waves, the rocking boat, and the shark thrashing around.
He's not cooperating so much.
The shark is thrashing around too much. Nate can't get a good angle, so he passes me the swab. But then...
Cut us off.
What happened? Break you off?
Yeah. At least you got a little bit of something there.
Yeah, something. No problem. We'll get the next one. All right.
The shark broke us off. It broke the cable. Shredded the cable right here.
We don't know if our first swab is good, so we throw out another bait.
Here we go.
And the shark takes it right away.
This one's really not that big.
Mr. Borrego, do you need a swab on that one?
Cyril, the more samples we get, the better off our study's gonna be.
This is a small shark, but every sample is valuable for the research. I know that even small sharks are dangerous though, because they can move really quick. In order to calm the shark down, I'm trying something I've never done before. Holding the shark by the nose and turning it on its back to put it into a kind of hypnotized state called tonic immobility. But obviously, I don't quite have the technique down yet.
You gotta be real careful, As small as this shark is, one sharp movement, fast movement, just like that, gets your hand, moves a finger or two. All right, Doc?
Absolutely. No, you have to be careful the whole time.
All right, buddy. You're going back. Okay, he's good.
After battling 2 sharks, we're still not sure if we'll have a clean swab or not. So we have to stay out until we get a good bacterial sample from a reef shark.
I would so jump in the water right now. You have no idea how hot it is here. Unbelievable. I don't think it's a good idea, though. The boat is anchored first, and there's quite a few sharks down there.
Hey, you guys. That storm is packing tons and tons of lightning. We gotta get out of here.
The storm is catching up with us. We don't have much time. Josh sets up a gigantic bait. And now, let's just hope we catch a shark in the next 10 minutes. Johnny spots a big shark approaching the boat, and it's heading right for the bait.
All right, here we go. He's on.
It's a big reef shark. We have to get a good swab on this one. But with the dark clouds closing in fast, I have to bring this powerful shark in quickly. I have no idea how we're gonna calm this animal down enough to get a proper swab.
That's it. Yeah, hey, don't lose them, so that's good, that's good.
Nice big shark.
A big old reef shark. Good job, guys, good job.
That's great. Big reef.
Yeah, I'm taking the swab.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm gonna have to be really careful to get a usable sample. This is my last chance today to get this right.
We're gonna get too much water in there.
Nate and Josh managed to stabilize the shark.
Good job, guys. Getting a really good sample here.
That's a clean one.
The swab is done. Now we can let this shark go. The guys cut the circle hook in half so it can easily fall out of the shark's mouth.
All right. Great sample. You guys get them off? Good job. You're gonna be happy with this one. Good job. That's a nice Thank you, man. Thank you.
All right, we got samples. Yes. Mission accomplished, and just in time to avoid the storm. We got 3 reef sharks. Now, there are only 2 more species of sharks left that I need to get samples from.
It's Nate. Really? Not good? Oh, just one? That was Nate. Imagine, he was telling me that out of all the samples that we got in the Bahamas, only one is good. Only one. It's funny, you know, he was with me there, you know, it's hard, you know, the boat is moving, the fish are thrashing their heads. Pretty hard getting a sample from a boat.
So I have an idea. To get better at handling sharks beside the boat, I'm going out with some biologists I know who specialize in studying sharks.
Nice meeting you, finally.
Oh, I know.
This is cool.
This is Casey Zender. She's one of the students at UNF.
Cyril, nice to meet you.
These guys are pros at getting sharks as steady and calm as possible.
Derek, nice to meet you.
That way, they can run tests on the animals before releasing them.
How far do we go?
Pretty close. We're gonna be about less than a mile and a half from shore.
Hell yeah. It's crazy how many sharks can be that close to shore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How big?
And how big they are, huh?
It can be 10 feet.
10 feet long, huh?
The biologists intend to catch and study as many sharks as possible today. And if I'm lucky, we may catch a bull shark and a blacktip.
What we're doing here is we're baiting about, you said 50 hooks, right?
Yep.
50 hooks to put on a long line. It's used commercially for offshore fishing and all kinds of fishing, actually. And but in this case, it's going to be used for scientific purposes. Right now, we're about to pull the main rope to which we'll attach all the baited hooks. It looks like we've done that a couple of times, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm standing in a pool of blood, so it's a little slippery.
Hey, Derek, you did a good job, huh?
Absolutely.
you know how to not get dirty there. Sorry.
All the baits are set. Now, it's time to see if we have any sharks on the line.
Well, I say we're gonna have some luck with this long line.
I think so.
Long line should be good, yeah, I agree.
But then, each line comes up empty, one after another. It's almost as if the sharks know what we're up to. We get through almost all 50 hooks, before finally...
Got a shark!
Shark, yep. Shark?
Yeah, we got one.
All right.
He's a big nurse shark.
Nurse sharks are not one of the species I need to swab. But the biologists are very excited because they can do an ultrasound for their research. And to do that, they want to bring it on board first by lifting it by the tail. So while Derek clears the deck to run the test on the animal, Jim clips the shark onto the boat railing. But then...
Oh, no! He snapped the line. We're going for the rope to tail wrap it, and it just snapped the line right off. That was a big nurse shark.
We continue to pull up the long line, but no more sharks.
Gentlemen, we're officially skunked. And lady.
Hey guys, it's okay. Happens.
They call it fishing, not catching, huh?
Right, yeah, exactly. Hey guys, I know where the sharks are.
Somewhere over the rainbow.
Yeah.
All right.
let me tell you something. I'm starting to feel a little discouraged about this whole swabbing thing. It's not easy, you know. First the trip to the Bahamas, only one good sample, and then now with the biologist, 50 hooks in the water, and we get one shark. Plus it's a nurse. It's not really the species that we wanted. Plus we lost it anyway. So I was talking to Dr. Borrego, and he was telling me, Cyril, don't get discouraged. Meet with Anthony. He's the shark bite victim that I treated. And he's gonna crank you right back up. So that's what I'm doing now. I'm gonna meet with Anthony. Anthony.
Hey, how are you?
I'm pretty good. Yourself?
Yeah, good. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Is that the scar there?
Yeah, it is. Here, I'll show you.
Wow.
So
how did it go? How did it happen?
Well, we were actually right out here, about 3 miles offshore. There's a number of wrecks that sit in around 200 foot of water. Around April and May, all the cobia come through. The cobia follow the bull sharks and they follow the big rays. So when you're out spearfishing with the cobia, you're going to see the bull sharks. And I was with 2 dive buddies, and they each shot their cobia and moved off the wreck. I shot the last cobia. I was taking my time to get a lift bag on it, and out of the murk, one bull shark shot up from the bottom, and I looked down, and all I saw was the head and the mouth coming straight up from the bottom. The first bite, you know, I just felt the bones just crunch. Its whole mouth was about that wide. Eventually let go. I mean, the water just went red.
Somehow, with his friend's help, Anthony was able to get out of the water and eventually to Dr. Borrego's operating table. But his 5-week ordeal dealing with deadly infections was just beginning.
You know, I grew up fishing my whole life. I never really thought about an infection from getting bit from a fish. But it doesn't take much to kill you with a blood infection. I know I wouldn't really be here in the state I am if it wasn't for Dr. Borrego and his team. The work that you guys are doing, it saves lives. I mean, I'm living proof.
I'm glad you're here to tell me the story today.
I'm glad I'm here too, and thank you.
Hearing Anthony's story makes me realize just how important this work is and how much I want to help Dr. Borrego catch those last 2 sharks. A bull, like the one that attacked Anthony, and a blacktip, like the one that bit the little boy. So it's time to head to the West Coast to meet Sean, a local fisherman. He knows a remote spot in the Everglades with some monster sharks.
Hey, Sean.
Hey, great to meet you.
Great to meet you too, man. How you doing?
Good, doing great.
Well, I'm gonna have to get really close to that mouth, like I was telling you, right? I need to swab the mouth.
Great. You handle the business end, I'll handle the tail rope, and we'll drag them up, so. All right?
All right.
Let's go do it.
Let's do it.
No time to lose. We're headed to a remote beach near the Everglades. This brackish water environment is ideal for finding bull sharks. And Sean says he's seen blacktips here too.
I don't think I've ever used that much natural bait on this trip. Unbelievable. I guess that's what it takes to catch sharks.
Here, we don't need to take the bait out by kayak, or by boat for that matter. The water drops off immediately, so the sharks should be patrolling right along the beach.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Hey, Sean. I hope it's a bull shark or a blacktip.
The blacktip and the bull are the last 2 species on my list, and I haven't swabbed them yet.
Woohoo! It's in the current.
Yep.
Good fish. How long have we been here? 30 minutes and a sandwich?
Now already we're on. See, the way I'm fighting this fish is I'm putting the rod butt right underneath my thigh here, so I can put a lot of pressure on this fish like this without tiring myself. Ah, man, it's a lemon shark. Yeah, it's a lemon.
Yep.
Lemon shark.
Good size, though.
Yeah.
It's another lemon shark, but that's fine. Dr. Borrego said the more data they have, the better for their research. So I'll still swab it, if I can land it first.
Better fish than I thought. I just saw him lengthwise.
No, he's 200 pounds.
He's pushing 8 foot.
Yeah. Sean, you wanna grab the rod?
I'll tail it. Yeah.
I don't have a choice. To get a good swab, once again, I have to bring this shark onto the beach without hurting it and without getting bitten.
at that. Oh, look. Yeah. Right in the corner of the mouth.
Yeah. That's a big lemon shark. That's not what I want, but that's not the right species exactly, but that's a pretty nice shark. I think Dr. Borrego will be happy with that, though. So this is how it's done. Right here.
I have to rush and get the shark back in the water.
Oh, what?
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a nice clean swab. All right, I really gotta rush to put this fish back in the water. It's gotta get swimming. Thank you.
I didn't grab the dehooker.
This should be fine.
Got it?
All right, buddy, just gotta remove that hook and you're good to go. It's barely hooked, huh? You see that?
Yeah, it's right in the side.
All right,
there you go,
we
good release. Let's get him swimming. You think he's gonna be pretty healthy, so watch out, he's gonna flip around on you.
All right, buddy. Just hold it. Man, I love these animals. They're so beautiful. All right, he's good.
Yeah, he's ready to go.
All right, there you go, buddy.
Woo! Get a hand out of that deep hole there.
Yeah, buddy, we made it happen already.
We're on one already. Yeah. Got the rest of the night, so.
I'm glad I got another swab from a big lemon shark. Now, I have the rest of the day and the night to find the 2 final species we need for the research.
Now we know there's monster sharks out here, so I just tied on a bigger metal leader. This one is 500 pounds of resistance.
And that jig works so well as a sinker, it's unreal.
While we wait for the sharks to show up, we need to prepare for the coming night. So we put up a tent to protect us from the swarms of mosquitoes and no-see-ums that will eat us alive if they get a chance.
It's not a tent you brought here, it's a house. Any girlfriends of yours that you're planning on?
Don't tell my wife.
Sharks usually get very active when the sun goes down. And I'm just hoping that bulls and blacktips will show up tonight.
There was a head on that line?
Oh, the one line when you went to go get all the firewood, your rod was going straight down into the beach. I literally dove over and grabbed it right before it went in the water. I let him run with it, run. Finally got into him, put a couple. Next thing you know, it let loose.
It was loose, huh?
Yep. Oh, we're on. Oh.
We got a really nice shark on the line. Let's hope it's a bull shark.
I don't know if we're gonna have to go swimming after him.
Let's hope it's not a lemon.
Let's keep our fingers crossed.
Bull would be fighting more than that, though. All right, you see some color? That's a lemon. Looks like a lemon shark again.
Yep, another lemon.
I've already taken samples from 2 lemon sharks, but I know the team could always use 1 more. And this one comes with an extra passenger.
Look at this animal, it's such a cool animal.
It's called a remora.
And this fish, what they do is they live on big fish such as sharks or rays, and they stay attached to the shark or the ray, and they feed on the scraps, because these fish obviously feed on a lot of other fish, and they usually are scraps. And this fish, these guys here, they take advantage of that. But the way they attach to the shark is really interesting. Look, on the top of the head here, it's a suction device that they have. This thing here, they use that to stay attached to the animal. So basically here, they clamp on that and boop, you see? They can stay stuck on it. How cool is that?
All right.
No, don't go just yet. I gotta swab you, buddy.
There you go. Over there, buddy.
That's the 3rd swab done on the lemon shark. Still no sign of bull or blacktips though. 2 of the most dangerous sharks off Florida's coast. According to Dr. Borrego, although the blacktip is generally smaller than the bull shark, it's responsible for most of the shark-related injuries that he treats at the trauma center.
Here
comes Captain Kevin Bellington. So he's coming to our rescue here, maybe take you out the rest of the day and get some of those bull sharks that we missed last night.
Morning, fellas.
How you been?
Good to see you, bros.
Thanks for getting out here.
Hey.
Hey,
Glad
this
to
is
do it.
Cyril.
Cyril.
Nice to meet you.
How do you do?
I'm pretty good.
And we're off. I'm feeling the pressure here. This is my last chance to get the sharks Dr. Borrego and his team need for their research. Kevin prepares a huge bait, hoping for a bull shark.
Okay, you're not fooling around.
I'm using a slightly smaller bait. I hope to catch a blacktip, as I know it's the priority for the research. The baits are doing the job. Predators are showing up.
Oh, a big barracuda. Oh, you got it. You got your bait.
The barracuda goes for the bait, but he's not alone.
There's a shark with it.
Yes, it's a blacktip.
Yeah, somebody's on this.
Here we go, blacktip on.
You talk about an aggressive shark.
It's not very big, but it's exactly the species we're looking for. A blacktip shark.
Get his head up.
Yeah. My God, look at the teeth on that shark. It's the same kind of shark that attacked the little boy. I have to get this sample. This might be my last chance.
I'm gonna go get a swab.
I'm getting my swabbing kit ready, and Kevin tries to bring the shark on board so I can swab it.
Watch your hands, man.
Oh, I know.
Oh, you lost it? Just spin the hook, huh?
Hit the hook.
I can't believe we lost a blacktip, but there's gotta be another one out there.
Right, fish on the big rod.
Okay, he's hooked.
I think he's hooked.
It's a super powerful fish, but it's not fast like a shark.
Big fish. Big fish. Might not be a bull, though. He's not making the fast runs.
No, I think it's a Goliath. All right, here we are.
It's not a bull shark. It's a Goliath grouper.
Oh, no, that's not you at one, buddy.
There's some huge fish out here, and this is definitely one of them. I usually love catching these guys, but it's not what we're looking for right now. We have to set him loose as fast as possible so we can keep fishing for a blacktip shark.
He's a beautiful Goliath grouper, but unfortunately, he's not what we want. All right.
Got the Goliath. The bull sharks just did not show themselves. And we've got a big storm brewing here about 10 miles to the east of us. We're gonna have to start pulling things up and making our way back to the dock before we get caught in the middle of that.
We don't have much time. I have to catch a blacktip or a bull shark before the storm reaches us. I need to at least cross one of them off my list. Oh yeah, here we go.
There you go. He's running with it. Oh, yeah.
Oh yes, it's a blacktip. It's another blacktip. And this time, we have to hold on to him and get that sample. This is my last chance. But the way this shark is fighting, I could lose it at any moment.
Get your swab.
Yeah.
This blacktip shark is fighting ferociously. I don't know how we're gonna get this swab without getting it wet, but we have to try.
Almost there, Kevin. Almost there. All right, here we go.
The shark stops fighting. Now's my chance.
I lost one.
It's ruined. I need to get another swab super fast. The line could snap at any moment.
I don't want to take too long because he's not happy.
I know, Kevin, I know. All right, shark. Keep steady, just like that. All right, that's a good swab. Good swab, man.
The precious swab is sealed.
Two of us will leave.
There you go. All right.
Good job.
Swab.
Good swab.
I came to Florida to find the most notorious predator in the ocean. and to help with a research project on antibiotic treatments for shark bite victims. I had to put my hands right next to the jaws of live sharks and almost got bitten a few times while I was at it. Even though I didn't catch a bull shark, I caught all the other sharks on the list and definitely helped Dr. Borrego's research. Along the way, I made some good friends.
Good job.
And hopefully, future shark bite victims will have a better chance at recovery.
The work that the guys are doing, it saves lives. I mean, I'm living proof.
Now it's a matter of knowing if I can bring you a clean swab. Worst case scenario, I'll do my own. Bring you. Ah, man, come on. You won't see the difference, really?
Yeah, we might notice the difference.
You're a pretty serious trauma surgeon there, huh?
Yeah, well, you know, I'm comfortable with blood, let's put it that way.
Big, chunky, bloody bonito. Out to sea on a kayak in the dark when you know there's monster sharks out there. That's a brilliant idea right there.
All right, Cyril, this is it.
This is what?
Where we separate the boys from the Glades men.
What do you mean?
Well, this is where you and I get off the boat into the gators' habitat.
My name is Cyril Chauquet, and I spend my life traveling in the wildest areas of the world, chasing monster fish.
You don't want to fall overboard here.
They'll eat you. In North America, there are few places more wild than the Everglades.
Welcome to the promised land.
In the far south of the United States, this vast wetland is more than 80 times the size of Manhattan. Almost 2,000 square miles of rivers, lakes, and mangrove forests, teeming with wildlife and dangerous predators.
There's 4 alligators right in front of us.
Oh, there he is. Watch out.
This is a bad fish. I've fished the edges of the Everglades before, but I've never explored the interior of this huge no man's land. There are all kinds of wild and dangerous animals here.
We got a big one.
It's big enough to kill kids. Yeah.
And some, like the vicious snakehead, are invasive predators that threaten to take over the Everglades. I want to discover the secrets of this mysterious world where few venture, and then work my way to the edge of the Everglades on the Gulf of Mexico to catch the ultimate predator.
Oh yeah, big bull.
A huge bull shark.
Oh yeah, look at this shark. Oh yeah.
I'm starting my trip on Florida's east coast, at the edge of the Everglades, or the Glades, as they say here. Then, I'll travel to the heart of this immense wilderness, and finally, to the west coast, and the frontier of the Gulf of Mexico, where the water is teeming with sharks. All right, I'm on my way to the Everglades to see what kind of monster fish I can catch over there. But let me tell you, this place is wild. It's pretty dangerous. You just don't want to just venture into the Everglades on your own, not knowing where you're going. That's why I'm meeting with some guys that really know the Everglades like the back of their hands. We call them the Gladesmen.
Hey, what's up,
You Nate?
Made it.
How you doing, man? Good to see you, buddy.
Welcome to the Everglades.
Corey, Cyril. Trey? Cyril. Nice to meet you, man.
I just got here, and already I spot a snake.
Man, this thing moves.
It's a yellow rat.
But before I get to go fishing, these guys have planned a little challenge for me.
He wants us to take us to our secret places, right?
Yeah, we need to give him a test.
Before we take you to our stuff, man, you're gonna have to man up a little bit. To be able to protect our ecosystem we have out here, I mean, you gotta do your part.
So many invasive species that flourish here, really, you know?
It's great to see how they care for their environment. Before showing me their fishing spots, they want me to catch 2 invasive species that are threatening the Glades.
And they're ecosystem destroyers.
One is a fish with a really bad reputation, the snakehead.
They wipe out everything in the ecosystem that they are until it eventually becomes the point that the only reason they even survive is by eating each other. I mean, this is a bad fish. They'll even eat baby alligators.
Yeah, they all swallow them up.
Mm-hmm.
My gosh, yeah.
But the first invader on their list is not a fish.
We should go get him catch a python.
Lazy stuff.
Really?
Yeah. They're really hurting the fur-bearing population of animals down here in South Florida.
So that's really what you guys want me to do, right?
If you want to go to secret spots, this is the
Why not?
you gotta
You know,
jump
like
in.
that's all right. Looks like these guys are gonna make me work for it. The python. Why not?
So I don't know if that car of yours is gonna make it. We wonna have to jump on the airboat or the.
Yeah, I was
swamp
looking
buggy.
at this thing, man. What is that thing?
That's a swamp buggy.
Can you drive this thing on the road?
The tires like that, what's gonna stop you?
Yeah, what? The cops maybe. Drive right over. Man, you got some horsepower on this thing, huh?
It's about 410 horse.
Here we go. We head out to catch a python with James and his daughter. Let me tell you, the Everglades is really one of the wildest places in the world. Besides the Gladesmen, not that many people venture out here. This place is crawling with poisonous snakes, massive alligators, and huge invasive pythons, which grow longer than 16 feet and are powerful enough to take on an alligator.
Man, this is a great way to discover the Everglades. Look how vast it is, how beautiful it is.
I think we're coming up to that spot where me and Corey saw those pythons a couple weeks ago.
James is the smart one. Huh? You got it, man. You stay on top.
See you guys.
So are you sure the flip-flops would be the most appropriate shoes for here? What we're used to. Oh, I see that.
Keep looking through the brush here.
You know, I was reading a little bit on python. There's been several attacks. The good thing is that none of the victims died. But the bad thing is that none of those victims ever saw the snake before it attacked.
After hours of searching,
We got a big one. Oh, this thing is big.
Get around them. I'll try and get right behind the neck, and then everybody gets the body because this thing's big enough to wrap me, and if it gets me, it's big enough to kill a human.
Really?
This can kill a full-grown man.
There's a big one here.
before I can even get ready, Trey lunges towards the animal.
I think so. Get the body. Get the body. Move it forward. Yeah. I got my face in your spot, though. You're welcome.
We've only just managed to control the snake, and already there's a small problem.
Where's our bag? Do we have a bag? You didn't bring the bag?
You're gonna use my boxers.
Oh, we need something to hold a big snake.
Luckily, Nate finds the bag quickly.
We're not gonna kill him. We don't do that. The biologists decide what happens with the snake.
How big do you think he is?
That's the biggest one we got.
Really?
Yeah, we haven't gotten one that's this big. Since this is your first time coming out here, you get to bring it back.
I get to walk it back.
It's a pretty good walk.
That's pretty heavy.
We bring the python to the wildlife department. Then it's back to the edge of the glades for my second challenge, to catch another invasive species with a violent reputation.
The Everglades is a wild and dangerous place, but at the same time, it's a very fragile ecosystem. And there's one invasive predator fish that's on the verge of taking over. It's called a snakehead.
The snakehead was introduced here in Florida by the Asian community as a source of food because its meat is very popular in Asia. People also imported them as pets, then released them into Florida's freshwaters, where the fish is quickly spread. There are many species of snakehead, but the bullseye thrives best in Florida's climate and is the most dangerous to the local species. And to help me find this hyper-voracious fish, the Gladesman put me in touch with one of the best snakehead fishermen in Florida, Corey Nowakowski.
Hey, Corey.
Hey, Cyril.
How you doing, man?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm pretty good. Pleasure meeting you. Hey,
Yeah.
for some reason, I could tell it was your house.
All for the best.
Corey's got the world record for bullseye snakehead.
Oh, man, this is it.
Yep, that is the record.
Unbelievable. How many pounds again?
14 pounds.
Really?
But they get very aggressive.
Corey explains that the snakehead has rows of super sharp teeth and that they're so voracious that they even attack large birds.
I've had them cough up the little babies.
The little baby ducks?
We even attack the big ones. We've seen them attack them, and we've seen them with missing legs. And I've even had it too. I was messing with one with the rod. I leaned over and it jumped completely out of the water. I couldn't believe it.
Man, I'm dying to catch one of these because they're super violent fish. They gotta be quite something at the end of the line. And look at the fangs in that fish's mouth. You definitely don't want to get bitten by one of those, you know, because that would do some serious damage on a finger or a hand.
Let's go give it a shot.
Let's go get it, man.
We're right on the edge of the Everglades, where the city meets the forest. Corey tells me that there are lots of snakeheads here, and that they are about to cross into the Everglades, which is why the law requires that if you catch one, you can't release it. We'll be using a big plastic lure shaped like a frog, with a small sinker in the front, because snakeheads either lurk on the bottom or hide under trees, ready to ambush passing prey.
These fish are hiding underneath the trees there in the shade. Not just snakehead, but bass, any kind of predator fish will have that behavior. Pike too, you know, like they'll take advantage of that light, so they'll be in the shade, and as soon as a bait fish comes into the light, boom, they'll take it. What do you think is the problem, in your opinion, of this fish spreading here in Florida?
Predator fish feeding on our native fish and other animals. You know, other snakeheads, they will eat just about anything.
One of the problems here in Florida is that all the bodies of water, they're pretty much all interconnected by a system of canals, pipes, sewage system, you name it. So fish can basically move from one body of water to the next. It's just a matter of time before they spread out of control. And that's exactly what's happening with the snakehead.
According to Corey, there are monsters here somewhere.
Oh my gosh, what a bite. Wow. Wow. Oh yeah, that's a good fish for sure. Oh no!
Oh, got off.
Oh no, he got off! Oh, that was a big fish.
Yeah. He hit it hard though, huh?
He was rip and drag, huh? Close to 10 pounds, right?
Yeah, he may be, who knows, he may have been bigger. Yeah, definitely.
The fish that attacked my bait almost cut it in half. These fish are definitely super aggressive. It really hurts to have lost such a monster, but there's gotta be another one in this lake.
Alright. Good fish, man. A good fish.
Oh yeah,
big snakehead. Wow. Look at that spin, man. How do we want to grab it?
Yeah, I'll get it with these grips.
It's a big snakehead, and Corey's not gonna try grabbing it by hand. He knows how much damage this fish can do.
Oh, that's a nice fish. For sure, 9 pounds.
Maybe
10.
Maybe 10.
Yes, my first snakehead, an invasive species right there. And I guess it's pretty obvious where they're called a snakehead. The head looks pretty much like a snake. My God, the teeth in that fish's mouth, unbelievable. They have so much power, and I think that comes from the fact that between the dorsal fin here, the anal fin, and the caudal fin, is just one solid fin. If this fish ever gets to the Everglades, that'll be pretty dramatic on the native species of the Everglades. Well, this fish is not gonna get released though. It's an invasive species, so they have to be kept.
I've passed the test.
Yeah, we need to give it a test.
Catch 2 invasive species, a python and a snakehead. Now my goal is to fish deep in the heart of the Everglades to see what kind of monsters I can find in this no man's land. And in the end, what I really want is to catch the ultimate Everglades predator, the bull shark. It's finally time to go fishing inside the Everglades. But before we do, we have to drop off some equipment at a camp. Nate's celebrating his birthday tonight, and it's up to us to catch dinner for all the guests.
Yeah, welcome to Old Glory Camp, Sarah.
This is beautiful.
Yeah,
Pretty neat out here, huh?
Oh, yeah, my gosh.
In the middle of nowhere, in the Everglades. How cool is that?
This place is beautiful, and I'm looking forward to the party tonight. But right now, we gotta catch some big fish. They're hard to find, but I know there are huge bass out here, and the record is over 16 pounds. We're surrounded by predators here, and the guys tell me that snakeheads have been spotted here too. If that's true, it would be devastating for the Everglades.
They wipe out everything in the ecosystem that they are until it eventually becomes the point that the only reason they even survive is by eating each other.
Well, the best way to see if they're really here is to catch one.
These plastics aren't working out so well, man.
I think we should show him a secret bait.
I think, man, he'll never get it. Hey,
what do you think?
Want to guess what a secret bait is?
What's that, though?
You're never gonna guess.
Hot dogs? What do you mean? It's not a hot dog, it's bait.
That's better than gold out in the swamp, bro.
Really?
You can catch anything with that.
What?
Catching a snakehead with a hot dog, I have my doubts. But then,
Oh, no way.
Yep. Fish on.
Oh, yeah.
There he is.
Yep.
Get him.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
It's a big one. Is it a snakehead or is it a...
Snakehead?
Is it?
I can't tell. Looks like a snakehead or it might be a big bowfin.
Oh, yeah.
Big bowfin.
It's a bowfin, right?
Yeah, big bowfin.
Yeah, I thought it was a snakehead.
That's what I thought, too. Remember this?
Yeah, guys.
All right.
this fish is a predator, but at least it's native to here.
It's easy, an 8-pounder.
I still have to pay really close attention to its mouth though, because like the snakehead, they have serious teeth.
Oh, look at him.
Oh, my God. That's a good-looking fish, man.
They're a great fighter, but don't get your hands near their mouth.
Yes, a bowfin. That's a pretty cool-looking fish. Now you understand why a lot of people get confused, you know, when catching bowfin in the Everglades. They think it's a snakehead because it really looks like a snakehead in a way. You know, it's an elongated fish. And the main difference between a bowfin and a snakehead is that on the snakehead, there's a very long anal fin here that goes from basically here all the way to the tail. Is that what you're here for? You want to eat that fish, huh?
They're used to watching people fish.
Yeah, huh? So they know that this fish is going to go back in the water eventually.
Yeah.
I always kiss my fish, man. I love them.
The guys now want to catch dinner for the party tonight, and they still haven't caught a monster fish.
Trey, what's up, buddy? Yeah, we could head over there. What do you guys got, a gator?
Well, it looks like our fishing plans will have to wait. An alligator has wandered out of the wild and is terrorizing a trailer park.
Where is it? Do you know?
Apparently, Trey, the guy we caught the python with, needs our help to capture the alligator.
Yep, we're gonna have to do this fast. If we see it, we gotta get it before it can take somebody's dog.
Where is it at?
Oh,
There you go. That's your property here?
You want to be a Evergladesman, man. This is how you do it.
What do I do?
Just follow me, stay with me. Once I hit the alligator, I want you to go ahead and jump on it. Right behind me, I'm gonna need your weight to get it down. This one's kind of big.
Okay.
Well, it looks like we're just gonna go for it, Glidsman style.
He doesn't look happy to see you, man.
So jump on the back, right? Right behind you.
Yep, right behind me.
I gotta grab this gator with him. That's what Gladesmen do.
Trey has to close the alligator's mouth before we jump on its back. But the alligator doesn't feel like
Watch
it.
yourself, man.
I didn't do much to catch it, but now we have to tape its mouth a nice shut to be able to control it and calm it down.
Put a couple rows of tape right here.
All right. Up there, all right.
Yep. Right now it only has sound. It doesn't understand what's happening. It knows there's pressure on it. It knows it can't open its eyes. It knows it can't open its mouth, but it just doesn't understand why.
Good job, Cyril.
Well, I didn't do much, man. He did all the work. Do I deserve one of those yet?
I don't know about that. You gotta catch a few more gators before that. Got him on back.
All right, the park. Nice. Good job, man.
Yeah, brother.
I think I know what the gator was here. Felt like a little bit of a duck meat. Pretty close call for you, buddy.
We've lost a lot of time, and we still haven't caught a monster fish. Or anything for dinner tonight.
There's a good one. That's a good one.
Get him, get him, get him.
Oh, there he is. Got him. Oh, nice fish.
All right.
That's a little guy.
That's not exactly a monster fish.
It's a bass. That's the icebreaker. Baby guy.
This bass is far from a 16-pound monster, and it's too small to keep. The day's almost over, and we really need to catch fish for dinner. But the boys can't resist giving me another challenge.
Cyril, learn to drive this thing?
The airboat? Can I do it?
You want to try?
Yeah, actually, you know, it'd be...
It's not that difficult. Here's your steering.
Yeah?
You got a gas pedal just like a car. There is no brakes.
Well, if I crash, it can't be too bad, right? It's pretty shallow around
Get
here,
in the
right?
seat,
Yeah,
Captain.
it should be
You
pretty.
can flip over, though.
Get on there, Captain. You can absolutely flip over.
All right, you guys ready?
Yep.
I guess. I guess.
He's not sure anymore.
It's really cool that Corey trusts me enough to let me drive his boat. Well, maybe he doesn't completely trust me. As for Nate, he's pretty relaxed. Everything goes well until...
Sorry, man.
It's like a suction cup down there.
Suction cup to the bottom.
I feel really bad about getting us stuck. So while the guys plan how to get the boat moving again, the least I can do is try to catch some fish for Nate's birthday party tonight.
Nice. There you go.
These little bass. Oh my gosh, I got a gator.
It's a gator.
I can't believe it. The gator came out of nowhere and attacked the bass. Unreal.
The same thing happened to me in Brazil. Caimans there are really aggressive. They attack lures and even come right to the boat. The last time one attacked my lure, at least he got off the hook without a problem. But this time, we have to unhook the gator ourselves.
Watch out for the gator.
And we're gonna try using a pole to do it.
Good job, man.
That's great. The alligator is released without the hook. But now, we're really late. We have to start catching fish for dinner. The guests are arriving and there's nothing to eat. But first, we have to get the boat unstuck.
Yes! Life in the Glades. Plus, it's not like there's gators all over the place here.
More and more guests are arriving, and I still haven't caught a monster fish. Everyone has arrived, and the party's starting without us, and without any food. We're really feeling the pressure to catch something here. We decide to give up on fish and go looking for frogs, for frog legs. Because it's not just alligators who love them. The locals do too. We've been searching for half an hour without seeing a single frog. But then...
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Gerald.
How you doing? I know that you guys are out here gigging for supper.
we run into Gerald, the owner of Old Glory Camp, and he invites me out frogging.
I'll tell you what, let's team up.
All right, we'll go catch tilapia. You take him, go frog, and you guys follow, and we'll eat.
Have us a real party.
This guy is a frogging machine, apparently. You know, he's got a huge reputation for being the best frogger out here. How many frogs have you caught in one night altogether?
599.
That's your record, right?
That's my record.
Any guest on Gerald's boat has to catch frogs, so he puts me to work right away. Since we have to catch food for the party, I'm beginning to feel the predator in me awaken. Let me tell you, we're far from catching monster bull sharks here, but it's still a lot of fun.
I kiss my fish usually, but normally I release them.
My girlfriends, I kiss them and release them.
Alligators are hyperactive at night, and it's their favorite time to hunt. And of course, now Gerald tells me that to be a true Gladesman, I have to be able to catch a frog by hand.
And now, I gotta go to the party.
We're back at camp for Nate's party, and everyone's pretty happy since we cut their fill of frog legs. I think I'm really part of the Gladesman clan now.
Hey, my friend. How you doing?
Everyone's hungry. It's time to cook the frog legs. Gerald prepares them breaded and deep fried. And let me tell you, they're delicious.
If you're mad enough,
I gotta drink that.
be careful.
I'm definitely part of the family now. Gerald just pulled out his house specialty.
Moonshine. This is good, man. We gotta share this.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It's called Foggy Morning. I know why. I think.
I didn't get a lot of sleep last night between the frog gigging and the party, but if there's one thing I haven't been able to do so far is to catch a big bass. And Gerald was telling me that this Gladesman I'm about to meet, he knows some really, really good spots. The only problem is it's really far, really remote, and it's infested with alligators.
This is my last mission in the interior of the Everglades. Next, I'll head out for the ultimate predator in the mangroves found at the edge of the glades, the bull shark.
Hello? You must be Marshall, huh?
It's me.
Cyril, nice to meet you. You've been, how many generations have you been living here, like in the Everglades?
We've been here for 5 generations, and my family's been in this home for 83 years now.
Wow. Who's that?
This is our friend Joe. When my mother was a teenager, her and Joe formed a relationship. She was able to actually jump in the canal and ride on his back.
He was part of the family.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because Marshall's secret fishing spot is infested with alligators, he gives me a few tips for my safety.
Alligators have the strongest bite force in Mother Nature. Some people say an alligator can't bite you under the water. That's completely false.
They can.
We have a healthy respect for the alligators, but they're more afraid of us than we are of them.
Right.
And if you would like to earn a rite of passage to go fishing with me, I have a task for you.
Really?
Marshall's kids spend their days swimming in a canal. The rule is that if they see an alligator diving in the water, it's time to get out quickly. American alligators can grow up to 15 feet long, and I've got to swim with them if I want Marshall to show me a secret fishing spot.
Who usually gets bit first? The one that leads or the one in the back?
Well, I guess that really depends. Normally, nobody gets attacked.
I love the normally part. Check this out. There's 4 alligators right in front of us. You see the heads popping up at the surface over there? Just like he says, though, you know, like he grew up swimming around here.
Look, just ahead of us, there's 2 more.
Yeah, there's 2 more right there, huh?
Yeah. There's one on the bank right here.
Oh, there's one there. Oh, yeah, that's a big one, too. What tells you that an alligator might be aggressive? Is there a sign?
They'll exhale out of their nostrils very loud, make almost like a hissing sound, and then they'll lunge.
Suddenly, a huge alligator lunges towards us.
That's all you gotta do if you want to spook them.
You just make a lot of noise, right?
You make yourself look big.
Okay.
There are alligators all around us, and we have to be very careful not to provoke them. I can't believe it. I'm swimming within 3 feet of a wild alligator. As Marshall says, they're more afraid of us than we are of them. I passed the test.
We should probably get out because we don't want to stress the animals.
No, for sure. I agree. All right. Swimming with gators. Check.
Now, it's time for some serious fishing. And for that, we're going deeper into the Everglades than I've ever been before. In some places, there's so much grass that I can't even see the water. It's amazing. I have the impression of driving on a road instead of being on a boat. Marshall must be one of the few people to venture out here.
Welcome to the promised land.
Man, this looks good. That looks
awesome.
like an awesome bass.
Man, God, there's got to be a lot of bass in here. That's the perfect habitat for larvae, you know?
It's not just perfect for bass, but also for alligators.
Look at that in the distance. 1, 2, 3, 4 gators. There's one there swimming, one big gator right there on the bank.
Must be tough being a bass around here.
Watch.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
That's a good fish. Oh, that's a real good fish.
That's a nice bass. All right, fish on.
That's a nice fish, Cyril.
It's not bad.
Oh, whoa.
Good
See ya,
save,
buddy.
Man.
All right, first bass. Not very big, but it's gonna get better from there on.
All right, Cyril, this is it.
This is what?
Where we separate the boys from the Glades men.
What do you mean?
Well, this is where you and I get off the boat into the gator's habitat.
Like you want to go fish in the water?
Absolutely.
You're going by yourself.
I'll lead the way.
He wants to go wade in the water when this place is infested with alligators.
Cyril?
Yeah.
Coming with me?
Guess so, man.
It's now or never.
All right, why not?
I've already swam with gators, but wading with them while catching fish might be pushing my luck. I just stepped on a fish. Luckily, it wasn't a gator.
That is brilliant, man. Wading in the water when there's gators everywhere in the water.
There was a gator right here like 5 minutes ago.
Oh, yeah.
Not even. And it was big, too.
On foot, it's pretty easy to sneak up on the fish. And the gators, too.
Yeah, something big was right behind you.
Oh, big fish, big fish. He's stuck in the tree in the lily pads, though. I'm getting this fish, man. There's no way we're leaving this fish behind. You want to hold the rod? Hold tension on the pole for me. It's fine with gator, you think, yeah?
That one's getting too close for comfort. Maybe it's not safe enough for us to be here.
There's no way I'm leaving this fish. It's good fish.
He's down about 2 feet under the water. He's like armpit deep under the water. You see him?
I have to be quick. The fish on my line is attracting an alligator.
Got him?
Almost.
All right. Yeah!
Yeah.
That's the way to do it.
We never leave a fish behind, right? Nice Everglades bass. I thought it was much bigger than this, but still, it's a nice fish.
It's a really good bass, but not the monster I was hoping for. I gotta say though, with all the gators around, it's definitely a fish I'll never forget. Now that I've been deep in the heart of the Everglades, I set out to the west coast, at the edge of the Gulf of Mexico.
That's it. I finally reached the coast, where the fresh water of the Everglades meets the salt water of the Gulf of Mexico, and where all kinds of predator fish can be found. And at the top of them all, the bull shark.
I want to go kayak fishing in an area called the 10,000 Islands, but it's a huge wild maze, and without the help of a local, honestly, it's almost certain I'd get lost in there. So I'm meeting a pretty notorious ex-fisherman who knows all the secrets of these islands, and not only thanks to fishing.
Give us a drink, please. And the Daniels family is one of the first families here. I said I was 10 generations.
Really?
That's it.
You used to run the town here, huh?
Well, yes, pretty much we did. We used to run the area at night when most people couldn't. It's pretty much of a maze. For one wrong turn, you wind up out in the trees, and you don't want to run aground with blue lights behind you.
Wow. But DEA must have been after you, no?
Well, DA, everybody was after us.
In the 1970s, the Everglades was the hub of marijuana trafficking in the United States. Kent Randall Daniels, with other members of his family, was among the biggest and most wanted drug traffickers.
I was out commercial fishing one night, mullet fishing, but a man approached me and said, I need your boat. And I said, I kind of need it too to make a living. I've got to have fish at the fish house in the morning. I got to have money. And he said, come with me. He said, you'll have money. So I went with him. And heck, $50,000 or $60,000 a night didn't sound bad.
$50,000, $60,000? How many years did you do in jail?
Federal, I done 4 years altogether. I've done 11 years.
It's a lot of time away. Man, this guy sounds like a script from a Hollywood movie. Anybody that got fed to the crocs back then? Or the gators?
Ex-wife, mother-in-laws.
Ken says he often raced through these channels at over 60 miles an hour in order to evade the police. Just slightly faster than me in my kayak. Ken dropped me off deep in the 10,000 Islands. And let me tell you, this place is really wild. And there's not only alligators and crocodiles here, but also all kinds of sharks. I really like this spot. The tide is going out, and it's creating a current around the mangroves. There's gotta be predators around here.
Fish on.
I have a good fish on the line, and it's a shark.
Oh, it's a nurse shark.
But even though it's not huge, the problem is that to unhook it, I have to bring it on board. It's not a big bull shark, but I still need to be careful with this nurse shark. Their mouths are full of small but sharp teeth, and they have especially powerful jaws to break the shells of crabs and lobsters. I just really don't want to capsize. I know there are monster bull sharks around here.
Yes.
It's not a huge shark, but clearly it can still hurt you.
Little nurse shark from a kayak. How cool is that? Those fish, they're sharks, but they don't have teeth like sharks per se. They have a lot of power though in the mouth, you know, because that's what they're made for. You know, that mouth is designed to crush shells, crabs, anything they can find on the bottom, even fish, and just crush them and swallow them whole. You know, so if you put your fingers in there, they'll just crush your fingers. All right, bye, buddy.
That was a nice small nurse shark, but it's still far from the big bull shark I'm after.
Yes, but I think that's as big of a fish as I can land on this kayak, without flipping over.
After hours in the mangrove maze, I managed to find my way out, and I finally found myself at sea on the Gulf of Mexico. But I still have to find the top link in the food chain, the bull shark. A few months ago, I came to Florida to catch sharks on a medical mission to help shark bite victims. My goal was to collect bacteria from sharks' mouths, and the only species I didn't manage to catch was the bull shark.
The bull sharks just did not show themselves.
But at least, I caught the notorious black-tip shark that the researchers wanted most of all.
Good job. Good swab.
Hopefully this time, I'll catch a big bull shark here on the coast of the Everglades. And for that, I'm getting help from a local fisherman, Derek, who really knows the spots for sharks.
Hey, Derek.
Hey, Cyril, how
you doing, man?
Good.
Good to see you. All right, so here you're the shark guy, huh?
Yes, sir.
I want to finish this trip with the ultimate predator of the Everglades.
I can put you on.
Really?
Yes, sir. They're coming in to spawn, and they're thick.
We stop at the border of the Everglades. The plan is to move up the food chain, starting with small bait that will help us catch bigger bait, and finally, catch sharks. Under the boat is a large wreck in 30 feet of water, and according to Derek, it's home to big predators.
Barracuda is here.
Man, there's some big fish out here.
The size of that barracuda right there.
This spot is definitely full of marine life. We even get a visit from a turtle that takes a gulp of air before returning to hide in the wreck below. There are huge sharks around here, and to catch them, the ideal bait would be a small jack crevalle.
Fish on!
All right, man.
Fish on! I just had to show you how to do it.
Fish on.
Derek gets the first bite, but just a bite.
Oh, you got on.
Now I gotta show you how to land a fish.
Oh, man.
Let me show you how it's done. Oh, bull shark, big bull shark. Big bull. You saw him?
Yep. Huge.
That's a huge bull right there.
A big bull shark just chased my jack. It's confirmed. They're here.
So this is how you land a fish, man. You just work it slow and eventually bring it to the boat. I'm telling you, we're working up the food chain. The food chain is, the whole food chain is down there.
Yes, sir.
There's a big bull.
Boys, you don't want to fall overboard here.
No. Be dead.
They'll eat you.
We now have bait, so I'm ready to tackle the last link in the food chain. But for that, I need to tie a super strong leader, especially since the shark I just saw was over 8 feet long.
You need to get that thing rigged and catch one of them.
I'm working on it, man.
You need to hurry up.
I gotta keep my finger on that trigger here because I'm using a J hook, so as soon as I feel the bite, I have to set the hook so that the fish doesn't have time to swallow the hook and get gut hooked. I don't want that to happen, so.
Should bite. I hope so. Can't hardly get them in.
There we go. I have a monster fish on the line, but it's not a shark.
It's a Goliath predator. Let's pick this fish. Right into the wreck. Oh, in the wreck.
Damn it.
It's impossible to get this fish out. It's way too deep in the wreck.
If that was me, I'd have put that fish in the boat. Come on, get him. Oh, man.
All right.
Pulling a huge fish out of a structure is almost impossible. And I can tell you that, because I've tried it before.
Man, some big fish down there. Woo.
Broke him off.
And now, I'm right back to square one.
Cyril.
Yeah?
Let's get your rig back, man.
Oh, you want to go with a rope?
Yes, sir. Let's go ahead and get it back. You want to?
That hurts, man. I've been there before. Oh, no. Not this thing again. I tell you, I've been there before. I know it hurts.
Yeah. Stop him. Yeah. All right. Stop. You got him. Okay, let's get some line back, man.
It might be brutal on the hands, but it works. We barely drop the line in the water, and a Goliath grouper takes our bait.
You got it. Whoa. Watch out.
Oh my God! I can say it.
Yes, sir!
You think you were gonna get away with a stop? Our rigs there?
That's mine.
Y'all.
This is great. The fish is free from the hook, and I got my rig back.
The same fish came back for the bait. They don't care. That's
No,
just
they
to show you, they
don't care.
really
Exactly.
don't care.
Now, it's time to catch a huge bull shark.
Oh, that's a shark.
Sure it's a shark?
Yep.
With the big head shakes I'm feeling, there's no doubt it's a shark.
I think that's the monster you're looking for, buddy.
I'll be all bruised up tonight.
It's a big bull shark. Exactly what I came here for.
He ain't a small one now. Oh, there he is. There he is.
Gosh, look at the monster fish down there.
The fight has attracted some massive Goliath groupers that are almost as big as the shark.
Goliath there. Goliath there.
This shark is really big, close to 9 feet long, and I've almost got it to the boat.
Hook popped out. Man, did you see the size of that shark? That must have been a 9-foot shark, 9-foot bull shark. I want to catch one of those. I think it's thick with Goliath grouper in the wreck down there. So if we want to catch a shark, we're gonna have to move up that wreck a little bit, because Goliath grouper, they usually stay within the wreck, or they don't go far at all from it. Whereas shark, they can circle around it. It's, you know, quite a distance away from the wreck. So if we want to stay away from the Goliath grouper, we'd better move off of it.
We have to get away from the wreck, but we've got a problem.
The anchor is stuck in the wreck.
Derek doesn't want to lose his anchor, so he hits the gas to try to pull it free. I head to the stern because I'm worried that the cleat might explode.
That's a pretty good rope you got.
Derek gives it full power, hoping to pull the anchor free. But instead, the rope breaks. We just lost the anchor, but we don't have time to waste. I have to put my line in the water right away before the boat drifts too far from the wreck.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
I just got a massive hit.
Big fish. Shark?
And the way it's fighting, it feels like a shark.
Oh, no, it's still on. Yeah, shark. Shark. All right, shark on. Oh, yeah, big bull right here.
This shark is really powerful, and it's taking a lot of line.
All right, we got a bull on. We're on to a big fish. Oh, yeah! Yeah, man.
Yes, sir! Woo! Good shark right there.
Think so, huh? The Goliath grouper goes straight down to the wreck. The shark runs. Give me quite an impressive run, this fish. Hey, Derek, you ready to net him?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that one's gonna work.
This shark is putting up a real fight.
Oh, yeah, look at this shark. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. You need to start pumping iron, man, or something.
I finally managed to get the shark to the boat. This has been my goal since I arrived in the Everglades.
This shark is bigger.
He is bigger, longer.
That's a solid 8 for sure, huh?
Yeah.
All right, here's the top predator of the Everglades, right here, the bull shark. We caught this guy in the salt water. We're still in the Everglades, but it's in the ocean. But these guys, they go up the freshwater rivers of the Everglades and a lot of parts in the world, and they breed, and then they go back to the ocean where they spend the majority of their times, their lives.
Let me tell you, I'm really happy to have finally caught this big bull shark.
Good job, man. Yeah. All right, this is good. All right, see you, buddy. Woo! My gosh.
Good job,
yeah, man. Yeah. Woo! Yeah, and I need to get like you, man. You would have pulled the shark.
Oh, yeah, without a problem.
1 minute. Hook set on the boat.
Sit there and play with him for 30 minutes.
Yeah.
I traveled through the heart of the Everglades to live the Gladesman experience. I met some really cool people here. And I also caught some local and even invasive species. And I gained more respect for this fragile ecosystem that is the Everglades. These guys are really intense, and I had to pass several tests to become accepted by these purists. It was pretty extreme, but I can tell you, it was worth it. And what's more,
Hey, look at this shark.
I finally caught a big bull shark.
Now what? Now we're gonna go drink some beer.
Sounds good to me.
We're wrapping our microphones in condoms to be able to get deeper in the water.